take me by the hand. We can stop pretending things. Everything is fine with me. So why not us instead? Oh man, what I missed that was broken was Summertime is near. Skies are getting clear. You see every it feels like the time is right to go and find a friend to live. What I missed that was broken, what's been done but not spoken. Sure by now I know how to love you. Where our shortest leaves start to make me leave.
Watch the good 20-minute view.
I'll go to 2.
I sit waiting for you. I sit waiting for you.
There's Red again. Super trimming, picking these perfect waves. I don't know if she's lucky or if it's in the skill set there, but the wave selection seems to be working out for her. White, or yellow, excuse me. Red having a look at the inside here. Three minutes on the clock. Blue. White up and riding out the back. Look at that. Yellow. Kicks out strategically before the section breaks in front of her. White is still ripping, making it around all the way into the inside. A little head dip action. There we go. Red checking the inside wall here. Doesn't make it in. Probably for the best. Yellow out the back. That's a nice looking face she has found herself on. We have got 1 minute. 1 minute left in this heat. About 40 seconds remaining. About 20 seconds. There's Red with a buzzer beater. We're counting it down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Doot. All right, next heat, you'll be on hold. We'll count you in. Great job out there, ladies, in the 50s, top 2. It's a slow morning here, but these are 20-minute heats, and especially with these 4 lady heats. Our last heat, they got plenty of waves. A lot of scoring potential out there still, but just got to wait your turn. A lot of patience involved here.
Yeah, this is a pretty cool looking lineup. I love how spread out these ladies are. They know they don't want to sit right on top of each other, fighting, paddle battling for waves. They're spread out, and I love it. It'll be really interesting to see how this shakes out the next 20 minutes here. Which strategy works out. Some of the waves were working all the way through for the ladies in the first heat, and some of them weren't. So it would be really interesting to see how these ladies navigate these waves.
White up and riding. 16 minutes, 30 seconds. All right, next heat, the 50s, bottom two. That'd be Jennifer, Stacy, Vicky, and Carol. Oh, look at that. You're all here.
Coming back to this.
White up and riding out the back.
But I wouldn't mind, because then there was moments where I was like, is it paused? Did it go
Tawny
off?
Saffron, she's cruising.
'Cause you can't hear. These guys.
Stacy Davis in the next heat. Stacy, come on over and get your jersey. There is 9 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock. Yellow up and riding on the inside. Just shy of 7 minutes. Shot for 7 minutes. Red out the back.
Summertime is near. Skies are getting clear. You see, everything just seems alright, but still I'm here. All is pretty rare. Sitting in my bed, just me. It feels like the time is right to go and find a friend to
And we got doot doot. 5 minutes. 5 minutes out there. Next heat, paddle on in. I heard the water is warmer than it looks. Hopefully. No, it's not. Frankie says not. Carolyn said it was nice. The wind is bad. The water's nice. Wind is bad. Okay. Well, good thing I'm in here. And you guys are out there in the cold battling the elements for our enjoyment. 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Three minutes.
Alrighty, so we are in the 40s top 2 heat. There's 2 minutes, 20 seconds on a clock. What?
Because you guys are, in it to win it.
Alrighty, we got just couple minutes on the clock, just under 2 minutes left on the clock. Flurry of waves coming on the outside. Coach Carla and me just wants to throw the tip out there. If you keep going on a wave that keeps closing out on you, perhaps go further inside. The walls are running really fast, and you probably don't want to sit all the way at the top of the point. Malibu's not like it used to be 25 years ago. We used to sit way at the top of the point and on a good day be able to make it all the way inside. But now we've got a big section in the middle and it's a little more tricky. And that's why it's so important that before your heat, you're watching and you're looking and you're studying and you're analyzing and figuring out where your best wave is. Where's the wave that you want to ride? What's going to give you the best scoring potential?
Time check. 50 seconds remaining. Twenty seconds. Three, two, one. Doot. All right. That is the end of the 40s heat. All right, in 3, 2, 1, toot! Quick turnaround to the 50s, bottom 2. In the red jersey, we have Jennifer Copa. In white, Stacy Davis. In blue, Vicky Winkler. And in yellow, Carol Quetzal.
Divisions. We'll have the pros up again. First quarter final should be up and running right around 9:16 or so. Such an odd time. But because we have that pause in between heats, sometimes kind of shifts the time of the start of each heat.
Blue up and riding. She's got a nice trim going on here. Plenty of speed here with Vicky. Cruising right into the inside. Unfortunately, it breaks in front of her. Yellow up and riding. $16 minutes. 16 minutes on the clock out there, ladies.
Time check, 15 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. These are 20-minute heats, giving these ladies plenty of time out in the water, which is a good thing because it's been a bit inconsistent. There are waves out there, but there's a bit of a lull in between. And it really does put a big play into each competitor's strategy and how you make moves out there. Do you wait for those sets to come? Do you take the smaller waves in between? It only takes top 2 waves to advance into the next round. Nobody on the board quite yet, so a bit of a lull here. An advantage to checking before your heat is kind of trying to time the sets, seeing how often the sets might come in, see when they go. And sometimes you can make a prediction and kind of that can help navigate your strategy moving forward. I know a lot of you were able to talk to Erin from Train Your Mind with the Queen of Your Mind yesterday. Get some good tips from her. She'll be here again today. I'm sure she's exhausted. She doesn't spend that much time in the sun or on the beach. But it was great to have her here. But she'll be here again a little bit later. So my mistake, we got 2 waves surfed, blue and yellow. Red and white, patiently waiting out there for that bomb set to come through. As I said, coming up next, the bottom 2 for the 40s, and then we'll see the 30s.
Time check, 11 minutes. 11 minutes on the clock. Next heat, we're looking for the 40s bottom 2. That's Jacqueline DeLonge, Helen Henning, Zoe Rico, and Amy Tomasello. Come on over and check in for your heat. Come get your jersey. Get ready to paddle around in the Lake Malibu we got here.
That was broken, what's been
Blue is up and riding. Eight minutes out there. Six minutes out there on the clock, ladies. They're ladies in the 50s, bottom two. This is a little sleepy. Hopefully this will turn on in the next 5 minutes. Get some scores in, get some action. You guys out there haven't been doing your wave dances enough. We need more wave dances, more more appeasing the wave gods, please. White is up and riding on the inside. She's found herself a little cruiser. Three minutes on the clock. Yellow up.
Two minutes remaining in this heat. 2 minutes remaining, and White up and riding. That's Stacy. It's a tricky part right here. It's either a really good inside wave or it just runs. There's not much you can do except for kick out. Forty seconds remaining in the heat. 40 seconds remaining. White up with only 30 seconds on the clock. All right, and we're counting it down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boop. That is the end of that heat. Ladies, go ahead and paddle into the contest. Some action in the water. Heat just started. We have some waves looking. Hopefully with the tide push, it'll make this inside section not so racy and be able to be a little bit more makeable. But the good thing is it kind of keeps the ladies spread out. You don't have to sit right next to each other. You could get a wave from the top. You could get a wave on the inside. There's a lot of opportunity And white is up. That is Helen Henning. Quick little ride. Get her board under her feet just to get warmed up. Plenty of time to get more waves and more points on the board with these long heats. All right, yellow up and riding. She's making her way down the line. And if you don't mind, ladies, in the next heat, will you make your way down to the check-in booth? Ladies, in the next heat, come on down and check in. That is the 30s division, bottom 3. I'm looking for Rosalie, Jana, Lisa, Allie, Danielle, and Stacy.
Summertime is near. Skies are getting clear. You see, everything just seems alright, but still I'm here. All is pretty rare. Sitting in my bed, just me. It feels like the time is right to go and find a friend to mend. What I miss that was broken, what's been done but not spoken. Sure by now I know how to love you.
15 minutes remaining in this heat. 15 minutes remaining. Looks like all the surfers had at least one opportunity to put some points on the board. Some waves coming through right now. They're going to get their second opportunity. Plenty of waves out there for these ladies to show the judges what they've got. Blue looks like she's paddling for a beautiful wave. And you know, it's really racy this morning, and if I was out in this heat, I would try to be maybe more on the inside, and if not that, at least angle my board when paddling for these waves towards the pier a little bit, just so I am ready to just get going and get some speed down the line. But it is a little challenging. It is beautiful and looks gorgeous, but sometimes when it's this fast of a wave, it is hard to keep up with it.
Sure
We got waves out the back. Who's going to get this one coming in? Looks like red is taking a look. Yellow might be in a better position, but red is up and riding, showing good sportsmanship. Yellow backs off. Blue in the next heat. Lisa Johnson, we need you to check in, please. That's yellow up and riding. I think this is the longest ride of this heat. Kind of from the middle of the beach all the way to the inside. That's Amy. She definitely had length of ride with that one. Nice ride. White up and riding. That's Helen. She's trying to set up for a nice nose ride and doing her best working with this wave and has to straighten out because that inside section right there, it is tough this morning. Blue up and riding. Trying to make her way to the nose. Shuffles and kind of falls off the back there. Ooh, I see something out the back. Tell you what, these have been really shifting. I hope somebody gets this really fun looking wave and nobody goes for it. Oh my goodness. Another opportunity. I think I'm going to make a new position in heats where it's the leftovers. I get to have a separate jersey on and I get the leftovers. And I get to sit in each heat and I get to pick up all the leftovers on the inside waves. I'm gonna ask Carla what she thinks about that. Oh.
Liza, it's time to check in for your heat.
Yellow up and riding. Oh man, that was looking really good for yellow. And then the wave kind of just pooped out on her. Yeah, I'm either going to make that leftovers position or I'm going to propose to her. I want to be that WSL guy that just sits in the water awkwardly with a mic. And he gives like live updates from the water. It's a thing. I like that position too. I don't really get the difference between in the water and on the land updates, but I'm down.
White is up and riding. Just shy of 7 minutes out there, ladies. 7 minutes. Blue is up and riding. Look at this fun little wave she's found. We got doot doot 5 minutes. 5 minutes on the board. Next heat, you're welcome to get in the water. Two minutes and 30 seconds out there, ladies. Time check, 1 minute. 1 minute left on the clock. Couple little waves coming in. Yellow up and riding. He's found a nice insider here. And 3, 2, 1. Doot! That ends the 40s bottom 2 heat. Next heat, move on over, and we will count you in when we're ready. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Toot! This begins the 30s bottom 3. In the red jersey, Rosalie's. Us. In green, Danielle Carpenter, and in orange, Stacy Alonso.
All right, with 15 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock, I always like to do just a little reminder to people at home, people on the beach, people in the water, that when you're surfing in a contest, you're aiming for 2 tens, meaning 2 really high scoring waves and not 10 twos, meaning you don't want to catch 10 waves that are not great. So you got to make sure you're remembering that when you're surfing a contest. Right, our head judge was just reminding me this is, one reason why we put these pro-am contests on is gives amateurs a platform to practice these things and implement the advice that we give them, like remembering, your wave selection is very important. And also it gives you an opportunity to watch pros and put these the advice into practice and skills into practice. So that's why this contest is so great.
That's right. And like we were saying earlier, we saw the pros yesterday only catching 2 or 3 waves in their entire 20-minute heats, but they were all quality waves. They were making the correct selections and doing the most with them they possibly could. And had a good audience of amateurs here to observe that. And so, yeah, just observe. See what's going on. If you want to progress your surfing career, this is a great place to do it. 13 minutes and 30 seconds. Twelve minutes. Green up and riding. Trimming along, trying to get to the scoreable section here. It looks like she's making it inside, yeah.
All right, we have red up and riding, white finishing up her wave, and a nice wave on the inside here with a little boat wake on it. Not my favorite, but it happens here at Malibu since we have Baywatch coming by, and every once in a while we'll have some guy on a big old yacht come by too, and they'll put this boat wake, and you can see it in this wave. It'll stick around for a couple of waves. And you can see that ripple in that wave. That's from a boat wake. Yeah, and I see something out in the distance. I see that's an indication that we might have more waves. There's a wave up at the top. I see a competitor scratching up for it. I wonder if she'll get in her position for it. She's turning, making some internal calculations. What's going to happen here? She is going for it. Did she go too high up? We shall see. Wide up and riding.
Next heat, come on over and get your jerseys. Megan Schlockler. Please correct me on that. Montserrat Gurman. Hannah Kalin. Ayla Spreacher. Goodness. Rebecca and Maya. Come on over and get your jerseys. If you want your last name said, come and tell me how to say it. Nine minutes on the clock out here for our 30s bottom three. Coming up next, the 20s bottom three. On deck. We are coming up on 7 minutes.
Ladies, don't be afraid to come up to the check-in booth and correct us on how to say your name. I want to make sure I'm saying your name correctly because as a fellow odd name or odd spelling name, I appreciate when I'm in the water my name being pronounced correctly. We won't be offended. We will be happy that you tell us how to say your name correctly. Coming from someone, my name is Ming Wei, but it's spelled Ming Hui. So imagine that growing up my whole childhood.
Happened to me yesterday. I was in the water and Carla called me Colin Mayring. It's Myring. But it's all right. Come and correct me. Six minutes on the clock.
Man, it doesn't get better than this, you guys. 6 people out in the lineup at First Point Malibu. The only way this can happen is when there's a contest here. And I only think there's, 2 contests allowed here a year? What is it? Call to the wall? 2 to 3? The Classic. And Queen of the Point. So, you know what? This is a pretty big deal, you guys. That doesn't happen very often. So we are so blessed to be able to have one of the 2 contests being an all-women's contest. That's a pretty big deal here. For 2 days, we get to own this lineup. And we also get to shred at this lineup. At the iconic First Point Malibu. Queen of the Point 2025. Beautiful.
Doot, doot. We got 5 minutes. 5 minutes on the clock out there. Ladies in the next heat, get on out there.
Wow, I see some legs kicking, some excitement. Usually when you see legs kicking, that means they're excited about something. See some boards turning. Yellow's up, orange or red is looking. Red looks like she's up and riding. That is Rosalie. She is our mama to be. I think she's about 8 months pregnant, I think, because I'm 7, and I think she's a month ahead of me. So, hey, not bad. I tell you what, it is not easy popping up with a child kicking around in your tummy. But it is pretty special being able to surf with your kid in your tummy, so.
So, Mingwei, when you hang 10, does that mean you're hanging 20?
It really depends how much soul arch I put into my hang 10. Because technically, it could be considered 30, or it's on a whole nother level of hanging human.
Hanging baby.
Yeah, because it's not just my toes. It's 10 toes and like torso, like a baby torso, head, toes, and fingers.
Yeah.
It depends.
Does that get scored higher? Can we figure that out?
You're asking the wrong person. You got to ask the judges here, and they're pretty critical. And if I don't have the whole fetus out, then they won't count at all.
I got some head nods from the judges, so I think we're good.
Yeah, you just got to make sure your all 10 toes are over and the whole belly is over too. Really distorts your center of gravity there. Or it helps. I don't know. All right, the ladies in the next heat are paddling out. They are the 20s. That is the 20s division. This is the bottom 3, heat 1. And if I'm not mistaken, this is the bottom 3 from the previous heat, from 2 previous heats, combined into 1, and 3 advance out of this one and move on. And then it'll be the end of the road for the bottom 3 out of this heat. So this is kind of like their last chance to keep moving forward. So, maybe there's a little stress out there, a little anxiety. That's a good time. If you feel that anxiety, go talk to Erin. She is our our training. She trains our mind, and she has to help train me to figure out how to say her title. Certified mental performance consultant. If she's not here telling me how to say that, I can't do it. So she is consulting me from the Association of Sports Psychology, Applied Sports Psychology. And I actually majored in kinesiology and took a sports psych class, and I almost went that route because I realized how important sports psych is. So if you are feeling that anxiety, she actually has a booth here. You want to talk to someone about it, or at least read some really good material about it. I took the time yesterday to read through it. Not only is it cutely designed, but it has a lot of good info on there.
She also has a nice inflatable beach couch, which that's worth the visit all in itself. 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining out there for our ladies.
I don't know if you're old enough, Colin, but in the 90s and 2000s, we had these inflatable furniture couch things. Her couch that she brought reminds me of that.
I wish I was old enough to experience that. That sounds like an absolute delight.
It was iconic late 90s in your room furniture. It was inflatable chairs. And I remember me and my sister would fight over the chair. And then my mom one day got so sick of us fighting over it, she took out a knife and popped it in front of us. That was the end of that chair.
That's probably why they're not around anymore.
It could be.
Probably the downfall of the inflatable couch empire is moms with knives.
Yeah, it was pretty hilarious.
20 seconds out there. that is the end of this heat. 30s, bottom 3, 20s. Move on over. We'll count you in when we're ready. Next heat, you're on hold. We will count you in. What's so nice about this Queen of the Wake contest, though, the double elimination system means that you can surf at least a minimum of 2 heats. White up and riding. Monse starting us off with a little bit of switch dancey going on a nice face in the inside of the bowl here. Fortunately, comes a little unglued. But gives you 2 chances to get out there, show your stuff, which get a lot of value for the admission in itself is a great thing, but also takes a lot of stress off. If one of your heats goes wrong, you have another to redeem yourself.
Yeah, it's really nice not having that stress that first heat. Of course, I mean, the better you do that first heat, the more you move on. And of course, the competitor and all of us, we want to win all our heats. We want to make it to the final. Surfing here a few times is always cherry on top. But it is stressful when you get into these elimination rounds where you're like, all right, this is when it counts. I really got to turn it on. So it is nice to have a kind of a throwaway heat where you can kind of get the jitters out for the first heat and kind of figure out how you want to approach a contest in your heats. But then you really got to make sure you're showing up and showing out. Like, I believe that was orange or red. That was a great ride by red.
Great couple trips to the nose. Excellent wave selection here. You see the girls are sitting lower. They've been watching the peak here down on like around the trash can peak where it's been breaking for the girls who've been sitting higher up. It's nice that the ladies are taking note, checking out the ever-changing conditions here. The tide is on the move up. You can see it's very low right now, which is changing the face of the wave, the flow of how this is going out here at Malibu, Queen of the Point.
Yeah, surfing involves a lot of senses. You know, I've surfed with hoods on every once in a while or a hat or other things, and when some of my senses are being messed with or, you know, dimmed a little, it makes surfing a lot more difficult for me. And that shows a good surfer when they're able to look at a lot of situations that are constantly moving, which is the ocean, and being able to adjust their surfing to it, whether it being a different surf spot, different conditions, different swell direction, because with every different swell direction, it's going to hit each beach different as well. And as the sand shifts, where the wave peaks, or the best part to be is shifting as well, and being able to read all of those variables is it's a real skill.
And that's what I love about competitions in the ocean. Live conditions, ever changing, because it's reflective of an everyday surf. Every day it's different out here. You could show up, same swell even, and you show up the next day, it's completely different than the day before. So showing that, I think that watching the waves, being ocean-minded, is a large part of competitive surfing. And so holding these contests here in an actual beach, unlike a wave pool, actually gives a great scope of the surfer to show that their whole IQ of the sport and not just their technical riding ability. 15 minutes and 40 seconds. White is up and riding. Little switchy, little hip switch. A backside carve to try and get inside. Yellow is up and riding out the back. Red out the back, fading in. She's trimming a high line, takes a little quick trip to the nose. 5 tap and kicks out. Kind of floats it, almost. At the end of that wave there, as it broke out in front. See, if Ming was out there in the leftovers jersey, she'd be having a blast on the inside right now. Look at that. Beautiful little face. Blue, she's going to try and beat the section here. She's going to scream around the foam into the inside. She made it to the bowl. Stretching, reaching. Red up out the back, up to the nose, holds 5. Big cut back to get back into it. Back up to the nose, setting up at the top. She's got plenty of face in front of her. Green is riding out the back as well. Red making her way into the inside, pumping, trying to make it another big cut back. Getting back right into the pocket there and cuts out of that wave. Green making quick footwork. Coming down into the bowl. A couple of great waves for these girls in the bottom 20 heat. Thirteen minutes. Next heat. The 14 to 16-year-old, bottom 3, and we're talking to Rebecca Pana, Gelsey Rico, Dot, and Kaya Keating-Grakowski. Come on over here and get your jerseys. Red out the back. These girls chased up the peak. They want to get some top to bottom Malibu waves here. Hoping that the ocean will provide. 10 minutes remaining. Ooh, cruising her way inside here. Eight minutes out there, ladies. 8 minutes remaining. And we are at 6 minutes. 6 minutes on the clock for this 20s bottom three heat.
Wow, look at that beautiful purple board walking up the beach. That's an Ian Zamora board. Beautiful. If you want your own Ian Zamora board and you don't want to pay full price for it and you want to potentially only pay $5 for a brand new board, we have raffle tickets. We're raffling off a brand new board for $5 a ticket. Or if you're smart, you would buy 5 tickets for $20.
Giving out tickets here at a discounted rate. Even if, well, somebody better than me can do the math. Doot, doot. 5 minutes out there, ladies. 5 minutes. But if you got a brand new board for $20, that's probably like a 1,000% discount. Somebody can do the math and tell me if I'm wrong. But I'm going to go off of that because it sounds good. 1,000% off a surfboard. So get over here. Buy your raffle tickets for your chance to win a brand new 9.4 Ian Zamora longboard. Also, we have shirts and bags. If you hung out with us yesterday and you're like, that was so much fun, and I'm having a blast this morning too, I want to commemorate this. Get over here and buy a t-shirt. They're only $15 for a shirt. And the design on there is super great. Got cute little quails on it and stuff. You're going to love it.
There's a little story on the shirt. That's what I like about it, is it has the iconic pier and the wall, but all around the trim, there's little details on these shirts that I really like. On the trim, it has the Malibu tiles, which has a lot of history with the Adamson house. And Spanish tile was really incorporated into the design of the Adamson house, which is a historical building just right next to or right in front of First Point Malibu. And then like Colin said, there's quails on there, which is the California state bird, and California poppies, which is our California flower too. So there's a lot of little motifs and a lot of little details that put a lot of meaning into this design. So if you want a really cool shirt to remember this amazing event, come down. Not only are you getting a cool shirt, but like I think Colin said, you are supporting women longboarding in a small way, and actually no, in a big way, because you know, we can't put these events on without your help.
Yep, this doesn't just come out of thin air. We do need support, like the support we get from all of our great sponsors we love and appreciate, and the support from you guys out there. So, if you love lady longboarding as much as I do, come on over and support us monetarily. Thank you. Yeah. 2 minutes. 2 minutes on the clock.
I appreciate the ladies in the next heat staying out of the contest area. Thank you. Giving a lot of room for the girls in this heat here while they finish up. And it's nice when you see waves on the horizon and there's not too much time left in your heat. It's nice to be able to squeeze in those last little points. Yellow trying to do exactly that. Unfortunately, the wave is just not cooperating with her.
One minute remaining. Thirty seconds. 30 seconds remaining.
All right, we're about to end this 20s heat. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Doot. Ladies in the next heat, go ahead and paddle into the contest area. I'll let you know when you're on. In 3, 2, 1, boop. That is the start of the 14 to 16-year-old bottom 3 heat 1. These ladies are pretty lucky. There's only 4 girls in this heat, and there are waves coming. Hopefully these ladies were watching the previous heat and seeing how some of them were getting stuck behind the wave there, and they're going to adjust where their positioning is. Hopefully they learn from their previous generation of the 20s, and they learn. Looks like they're doing pretty good so far. White up and riding in a great spot. This is a fast morning low tide wave, and you really can't mess around on this wave here. You got to really keep up with it. Ladies in the previous heat, thank you so much for trying to get out of their way as quickly as you can. I appreciate you guys. In the water, we have in red, Rebecca, in white, Gelsey, in blue, Dot, and in yellow, Kai. Yeah, and these are 20-minute heats, which I keep saying how lucky we are. Typically in like coalition contests or local contests, there's so many heats we have to run through because there's age divisions, men and women, that we kind of have to limit it to 15-minute heats. And it's nice that we get a full 20 to really kind of relax and adjust.
That's right. And this is the 14 to 16 bottom three. Coming up next, the 11 to 13-year-olds bottom three. And on deck, our first pro heat of the day, the pro quarterfinal, heat one. We'll be seeing Cash Hoover, Frankie Seeley, Jen Smith, and Star D'Elia get stoked. There is some huge surfing action coming up in the heats as well as in the water right now. I see some bumps forming, some legs kicking, some frothing going on.
White is trying to get herself into this wave. This will be her second wave of the heat, and she does this wave really well to me. She goes to the nose, does a little footwork there, isn't under control. Looks like yellow is also up and riding right behind her. She's trying to keep up with this speedy section as well, and I think she will. She goes to the nose, holds a 5. Red is up and riding. That is Rebecca. She's on a screamer as well. Oh, almost loses it, but corrects well. Green is scratching. Come on, Green. Let's go. You get redemption, Green, or blue. I can't tell what color you are. Oh, blue, because there is no green. Duh. Blue turns.
Look at that.
Come on, Blue.
And she's up and off. Blue up and riding. So.
If she didn't get that one, there was even another wave behind it, which I think First Point is turning on. Look at this beautiful set coming through. I bet all the girls on the beach are getting really excited for their heats because this is looking really fun. This is just, you can't get any better than this at First Point Malibu. 4 girls out in the lineup. Perfect waves. The sun is out. Pelicans are flying. Wow, it just keeps coming. We, ladies, you really need to prioritize and really get on these waves because we might get a lull after this. This is special. White is like, I'm tired, but that's another wave. I gotta go. Atta girl. They should have plenty of energy. The ladies in the water are 14 to 16-year-olds. I believe Colin mentioned this earlier. This is the bottom 3, heat 1, meaning, you know, there is a little on the line in this heat. Top 3 advance and they keep going, but bottom 3, unfortunately, it is the end of the road for them. So they really, I mean, they want to continue down. They want to make it to the finals. That's the goal here. So they're trying to, actually, is it top 2 or top 3 since there's only 4 in this heat? Top 2, so my bad. I said top 3. I mean top 2.
Yeah, from what I can gather, though, Kai out there on a brand new Inzamora everyday model longboard, it's working for her pretty well. So if you are looking at Kai's surfing and thinking, oh man, that's great, I want to surf like that, you can. $5 a raffle ticket. Come on over. Things are picking up here. If you just got here, welcome to beautiful sunny Malibu. First Point, spot famous for longboard surfing. What we got going on here is the Queen of the Point 2025. This is an all-female longboard contest. The girls have taken over First Point in a major way, and they are showing off beautiful, graceful longboard surfing all weekend. So welcome out. Hang out, stay a while. In the water right now, we have the 14 to 16-year-old bottom two heat. 13 minutes out there, 13 minutes on the clock.
All right, so if you're in the next heat, I'm talking to my 11 to 13-year-olds, bottom three. So that is Addie, Quinlan, Peta, Quinn, and Ryan. Come check in. Hey, if you're about to paddle out in this surf contest, please don't. You can go paddle out at up top. So keep walking north. Don't even look. Don't even think. Yes. Thank you.
Alrighty, we're in the 14 to 16 bottom three. So it's kind of an interesting situation here because we had 10 entrants for the 14 to 16. So we had 5 and 5 in the first round. Gave us 6 for the top 3, but only gave us 4 for the bottom 3. So the unfortunate thing is one lovely queen. It'll be the end of the road here. Whoever gets 4th place, unfortunately, will not move on. But the top 3 will go into the elimination round. That round will be set at around 10:45 this morning. And I just love having this next generation. It's our job to kind of be stewards and teach these young ladies how to be eloquent, graceful queens in the lineup. And I don't mean just technically and with their surf style, but also being good representatives of our sport. Just a shout out to the non-competitor, miss on the inside that's walking on the rocks. If you notice that there's jerseys out there, we're running a contest right now. So you cannot paddle out during the contest. If you want to go up towards 2nd and 3rd point, you may surf up there. But unfortunately, we have this. We'd really appreciate it if you could keep the First Point lineup clear. I know you thought you were maybe really super lucky and we're just getting Malibu alone right now. And you're like, well, there's a bunch of girls out. This just must be for the ladies. I would love to make that an option, but maybe next year. You can enter. You can absolutely enter. Check us out next year. Yeah, queenofthepoint.com. Check us out. Yeah, it's a great event. It's an amateur event. Everyone gets the chance to surf at least twice. These ladies have 20-minute heats, so they've got an opportunity to surf 40 minutes at Malibu alone. Well, not alone, but with a few of their girlfriends. Speaking of girlfriends, part of the mission of Queen of the Point is to try to change the vibe that competition brings among us in a social sense. And it can be really hard because surfing's a solo thing. It's about you getting a wave and you doing the stuff and people watching you. And when it comes to contests, you're getting scored on how well you surf. And all that's really important. But what's also important is to be a good sportswoman. If you see that your fellow lady isn't getting a wave, fellow women, to paddle around them and constantly be taking the waves from them, really, yeah, you might win the heat, but is that under the best pretense? We want to win, obviously, strategy, there's rules, there's things that we can use to outmaneuver, out-paddle, out-strategize. But really at the heart of it, we want the winners to be the best surfers. So I really want everyone to kind of keep the focus on your surfing and really eliminate some of the other nasty, yucky stuff and the potential of bad play, if you will. We got 5 minutes left on the clock as Red is up and riding here. This is the bottom 3 of the 14 to 16. That's Rebecca Pena. She's hoping she can squeeze through into the elimination round, top 3. So I just want to make sure that all the girls and all of our parents too are sharing a positive message. This isn't to be so cutthroat. When it comes down to it, 20 years from now, no one's really going to remember if you won the 14 to 16 at Queen of the Point. But you will remember how people made you feel. You will remember the memories you made. So I want everyone to really hold on to that and let go a little bit of the cutthroat competition. And remember that we are trying to establish a camaraderie amongst our young women that is going to supersede for generations from now. We want to change the narrative. We want to be in support, not against. We want to love, not compete necessarily with each other. Yes, we want to win, but we want to do so because we're the best surfer.
That's right. And in the interviews in the pro division yesterday, I noticed a lot of the girls mentioned, Star and Sally both mentioned that they were surfing with their friends, with people that they love, but they're competing against, right? And that's kind of what this whole thing's about, is like showing the camaraderie that can be gained through competition.
100%. And is winning the goal? Absolutely. it's a fine line with ethics and morals and how badly you need to be a winner of the 2025 Queen of the Point. It's a great thing to do. I love the honor. But I promise you, as a 48-year-old woman that's competed a lot and won plenty of contests, couldn't tell you all the ones I won and what year and who and what and where. It wasn't that important. What's important are the memories made and the experiences had. And with that, we've got 2 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Couple rides. We got something in from blue and yellow up and riding here. She's on her new Zamora board. Coming up next, we're going to see the 11 to 13. We'll see Addie, Quinlan, Pete, Quinn, and Ryan. And then behind them, we'll get our first pro quarterfinal. On deck, Cash Hoover, Frankie Seeley, Jen Smith, and Star D'Elia. Alrighty, time check. 1 minute 10 on the clock. Little flurry of waves. Red up and riding. She's kind of deep in the point there, but looks like taking on the inside. She's not going to try to do it there, but that wave does close out on red. White in the back. That is Gelsey Rico. Top three will be moving on into the elimination round. Unfortunately, fourth place will be the end of the road.
And we are coming up on 30 seconds remaining in this heat. 30 seconds out there.
All right. Blue up with the last ditch effort here. Seconds on the clock. We're looking at 15. She tries to get to the nose, but that wave was a bit too small on that low tide. We'll be counting this heat out. Next heat on hold. Next heat you could start paddling over. Thank you for holding off. Great job, gals. 3, 2, 1. Boop. All right, that is the end. We're going to count in the next heat. Alrighty, ladies, we're going to count this down soon. Paddle battle your way out there. But speaking to paddle battling, I believe we're going to count this in. 3, 2, 1. Boop. Speaking of paddle battling, there was a bit of paddle battling yesterday, I believe. Taking of waves, we'll see that. That can be called an interference. I don't want you snaking people. Snaking doesn't necessarily have to be in front. So play fair. Let your surfing do the talking.
Red is up and riding. Grab and rail coming around. Here's Red making her way to the inside here. White is up and riding. Blue having a look. So, in the red jersey, we have Addie. In the white, Quinlan. In blue, Peta. In yellow, Quinn, and in green, Ryan. Blue, nice stretch 5. Right at the end of that wave. Quinlan and Quinn in the same heat. What are the odds? 18 minutes and 20 seconds. This is the 11 to 13 bottom 3 heat. The top 3 from this heat are going on into the elimination round. The bottom 2, unfortunately, are going to have to go home. Coming up next, the pro quarterfinal. Going to be seen from Cash Hoover, Frankie Seeley, Jen Smith, and Star Dalia. On deck, the pro quarterfinal heat 2. There's going to be Kira Bush, Malia Ilagan, Sally Cohen, and Kat Nowak. Oh, don't do it. Green up in front of white. 16 minutes on the clock. We've got 15 minutes on the clock. A little sleepy, but as you can see, waves have been picking up a little bit more. When they come in, they've been coming in bigger flurries. Got a rising tide going on here, but still pretty low. It's going to be a long day here at Malibu. Plenty of contestable waves coming our way. Don't you guys worry.
Just for our competitors in the water and our competitors getting ready to go in the water, the judges are looking at interferences and calling interferences. So please be aware and be courteous of the surfers out in the water and know the rules. If you have questions, please come up and ask your check-in.
Alrighty, Blue trying to make it into that inside. Comes unglued there. Got all the girls kind of surfing on Carlita's corner. Green taking a look here. Yellow trying to get in. All right. Ladies, I know you guys are frothing to get through this heat, but you need to be more respectful of each other. We will interfere and DQ people. If you cannot mind your manners, I'll pull this whole division altogether. Because I ain't building a generation of young women that are going to behave like this. This is not what Queen of the Point is about. We are queens. We don't need to scrap. We behave like queens. Respect your fellow queen. All righty, taking a paddle here on this little mini insider. That's green. Trying to get a couple steps in. She gets a step in there. She's going to try to milk that little face there. Had quite a decline in the size here. Red taking a look here on her backside. Top three will move into the elimination round, and the bottom two will unfortunately be the end of the road.
Next heat, go on and check in. We have most of you here. We're just looking for Star. Come on over and get your jersey, Star. Oh,
Steezy Star. All right, coming up in this next pro quarterfinal. It's going to be the first heat of the quarterfinal. We're going to see Cash Hoover in the red jersey. We'll see Frankie Seeley in white, wearing blue, Jen Smith. And in yellow, Star D'Elia up right now. That's the 11-13, and that's yellow.
"11 minutes on the clock."
Blue up and riding, gets a couple steps, kind of a cheater 5 up there. She's going to try to stretch those toes onto the nose. Oh! Unfortunately, she rises up the top of that wave. Really nice nose ride. Unfortunately, incomplete because she rises up the top, not able to walk off it. White up and riding here. Looks for some steps, regains control. They're right on the rocks there. Watch the fins, ladies. Watch the fins. Paddle back out there, White. There's more waves coming.
"10 minutes on the clock." And that's right, we're looking for complete maneuvers from nose to tail, rail to rail. Yellow coming in here. Fortunately, the wave is getting a little fast in front of her. Red up and riding. Oh, a little kick 5. Put a little yeah, she put a little splash on that.
Well, I think it was a good little hang 5. Comes off it. So that will be a complete nose ride, which will be really good for her scorecard. Looks like a little flurry of waves out the back. Kind of losing a little size here. I was hoping for kind of a similar day as yesterday, but it's kind of feeling a little less. Hopefully with that tide push, we'll get more. Blue up and riding. She gets nice 2 steady steps to the nose. Gets kind of to the nose. She's a little far from the tip, but then she shuffles back and comes unglued as she gets that inside section closeout. Green taking a look here. She's got her power paddles on. Gets up. She's on her backside there. She's going to try to work it into the inside onto this low tide corner. Alrighty, I see some peelers. Who will be in the spot? Looks like a bit of a swinger. Red's looking, white's looking. Who is going to turn and burn? Looks like red may be taking the look. Red is up and riding. She's going to try to better her scores here. Got a tough wall right there. So if you haven't noticed by watching all weekend, the points really shifted east. So even in this low tide where you think the inside spot is, it's almost not inside enough. Just a little tidbit. You can take what you want with it.
Little observational from Coach Carla there. Not a bad thing to listen into. 8 minutes.
I think this is a fitting song for my last speech.
For those of you watching at home, it's Respect by Aretha Franklin.
Money.
White up and riding. Don't forget, if you're here on the beach and you got friends at home who aren't as lucky as you and are not out on the beach with us, we are streaming on YouTube. The link is on our Instagram. Check it out. Send it to your friends, your family, anybody you know. I don't know, your dog sitter, anybody. So they can watch some great Queen of the Point action from wherever they might be. We got an awesome team over there working their butts off to bring you the best surfing action. 7 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, and we will be awarding our queens, crowning our queens this evening at Aviator Nation on the patio this time. There's actually going to be a live band playing. If you're familiar with Cisco Adler, he's putting on a free show this evening. You're more than welcome to go over there before we have our awards ceremony and go check out some of his tunes. But we will be in the middle of our finals, and our pro final will be going on, so we don't want you to necessarily run away from that, but there will be some action over there too before our awards ceremony. So super big shout out to Aviator Nation Dreamland for hosting us this evening.
What you could do is watch the live stream at Aviator Nation while you're listening to Cisco Adams. Watch our live stream so you're Sisker Adler? Adler. I'm sorry. I don't have it written in front of me. Yeah, we have an awesome live stream. You can watch it wherever you are. Check it out on Queen of the Point's Instagram. If you don't follow that Instagram, I don't know what you're doing with that phone in your pocket, because there's awesome content on there from all of our events. Great stuff going on. We have an awesome media team every year. Check that out. Drop a follow. 5 minutes and about 30 seconds on the clock here. And we have got 5 minutes on the clock. A little bit of action growing right here. Green is going to be up and riding. Ladies in the next heat, get on out there. That is our first quarterfinal heat of the Pro Division, getting in the water right now. If you're sitting in the sand, don't move your feet, don't move your butt, don't do anything. You're not going to want to miss these quarterfinal heats. We got up next the Pro quarterfinal heat. On deck will be the quarterfinal heat 2. We're going to be seeing Kira Bush, Malia Ilagin, Sally Cohen, and Kat Nowak. Some energy out there. blue up and riding. Three minutes on the clock. White up and riding. I want you guys to match Quinlan's cheerleader stoke. Everybody on the beach, I don't know if you see that. You guys should all have that energy, because that's the most fun going on. 2 minutes. 2 minutes in this heat. Red up and riding on the inside here. Walks her way up to the nose, walks it back.
Hey, girls, make sure you kick out a little sooner. You're hurting me. I felt that. Okay, I'm glad you're okay. Thanks. Kick out just 1 second sooner.
If you want to do that, you can go and get a helmet. We'll allow it then. Minute on the clock. 1 minute on the clock.
When we tell you guys to put everything on the line, that's not what we mean. But I like the determination.
Gotta risk it for the biscuit.
That's right, but don't risk your body. Is that Alan Sarlo? Hello, Alan Sarlo, legend.
The wave killer himself, Alan Sarlo, blessing us with his presence. And is that Bobby Lemkel?
Give us
My
the
long
princess
lost love.
wave.
Hi, Mr. Bobby. I love you. Love you guys. Yes, yes, Alan. Alan, wave, wave. Wave to your
3,
fans.
2,
Wave to your
1.
fans now. Everyone, Alan Sarlo. That is the end of that heat. Nice job, ladies. Counting it down. 3, 2.
I am happy I'm not in this heat. There is a lot of talent in the water and a lot of different styles. This is going to be really entertaining. Everyone at home, everyone on the beach, please turn your attention towards the water and let these ladies entertain you for the next 20 minutes. It's 20-minute heat pro quarterfinals, heat 1. And I know we're live streaming, so hello to everyone watching at home. I'm sure there's Cash's mom is watching. Hi, Michelle. And I'm sure other people are cheering all these ladies on. They have a lot of fans because they're amazing. So welcome to the live stream. Welcome to the beach. Welcome to Queen of the Point. Shout out to Papa Pablo Smith. Carla was telling me Jen Smith's dad Welcome to the live stream. Your daughter's about to blow some stuff out of the water like she always does. All right, here's our opening wave for the Pro Division. That is our surfer in yellow. That is Star. I was really curious of what was going to happen when the pros come out, because all morning long, a lot of people have been stuck behind this racing wave. And just like that, our pros come out and they prove that if you are picking the right wave, taking off the right place, you can make that section. Star doing a great job showing her wave knowledge, and behind her, Frankie, she is a local here, already just shredding this wave, putting on a show. A lot of nosing time, a lot of turning time. I feel bad for the judges having to judge this heat right here. It's nonstop action on these waves too. There's not a lot of downtime. These ladies are doing something the whole wave. Frankie was on the nose, hanging 10, hanging 5. Star was doing these great turns, really putting on the gas to make it past that speedy section. What a great way to start our opening of quarterfinals Pro Division Heat 1.
Yeah, thank you, ladies, for that excellent show. Great little exchange between yellow and white. But wait, there's more. Red out the back. That's Cash. Cruises up to the nose. Quick time. Little cutback at the top. 10. Holding. Oh, my gosh. 10 for 10 seconds. That was nuts. Coming across into the section, into the inside of the bowl, trying to grab rail and make it. And she unfortunately doesn't make it around, but let's not forget that insane 10.
What a difference a pro makes. Wow, really showing the technical and talent, the prowess of these pros, being able to sit up there, making it through those sections. You know, we're not for anybody in particular back here, right? We want to see the best surfer win, but we're cheering for you all. So when Cash is coming along on that screamer, I'm going, yes, make it. We're hoping she can make it, and it didn't happen. But what a great opening ride for Red. Looks like we're just waiting for Blue to get her opening ride. Red's going to go ahead and sneak it on the inside here so that she locks in those 2 waves. Not a bad strategy. I kind of like it. It was there. It was on offer. She's getting some tip time in here, and she's going to work it all the way into Carlita's corner.
Yeah, this smaller wave might even give her more points because she's completing the whole wide. You know, and not only is that happening, when you mention the pros, is they're doing these maneuvers gracefully too. We are not doing what we call rolling up the windows, swinging our arms everywhere. This is not only completing maneuvers, but doing it with so much grace and being casual with it.
Exactly. I always talk about the importance of the arms, that it's not just about your shoulders or just your elbows. It's from shoulder to elbow to hands to fingertips, keeping that all into control, and that's what's allowing for that really impeccable style. So we've got some scores to drop. We're waiting for the second wave of Red, but opening ride for Red comes in at a 6.17. Opening ride for Yellow comes in at a 6.63. And your current heat leader with her opening ride, that's White, Frankie Seeley. She drops a nice 8.17.
Wow.
So really putting some pressure on right off the bat. She took that one really pretty deep, made it all the way through into pretty much the inside. Didn't quite make it to the shore, but really got a lot of action done on it, and the judges awarded it. So situation, though, changes because we have the second score to come in for Red. Second score for Red is a 5.67. So here we're looking at currently in 4th place because she hasn't had a ride yet, but she's known for being patient and coming under and really taking it all the way. That's Blue, Jen Smith, with her first ride, a 6.63 in Yellow. Star D'Elia, that's 3rd place. Currently in 2nd place with her excellent scoring ride at 8.17. That's White. And then currently in 1st place, because she's got those 2 rides with a 6.17 and a 5.67, Cash Hoover. Coming up next For heat number 2, we're going to see Kira, Malia, Sally, and Kat. And then for heat number 3 on deck, Lulu, Rylan, Kyra, and Luella. Stay tuned, everyone, because we got some good surfing happening.
Wow, with 13 minutes remaining in this heat, they have already blessed us with so much entertainment. You give these girls some waves, and they will shred.
Ladies in the next heat, looking for Kira, Malia, Sally, and Kat. Come on over and get your jersey. We're ready for you to check in. On deck, Lulu, Rylan, Kyra, and Luella. You guys get ready. I'd like to take this little lull to thank our sponsors. Mad Hippie, Surf Aid, and Dos Gardenias are presenting sponsors for helping us put on this great event. Also like to thank Desea Jewelry, Vibes Gummies, Betty Belts, Chasing Summer, Happy Faced, The Salty Grom, Mamala Surf Wetsuits, Maple Holistics, Ubatuba Acai, Sister Betsy Surf Wax, California Coastal Alliance, Feather 4 Arrow, Adventure California, Santa Monica Helping Hub, Marmalade Cafe, Good Surf California, and our media sponsors, our media team, Andreas Ranella, Saltwater Solutions, Purple Whale Photography.
On the clock, we have 11 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. 11 minutes, 30 seconds remaining.
Where was I? With It Girl, Traveler Surf Club, Aviator Dreamland. We'll be having our crowning ceremony later this evening. Also would like to thank Aquatech for providing our photographers with water housing so we can get some awesome action shots from the water. And Oh What a Night for providing the speakers and sound equipment that you're hearing my lovely voice on. Just shy of 11 minutes out there on the clock. Waiting on a couple more waves for our pro quarterfinal Heat 1.
So all morning we've had some really great surfing. We went through all our age divisions and their elimination rounds. And now in the water is our pros. This is the pros quarterfinal, Heat 1. And so far, they put up some pretty good scores. There has been, this has been a theme this weekend. Really nice waves coming through and then a lull. But we are giving them 20 minutes, and that's plenty of time to catch yourself at least two high-scoring waves. As long as you're using your priority right. And in priority is our surfer in blue, that is Jen Smith. Then white, which is Frankie Seeley. Then yellow, which is Star Dalia. And red, Cash Hoover.
Sally
Calling.
Cohen. Sally Cohen, where art thou? Come get your jersey. ¿Dónde está Sally Cohen?
Estás tú.
All right, here we go. Here we go. Red up and riding out the back, current heat leader. We are doing a priority situation here. Red kicks out because she knows she ain't going to make it, but Blue's stepping in there. She's going to be on her first ride. This is Jen Smith. She's the 2024 champion. Uncharacteristic of the Miss Smith. Comes unglued in that section there. God, if it wasn't pro right now, I would go show you how it's done. Right on the inside. Can we just look at the inside?
So Ming had a good idea to have a leftovers jersey and just have either you or Ming out there enjoying the leftovers left by the girls on the inside.
I mean, you might have sold me already.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be the best waves. It's just the ones that the pros don't want.
But
Good
it's
enough
only
for
you and me.
And it's just us two. Yeah.
And then I just get to heckle you from the booth.
Time check, 7 minutes, 42 seconds. Situation remains the same. First wave to come in for Blue was just a 187. So we got Blue in fourth, yellow in third, white in second, and winning the heat, Red. Blue, you're looking for a 6.31. Yellow, you're looking for a 1.55. And white, you're looking for a 3.67. Everybody with super attainable scores as long as the waves provide. So we have a special guest under the tent. She's graced us with her presence. She's a 3-time world champion. She had no idea I was introducing her.
Wait, you're not talking about me?
We have the beautiful, the wonderful, the ever so humble Soleil Erico gracing us queens. So happy to have you.
Hi. Hello, hello.
I don't know. I'd rather be watching you
Hello,
surf,
hello.
but
Aw.
this is great too.
Yeah. Thank you for having me.
What are you thinking about the waves, Soleil?
You know, it's definitely on the smaller side. However, the tide is coming up, and it's definitely going to get more consistent as the day goes on.
That's what we're hoping for, right?
Yes. I have surfed heats out here smaller than this, so, you know, it's okay.
Ah.
Everything will be okay. The waves are going to come through for these girls.
Don't worry, be happy.
Exactly.
I think it was 2022 here at Malibu for Queen of the Point. It was like dead flat, like ripples. And yeah, the pros still made the best of it. It was still entertaining to watch.
There are 5 minutes and 24 seconds on the clock. Jen Smith on the inside with a very critical 10.
I love when the hands go behind the back on the 10. That's how you know they're just absolutely posted. Doot, doot. 5 minutes on the horn. It's a real horn. It's not just me. Next heat, you're welcome to paddle out. That'll be coming up, the quarterfinal heat 2. Kira Bush, Malia Ilagan, Sally Cohen, and Kat Nowak on deck. The quarterfinal heat 3, Lulu, Rylan, Kyra, and Luella. So Soleil, on a heat like this, what's going through your head?
You know. You know.
Singing to yourself, choice words.
You know, when the waves are on the smaller side, you kind of have to have low expectations but high hopes. whatever comes through is meant to come through. And yeah, here comes a little set. I wonder who's gonna get this.
Jen creeping around on the inside, trying to see what she can find there. Yellow coming from the back.
We have Star out the back. And Jen on the inside.
Yellow kicks out, but blue is still going.
Blue is still going, and Star kicked out of her wave, and she said, hey, I'm going to take some of these leftovers that Jen's scoring on. And Star's up and riding again on a nice insider. Some nose riding, some 10s, some 5s, some repositioning. As if you watch carefully, when nose riding, you're trying to get up higher on the wave when you're trimming and hanging 5 and hanging 10, and you'll slowly drop down, and that's when you see these surfers walk back, reposition their boards up to the top of the wave there, and then they'll go start walking again. If you're trying to decide, like, figure out why and how these women are nose riding so well, those are the kind of things that you're looking at. Frankie is asking me for the time. The time, you have 2 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock, 2 minutes on the clock. Priority goes to Frankie in white, then to Cash Hoover in red. When those scores drop, we'll update you, ladies. Yeah, for what the conditions are offering, these ladies are really stepping it up. And I'm sure they don't feel that way out there, but on the beach, we are impressed with waves out in the horizon with 1 minute remaining. 1 minute remaining. Priority goes to white.
Frankie Seeley. Here she goes.
Yeah, Frankie needs this second ride here. She put up big scores on her first wave. This is her second wave here. She's up and riding. To the nose she goes. No surprise there. Another 5 to a 10. Her iconic hip thrust. 10. 5. Walking it back. Really keeping it in a really critical part of the wave there. She's not out on the shoulder. There's 30 seconds remaining in this heat.
We have Star giving this wave a look.
All right, without Frankie's last score, this is what we have on the books right now. Yellow up and riding. In the 4th place position is Frankie with that 8.17, needing a 3.46. I'll update you to see if that last wave is going to do it for you. 1 second remaining, and that is the end of the heat. Boop. Next heat, you're on hold. We got to put in the rest of those scores here, and I'm going to continue with this situation once those scores come on in, ladies, though, and then other girls, or next heat, just pause. There was a lot of action right at the end, so there's a lot going on. Stay on hold, ladies. Stay on hold. was within tenths of a point. Those ladies made it really tough on those judges. Really good surfing ladies. Congratulations. In the water, we have our next pro quarterfinals. This is Heat 2. In the red, we have Kira Bush. In white, we have Malia Ilagan. In blue, we have Sally Cohen. And in red, we have Katrina, or as some call her, Kat Nowak. It's a fun name to say. Great job naming parents of Kat Nowak. I like that. 20-minute heat. Priority, we will, once they set their priority, we'll let you guys know what that is. And I'll try to do better about giving you guys more situations. It's tough, though, when it's a lull and there's not much going on, then all of a sudden we have all this action. So I'll do my best, ladies, out in the water and give you guys time checks. I know how important it is. Soleil knows how important it is when you're out there to know what's going on the beach.
And let's see, anyone gonna paddle for this wave? That's yellow. Kat Nowak.
I can't remember. I think Kat is new to the pro division, and she's doing a really good job. I follow her on Instagram. She's been working really hard to get up to this level, and I welcome her to the pro division. And that was her opening wave for the quarterfinals for Kat. You know, getting her board under her feet, kind of getting a feel of the wave. It's super racy today, and, you know, if you don't pick the right one, sometimes it really doesn't give you enough opportunities. "17 minutes remaining on the clock, 17 minutes.
And Kat, your last wave was a 2.63, just getting a little score on the board. This is our second heat for the pro division. These girls making the most of the small waves, doing such a good job.
So the top two ladies in this next quarterfinals, we have the ladies in the current water right now, top two, and then we have another pro quarterfinals coming up next. The top two will be placed into semifinals, and then top two from there will be put into the finals. If you make it all the way to the top four in that finals, you're walking away with some cold hard cash. Which this is why these pros do it. This is why they work so hard. Because, you know, it's tough to make a living as a surfer these days, and every penny counts. You know, in order to pay for one contest, you have to win another contest to pay for a flight or a hotel. For the next contest, you got to win and put up some points in this contest. So there's a lot on the line for these ladies. And it's really exciting to watch them fight for their position in the finals. If you're just tuning in, you're watching Queen of the Point. You're either on the beach or at home, or Queen of the Point, I think I said that. We are in the quarterfinals in the pros with 14 minutes and 30 seconds remaining in this heat. Our heat leader as of now with one wave, only one wave has been ridden in this heat. It's been kind of a slow start, but if you saw the last heat, there were enough waves for girls to put up some scores. So Kat is our heat leader now on yellow. In red, we have Kira. In white, we have Malia. And in blue, we have Sally. Frankster, they need to interview you. Where are you? Frankie's manager, Andy Harada. Where is Frankie? $12 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. 12 minutes and 40 seconds. If we can send the girls some good energy into the water, maybe a wave will come for them. Everybody on the beach, let's do the wave dance for them. All right. Thanks for everyone on the beach. I think you guys did the wave dance well enough because we got some waves. The only taker is yellow. She takes that opportunity to get another wave on the board. More points. Pretty little peeler. Gets to the nose. A little head dip. She's like, I need to do a little shampoo wash. Another stretch 5. Getting a little speed, making it up and down, trying to make this section, really making the most of this wave here. Looks like it might run out of juice, but she's still going. Stalling a little bit and kicks out. With 10 minutes and 40 seconds remaining, 10 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. I got a feeling the end of this heat is going to be going crazy.
All right, and then next heat 3, please check in. Lulu, Rylan, Kyra, and Luella. Out the back, who's gonna go?
Yeah, they've been really patient, and that patience might pay off. That's a gamble that have you had that happen to you where you're like, well, I'm gonna be really patient, and then it either pays off or it doesn't, or does it usually pay off?
Oh my God, it is so hard to know which waves to take sometimes. But here we have Sally just putting on a freaking clinic. Screaming down the line.
She's trying to pump that board, get as much speed as she can to make it around that section, and I was already impressed with how far she made it down to that level, and it would have been more if she kept going, but you know, that wave kind of just shut down on her. And there's that boat wake again that I saw earlier. There's like this ripple in the wave that's kind of making it harder to connect, especially with that wave Sally was just on. There was a little boat wake on there.
Should be a good score, though.
I agree.
She did a lot of good work out the back.
I agree. She definitely, she waited a long time, and she definitely put a lot out with that wave, that opportunity. 9 minutes remaining. Well, so far our heat leader is still Katarina Nowak with a combination score of 7. She's winning by 1.3. Sally's first score drops. She got a 5.7, needs a 1.3 to move into the first place position. We're waiting on White, Malia, and Kira in red to put up their first scores. Frankie Seeley, we need to do an interview with you. Please make your way down to the
There she is.
the booth.
There she is. Frankie Seeley.
Frankie, wave to the camera since you're in front of the live stream. No, wave to the camera. Don't flex. No, I'm not the camera. Camera's over there. Ladies and gentlemen, Frankie Seeley. That was our heat winner from our last quarterfinal. Seven minutes remaining. See some movement out in the water. Looks like Malia's trying to figure out, all right, what should I do? Where should I sit? Soleil and I are both, we know how these ladies feel. We've both been in this situation before. It is stressful, but you know that you can't control the ocean.
Alan Sarlo told me something when I was a kid. He told me that you live by the point, you die by the point. And that is what it is.
Absolutely. I love that.
If a set doesn't come in your heat, it doesn't come. And that it is what it is.
That's a great mindset to have.
The ocean is its own beast.
100%. It definitely humbles you. I've learned many, many times. Just right when I think I've got a pulse on things, the ocean's like, let me teach you something. And getting wise words from the amazing Alan Sarlo, who knows this break maybe better than it.
Frankie, how did that heat go for you?
Hello. It was very stressful, but somehow made it through. I'm kind of in awe because that was an insane heat. It was stacked. I think every girl that I went against, I admire, and their surfing is amazing. So I was going in there like, okay, I gotta give it my A game.
You probably felt a lot better after putting up an 8.17 on your first wave, one of the highest scores of the day, if not the contest. How did that wave feel? Do you have any emotions from that, or did you just go kind of brain dead? That's what I do when I surf.
That's a good point. I was just happy and excited on that wave because there's nobody around me, and I just get to surf with like 3 other girls at Malibu, and so that wave just felt like, oh, I can do things and not have to worry about 100 humans. So that just made me happy.
You heard it here first, girls. If you want to surf Malibu completely alone, just become a pro surfer. It's just that easy. Yeah, and then you can have 20 minutes to yourself at Malibu. All right. Well, any closing thoughts until we interview you for your next winning heat?
Oh, you're putting the pressure on already. So I would like to thank my mom for always supporting me, my dad for helping me with learning how to surf and getting me in the contest scene, and also my boyfriend, as well as all the Wayne Rich. I have to thank Wayne, Uncle Wayne. Wayne, yes. And if I forget a lot of people, I'm so sorry. And Santa Monica Helping Hub, go clean up your trash, people. This is the ocean, and it's close to our hearts. So just want to that's another sponsor. So anyway, yeah.
Love it. Thank you, Frankie. Good luck going on, and let's get back to the surfing.
That would be fabulous. Love you guys so much.
All right, out the back. Here we go.
3 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. I knew this was going to happen, right? These are going to be a nail biter, buzzer beater heat. Beautiful set coming in. We're about to see some big scores put on the board. Wow, and this wave, yellow is up and riding, but this wave is really swinging. Let's see what happens here. Katarina's really going down the line fast. Is she going to make it around? She definitely tries her hardest. I don't think she's going to be able to make it. She straightens out. Not a bad attempt. With White looking like she's going to take this inside wave here. This is one of my favorite places to take off in Malibu, is this insider right here. Some people forget about it. Malia up and riding 5 to 10. Kind of in a little foamy position from that last set, but she's going to make it through this part and walk up to the nose. Holds that 5 for quite a while to a 10. And she holds the 10 with just so much style too. There's no anxiety when she holds that 10. She just completely relaxes when she holds it, and then she kicks out. Really good exchange. Once those scores drop, I'll give you guys an update. As of right now, there's 2 minutes remaining in this heat.
Malia just calm, cool, collected, under pressure. She's so young and so talented. And she made the tour. Which is tough to do. So proud of her for that.
Yeah. There's a lot that goes into that.
Yeah.
It looks like more waves in the horizon. In priority is red, then blue, then yellow, with 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining. Yellow is taking advantage of this wave right here. All right, here's the situation as it stands. Kira with only one wave. She needs a 4.4. She's in the 4th place position. In the 3rd place position is our surfer in yellow. She needs a 5.8. Kira is up and riding. This is most likely going to improve her score by a little bit with that beautiful 5 to 10. Wow, really in a critical spot, and couldn't be more critical than that. Hanging 5 right where the wave is breaking on her board. Can't get more critical than that. She makes it around that section, holds that 5, staying in that curl there, as we like to call it, slashing it around. Wide up and riding. Malia going 5 to 10 and kicks out. Smart move, Malia, because she wants to be in position for the next wave, and she wants to reset her priority. Almost pointless for me to tell you guys the situation with 20 seconds remaining in this heat. 20 seconds remaining. When those scores drop, I will let you guys know. 13 seconds. And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boop. That is the end of the quarterfinals heat 2. Next heat, you're on hold until we let you know. I'm sure you heard there was a lot of action right at the end there. So when we are ready to start, you guys, we'll let you know. You're on hold, ladies. 3, 2, 1, boop. that is the start of the pros quarterfinal heat 3. In the water, in yellow, we have Luella Pace. In blue, we have Kyra Wallace. And in white, we have Rylan Baker. In red, we have Lulu Ekanoff. Sorry for that pause. And already we have some action on. We have white Rylan Baker.
All right, so results from the last heat. In first, we have Kira scoring an 8.5 on her last wave. In second, Malia getting a 6.17 on her last wave. Third, Sally Cohen with a 5.7 and a 4.73. And in fourth is Kat with a 4.63 and a 5.07. And those are the results.
Wow, what an exciting end to that second heat pros quarterfinal. Kira really turning it on at that last minute. I can't believe how she performed under that much pressure. That's a lot of pressure right at the end with only like a minute remaining, and she gets a big scoring wave, that 8.5, solidifying her first place spot in this quarterfinal. And same with Malia, making really smart choices. You know, surfing is surfing, right? But it's a sport now, and you really have to make strategy choices. And sometimes these choices you have control over, and sometimes you don't. It was tough with those conditions, but these ladies really did a great job. All right, well, if you're on the beach and wondering what's going on, or if you're at home and someone sent you this link and said, hey, check out this surf contest, you have stumbled upon Queen of the Point 2025. We are at the most iconic longboarding spot in surfing. This is First Point Malibu.
Rylan, you got a 3.7 on your last wave. Hopefully there's a few more waves in this heat. Girls just being so patient.
Yeah, so far in these pro heats, I've seen a couple strategies with some working and some not. Some of the girls are really sticking to their guns, sitting up top. And some of the ladies are being a little bit more flexible with their strategy, moving kind of on the inside and on the outside. And it's interesting. With some heats, sitting on the inside has worked, and in some heats, it has not. So it's been really interesting to see what works with which surfer and which heat, because these conditions are just forever changing. As this tide is coming up higher, it's definitely going to shift the ability of these makeability of these waves.
Maddie Johns, is that a fish? No way. No way you just caught a fish. Oh my God, you're so funny. That's a good fish too. That's your dinner, Maddie.
Dina, is Bruce jealous? Luella Pace is in the water right now, and she has the coolest parents. One parent is totally engaged in her surfing, and the next is like...
Heat 2 winner, Kira Bush. How'd you feel during that heat?
That was a nail biter heat. I didn't catch a wave till the 10-minute mark. Or I actually think it was like 8.5. I've never done that in heats, and I've surfed quite a bit of heats. And then luckily the other girls caught a wave, so when I paddled back out, I was in priority, and a wave came at the 40-second mark, and I just paddled and put it all on the line. Like I was nose riding on the whitewash going, well, I'm either a hero or I'm falling really hard. But I feel like in those moments you just got to put it all in line, and it either pays off or it doesn't, but you know you didn't put, like you don't, I don't like going to heat and having regrets. I like tried my hardest.
Nice. And it worked out for you pretty well. That's an 8.5 on the last wave, right? Just put it up a winning score right there at the end, which is super rad. So let's talk about this big blue thing we got. Who shaped this thing? Tell me about it.
So this is a 9.6 Michael Takayama. I've had it for a while now. It's really heavy, and it's just my boat. I love it. It brings me so much joy, and I love to have I love that it's not easy to surf. It gives me a challenge, and I feel like when I have a challenge is when I excel the best. So I love this board.
That's awesome. Yeah, you don't usually see these Michael Takayama boards working so well at Malibu. They're typically made to like fit in the pocket of slower waves with these big old tails. But you surf it super well out here. It gives you plenty of speed to make the sections. It just works perfectly for you. So that's super rad. You got any closing thoughts before we call it off?
I'm just really stoked to be here, and this is for the moms.
For the original queens. All right, back to the surfing. Thank you so much.
Out the back.
I agree. I think I see what you see.
Just a little bit.
Yeah,
you know?
I think I see what you see. And it's going to be interesting to see where these girls put themselves in the position of the lineup. Because there's no priority set right now. So it's kind of gentlemen's, what am I trying to say? Gentlemen's rules, thank you. And there is a lot of, well, you know what? I'm going to stop trying to say what I'm trying to say and commentate on yellow, which is Luella Pace.
Luella. Nice.
Yeah, doing a good job on her opening wave. A lot of tip time on that wave. Reading it well.
Beth was stoked on that wave. All right, Luella, you got a 5.7 on that last wave.
Yeah, that puts Luella in the first place spot. But like I said earlier, not a lot of points are on the board quite yet. And Red is up and riding. There's just shy of 12 minutes remaining, 11 minutes and 50 seconds. Red doing some beautiful fancy footwork there. That is Lulu holding a long 5, kind of doing this really pretty cross-stepping 5, tapping the 5. She kicks out.
All right. Blue coming in deep. This is Kyra on a pretty good looking wave.
I know if I was free surfing and I got this wave, I'd be stoked. And I bet Kyra is, because she is putting on a show with these 5s. I think she sees that this wave is going to start running, so she wants to gain some speed here. Let's see if she does that. She decides to straighten out. All these girls just kind of putting up their first scores. There is still 10 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. 10 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Priority does go to white, then yellow. Red is almost there. Yeah, red is in third priority. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
All right, Lulu, you got a 5.33 on your last wave. So situation is Luella in first with a 5.7, and then Lulu with a 5.33. Last wave for Kyra was a 4.97. You're currently in third, and then Rylan with the 3.7. Priority is with white, then yellow, then red.
Ladies, in the next heat, the 11 to 13-year-olds, you guys can come check in. Just remember, do not paddle out until you are told to. You must wait for the 5-minute bell. Girls in the next heat.
You must wait, or Ming is going to come out there.
Pregnant Ming. Mama Ming is going out there talking to you.
She's coming for you.
Yeah, for those 11 to 13-year-olds. All right, this is what we want. On the beach and at home, I'm sure you see what we see. We see some lines. And it's been interesting this break. Some of these waves are really opening up and letting the girls go all the way through. Let's see if that happens for Blue. Does not. She decides to kick out. White is up and riding. That's Rylan Baker. She knows she needs her second score, and she's going to put up some big scores. She usually does. She usually goes to the nose a few times, which she has already, 5 to 10. She needs to, all right, and so she straightens out. Like I said, some of these waves have really been running, and I think it has to do, Soleil, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it has to do with the sand when the lagoon opened up the last couple years. It's opened up in a weird spot.
Yeah, Malibu does this every year where it has like a whole nother section on the very inside. And it's just early season, and with more swells, it gets more lined up. So hopefully by later summer or even midsummer, you'll see like a full wave all the way through. But there are still waves. It's just there is that side section that you got to watch out for.
Definitely. And when you're free surfing, you kind of like that section because it kind of splits this one point into 2 points or breaks. So you can have the people take that top bit, and then you're like, well, thank you very much. I'm going to take this little inside spot.
Pretty much, yeah.
Looks like yellow is up and riding. That is Luella. She decides to take this little peeler, which could be giving her, it could open up and give her way more scoring potential than a bigger wave. Some of these set waves haven't been opening up very well, and the smaller ones have been opening up a little bit more. Unfortunately, that one wasn't what I was talking about. Didn't give her too much opportunity on that, but it will give her some points. She does need another wave, and she did get her second wave.
Rylan, you got a 4.43 on that last wave. You're currently in first. Kyra you got a 1.5 on your last wave. It's waiting for that score for Luella.
Once we get that last score for Luella, I'll give you guys the situation update. You do have 6 minutes remaining in this heat. 6 minutes remaining. All right, so here is our situation right now. In the 4th place position, we have our surfer in red. That is Lulu. You have one wave, and your one wave is a 5.3. You need a 2.8 to get to advance. Our surfer in blue, Kyra, is in the 3rd place position with a combination score of 6.47, needing a 3.16. In the 2nd place position, that is our surfer in white with a combination score of 8.13, needing a 4.88. And in the 1st place spot is Luella Pace, surfer in yellow, winning by 1.17 and the combination score of 9.3. We're getting close to the 5-minute mark. All right, 5 minutes remaining. Doot, doot. 5 minutes. So, ladies, in the next heat, you can paddle out. Remember to stay out of the contest area. There's a buoy out there, girls, in the next heat. Make sure you're staying. Don't go much further than that buoy just in case we get some swing sets through. I don't want you guys in the way. All right, and since we have a little break in the waves here, I just want to remind you guys, one way you can support Queen of the Point is by getting a t-shirt. Not only are you getting a really cool memorabilia t-shirt, you're supporting us. Another way you can support us is by buying some raffle tickets and get a great new Ian Zamora surfboard while you're doing it. $5 a raffle ticket. And 5 raffle tickets for $20. That's a deal. Come support us. Come say hi to us. Come check it out. The shirt is really, really cool. I was talking about it earlier. There's some really cool kind of hidden gems on the shirt. At Malibu, we have iconic tiles from the Adamson House, Spanish tiles, and that's like bordering the logo. It's a nod to First Point Malibu. We have the Malibu Wall and the Malibu Pier. There's a lot of local little Easter eggs, I guess you can call them, on this shirt, which even the quail, which is the California state bird, and the California poppies are on there too. A really cool shirt. Come check them out. Get them as a gift or get them for yourself, and you're supporting Queen of the Point. Supporting Queen of the Point supports women's longboard surfing, so come support us. Give us some love. 2 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. 2 minutes and 50 seconds remaining in this pro quarterfinals. This will be our last pro heat for now. We're moving to the amateur division in the next heat. Speaking of the amateur division, ladies in the water, look at me. Ladies, can you hear me? Make sure you are staying right there, girls. And also make sure you are aware of your surroundings when you're paddling for a wave. Do not have your blinders on. Make sure no one's coming down the line and you're going in front of them. That is something we got to learn in contest surfing and kind of learn in surf culture in general. It's a safety thing and it's a respect thing, girls. So just make sure you guys are looking both ways. Do you hear me? Give me a thumbs up if a wave or something that you heard Mama Ming here. Don't make me swim out there with my big old belly. All right, we're at 1 minute and 50 seconds remaining. Situation has not changed. In priority is our surfer in red, Lulu. Absolutely. The conversations we're having in the tent here are really valuable, so I like to share them with the world. This is when patience can either work to your advantage or work to your disadvantage. And I think Soleil was talking about that too earlier. I mean, it still might work for red. She's using her priority. She knows she needs another score on the board, so she's going for this wave.
Here we have Lulu. I personally think it was smart for her to go on this wave because she just needs a small backup. Little 5, little switch. And a little kick out. And we have blue out the back, Kyra, with a little bit of a bigger wave. High five. Switch
30
stance.
seconds remaining. 30 seconds remaining.
All right, so we will see what happens here. Out the back, 17 seconds.
Yeah, we might. These girls might be able to get into these waves. It's going to be pretty difficult.
9 seconds.
3, 2, 1, boop. And that is a buzzer beater for white. It does count. Your wave does count, white. That is Rylan Baker up and riding, just doing the best she can with this wave. Yellow, the heat is over. Red, the heat is over. Make sure. Hold, please. Girls in the next heat, you're on hold. Paddle into the contest area, but you are on hold. Thank you very much. 3.
Third is Luella with a 5.7 and a 3.6. And then fourth was Rylan with a 3.7 and 4.43. Good job, girls. That was tough.
That really was a tough heat. Really, really excellent surfing, ladies. All right, and looking at the 11 to 13-year-olds, we already have some surfers up and riding. That is white, Fern, and red, I believe, up and riding in the back. That is Cece. Trimming down the line, ladies. Wow, and some cross-stepping. Every single time this age division goes out, I get so impressed that they're only 11 to 13. Yellow up and riding and getting some sweet tip time, going to the nose, holding a 5, walking it back in control. I mean, if I were to really be nitpicky of these 11 to 13-year-olds, holy crap, which is hard for me to do with Blue holding that nose ride in a really critical spot. Holy moly, these girls are having the time of their life. Up and riding, that's Blue. My mistake, that first one was green. That is Blue. She is leaving everything out on the line. That's Hazel, kind of loses it right there. Orange wants some action, but she is smart. She backs out because that was a closeout. Wow. So as I was saying before, all those insane waves rolled through, if I had to be super nitpicky about some of these girls, when they're finishing their rides, instead of doing their really cute cannonball thing, they're straightening out and kicking off the wave. That is really going to elevate you to another level. If you can kick out and show the judges, look, I meant to end this wave. I'm straightening out and sitting down on your board. Or kicking out and sitting down and paddling back out. That's going to show the judges like, hey, I meant to end that wave. I was done. And that is just a little word of encouragement from Coach Ming, if you care to listen. And remember, this is a competition, girls, but we also need to have a little bit of respect for each other too. And I know there's a lot on the line for you guys. I've been there. Believe me, I've been competing since I was your age as well. And I know how it is. White up and riding becomes unglued. Sometimes it's a good thing to paddle up way up the point, and then sometimes you paddle a little too far out of position and you can't make the section. Things to think about.
Here comes Kyra and Lulu. Yes, girls.
Everything just seems alright, but still I'm here.
15 minutes remaining in this heat, 15 minutes, and I might or might not see something happening in the water. There might be. Orange takes the opportunity. She spins it around really quick. She says, you guys don't want it? I want it. I haven't gotten a wave yet. That's Quinlan. She surfs Malibu a lot. She's screaming down the line. Quinlan's screaming down the line. Her mom is screaming on the beach. And Red out the back. She gets to the nose. White is looking at a wave way up top. Wow. I like the way she turned into that wave. Got her board right in position. Staying trimming on that wave here. On me, that wave would be ankle high. On her, that's knee high. Green up and riding. She makes her way to the nose. These ladies are really putting on a show. Little paddle battle out back. Yellow is taking a look. Blue is saying, hey, this wave is swinging. I want to swing too. I kind of want to ride. Does she go? No. Smart move, though. She wasn't in the right spot, but she might be in the right spot for the next one. Red going. Is she going to make it past this part? I don't know. Is she going? Come on, Red. Wow. She's screaming down. Wow. Hits the lip and brings it down. Blue up and riding. Smart choice by Hazel wearing a helmet. I think that's going to become more and more popular. With more waves in the horizon.
All right. This is the heat to be in this morning.
I know. I wish I was 11 to 13 right now. I'd be surfing in this heat, having the time of my life.
Yellow with the critical nose ride out the back.
Absolutely.
Just trimming, getting by. This is a really nice wave. And out the back.
Wow. I don't know if these girls realize how lucky they are. Oh, and she's going backwards. You're facing the wrong way, Green. 12 minutes remaining in this heat. 12 minutes of fun remaining. Wow, these ladies are so, so lucky. Only 6 people out. And it's not just a bunch of mean, grumpy people out in the water. It's like 6 of your friends out in the water surfing First Point Malibu all to yourself. How can you not have fun? And remember, girls, learn from your mistakes. If you paddled a little too high up and didn't make it past that section, maybe think about not doing that again. It is up to you. But if you enjoy getting stuck behind waves, you keep doing you. All right, ladies, in the next heat, my 14 to 16-year-olds, come check in. 14 to 16-year-olds, come check in. 11 minutes remaining.
Here we are, Queen of the Point 2025, here with quarterfinal Heat 3 winner, Kyra. How'd you feel about that heat?
Oh my gosh, that was a nail biter. We were just sitting and sitting for so long, just kind of like waiting, and so it was definitely a nervous heat down to like the last 1 minute, I think. So a little nervous at the end.
That's kind of the story going on here at Malibu. The waves, not really a lot of them, but when they come in, they're good, right? And so you just have to wait your turn, wait for a wave, and we see a lot of the girls like Kyra who have won, just waiting their turn, being patient, doing the whole thing. So what's your outlook on the rest of the contest going into the semifinals here?
I think hopefully it'll pick up a little bit. I mean, the tide's getting better. It's filling in. I think that's helping connect the waves from the top of the point down to the inside a little bit better. We're starting to be able to sit up top and make it all the way through to the last section. So hopefully that kind of keeps improving throughout the day. But I'm stoked. When there are waves, it's super fun. So hopefully there'll be more of those later.
Yeah, well, that's out there. What's going on in here, though? What's your outlook internally? How are you feeling in that regard?
My outlook internally, yeah, let me think about that. I'm actually feeling super stoked. I just had so much fun in that last heat because my good friend Lulu was in the heat with me and she made it through as well. And so it always puts me in a good mood surfing with her and just makes me stoked and makes me really excited to see her, move on as well. So feeling pretty happy, making it much farther than I was expecting to. So just going to roll with it.
Love it. The sisterhood through longboarding. All right. Well, congratulations and good luck going on into the semifinals. Back to the surfing.
Blue up and riding. These girls already have so much style at this young age. These 11 to 13-year-olds cross-stepping to the nose and holding a 5 to 10? Are you kidding me? And she's reading this wave so well. She's like, I know it gets racy here. I need to pump a little bit to get some speed. And she makes it past that speedy part and gets to the 5 again. Really good riding. Yeah, let's clap for Blue. 11 to 13-year-olds. Are you kidding me? That's amazing.
I want to give a shout out to Miss Kalina with Aloha. We got some cute little Aloha bags that are a limited Malibu edition for our finalists. Really cool to get, more of the community involved. Aloha is a pretty big company, but they have a store here locally in the Cross Creek Mart. And so if you want to go check them out, but we've got these really cool Malibu reverse totes, limited edition. The queens will get one. So stoked. Thank you, Aloha.
The one time I don't enter the contest, you guys get Malibu Aloha tote bags? What?
In Blue, Hazel, you got a 7.23 on your last wave. You're currently in first. Second is Red with a 4.17, 4.47. Third is Yellow with a 4.33, 4.17. Fourth is Green with a 4.63, and a 3.4. Fifth is White with a 3.5 and a 3.6. And then in sixth is Orange with a 2.7 and a 1.63. We got about 6 minutes left.
And this lull in the action might be a good time for some of Carla's tips. as I giggle maniacally. You know, there's a lot of different strategies with competition surfing, right? It's not obviously just about performing on the waves, but there's all these different things in the rules about being at the top of the point, closest to the curl. Some of these heats get priority, while a lot of these amateur heats don't have a priority situation, so we're relying on the girls to kind of behave respectfully. But the idea, too, of like paddling to the top of the point and catching every wave and trying to out-paddle everyone isn't necessarily always the best strategy, especially when you're pushing everybody way up top the point. And you just keep going to follow that one person. Sometimes the best strategy is let that person paddle all the way up there, and you turn around and go surf where the actual waves are. So this is a really good learning moment, right? And I also don't want to see anyone faking out like they're going to be going for a wave and then not going. That's super bad form. So we got red up front and the inside here on a little insider, and we got some better waves outside. Alrighty, these girls are sitting way up top the point. This is almost true first point. True first point would line up with the flagpoles. So it should be a little bit further. Well, it doesn't exist anymore. It's no longer there. It's practically... the flagpoles are there, but the point's much further in. Yeah, we used to back in the day have a spot called Kiddie Bowl. Kiddie Bowl doesn't exist anymore. Three minutes, 20 seconds. 3 minutes, 20 seconds. Next heat, you guys should be paddling out. Sorry, ladies. You guys could probably go ahead and start moseying towards the inside. Blue up and riding. Get some tip time on there. She's protected from those rocks, the low tide. Next division going out looks like it's going to be the 14 to 16 elimination round. Top three will go into the final bottom three. It'll be the end of the road, unfortunately, on this beautiful day here at First Point Malibu. If you haven't already had a chat with Miss Erin Hurley in the Queen of Your Mind tent, it's the other green tents. Ladies, you're paddling yourselves way too far up the point. This is kind of the aggressive competitive behavior I was discussing that we could try to eliminate a little. The deeper you go don't mean the better it is. This one's a good one here for Red. She's going to probably get shut down right here. So when you're prepping for your heat beforehand, you're looking, where is that section going down? Is it worth for me going all the way up top so I can ride 30 feet and get closed out on? Perhaps not. One minute, 20 seconds. Ladies, hold right there in the next heat. You're good. In the inside here, looks like we've got orange. And we got a flurry out the back. Someone sitting practically at second point there. That looks like that's white.
Yeah, so speaking of what Carla was talking about, there's some girls who they're on their 7th wave or 6th wave, and some girls have 3 waves or 4 waves. And you really want to make sure I'm sure she said this. You want to catch 2 10s, meaning you want 2 good quality waves. 30 seconds. 30 seconds on the clock, girls. 30 seconds. Girls in the next heat. I see you. Stop it.
Yeah, we're about rounding down with this 11-13 heat.
Calm. And also, ladies in the next heat, listen to what Carla was saying to the girls in the 11-13. It applies to you guys too. 10 seconds remaining. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Beep.
Alrighty, so that's the end of the 11-13. 14-16 is moving into position. You're on hold momentarily. All right, counting this next heat down in 3, 2, 1. Beep. And just to echo what Mingwei was saying about you want to get 2 10s, not 10 2s. What does that mean? That means you want to get 2 quality waves. The only scores going into your score line are your 2 best waves. So if you're scratching and paddling people up the point to take off on 1 foot scrap that's going to close out, you really are misunderstanding the name of the game here. So the idea is not quantity, it's quality.
And we're saying this because we have won things before. We know what we're talking about.
Alrighty, we see girls coming in from the 11-13 heat. 14-16 is out there. Mingwei, who's out in the water right now?
We got 14 to 16-year-olds. This is the elimination round. This is heat 1 of the elimination round. So Carla, correct me if I'm wrong. Top 3 in this heat, they move forward. Bottom 3, unfortunately, that's the end of the line for them. All right, so in the water, we have in orange, we have Rebecca. In green, we have Gelsey. In yellow, we have Kai. In blue, we have Anastasia, which is a fun name to say. And in white, we have Zafira. And in red, we have Ellie. 6 girls out at First Point Malibu. Sounds fun to me.
Ellie on the inside.
Crazy how the wave still kind of sections. You really have to be in front of it here. Whenever I'm coaching, I'm always reminding people that the one difference with the wave here at Malibu compared to a lot of different waves is you must stay in front of it. You can't get behind it or else it'll swallow you up. Your cutback has to go in a very specific location. If you do it in the wrong spot, the wave will run you by. And especially now, the point is not the way it used to be. It has more sections. So it's not as perfect. But it sure does look perfect when you see the peelers peeling through, as we see on the outside here. We're going to see some action from our ladies. We'll see the lines that they draw and the moves that they make. Time check.
17 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock with girls. Oh. Red takes this opportunity to go on this insider. This looks like a lot of fun, but she has to catch it. Can't have fun if you can't catch it. Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how this age division, their strategy in the water.
right, we got a little lull in the action. We're going to give a shout out to our sponsors in a minute, but I want to remind you that we do have raffle tickets available for this beautiful Zamora surfboard. It's the everyday model. It's a new model Ian created. Now, just a little info. I have been a devout pintail rider for pretty much the majority of my surf career, and I don't ride anything but. And I'm very particular, and I'm not one of those people that has 1,800 boards, and no, I don't have a board for every kind of wave, and blah, blah. I ride my longboard. I like it. Well, I rode this everyday model on our trip to Shergau last, and I had so much fun on it, and it was the most forgiving, the way it whipped my turns and then brought them back around without any hiccups or stalls or like loss of speed or like an overabundance of speed that you can get from a pintail. It just did everything perfect for me, and I really like it. And so I even had him make me one. And so for those of you that might be looking for a new board or maybe try something different, I really think this is a cool board. Yes, my husband made it. I have a little bit of bias. But like I just said, I'm pretty particular about my boards. I don't like a lot, even the other stuff he rides. I'm not into it. I'm not a square tail fan. You know, I think square tails pivot and stall in place. I like drive. And for me, this board has a softer square. It's a softer, rounder square, and it just flows really well while still maintaining the speed that I'm looking for. So if you're here on the beach, come get some tickets. If you're online and you're watching us on YouTube, you can go onto our website to queenofthepoint.com, go to support, and there's a link under there for raffle, and you can buy tickets there too. We got a Venmo account at Malibu Board Riders Club. Can do Venmo. We got $5 tickets, so affordable. $5 tickets. Come on over, get your tickets. If you're on the beach, we'll give you 5 tickets for $20. So make sure you put that you're signing up for the raffle on your payment so we know we got it collected. And support the Lady Longboard Revolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Carla. Yeah, I was incredibly surprised when you said something good about a board that wasn't your pintail. We also have Ian Zamora on the beach here, the shaper himself. So if you have any questions about it, we can go and track him down. And he loves talking about his surfboards. Just loves it. So do that. Buy some raffle tickets. Would also like to thank our presenting sponsors, Mad Hippie Skincare, Surf Aid, and Dos Gardenias. Dos Gardenias is all set up with their tent out here on the beach. Go check out. They got some swimsuits going on. Go give them a little love. Go check out what they got going on there. Also have Desea Jewelry. She's been with us all weekend. We got some waves coming in, so I'm going to get through this quick. Vibes, Gummies, Betty Belts, Chasing Summer, Happy Face, and the Salty Grom. Huge thank you to them. Got Red up and riding on the inside. Nice little face on the inside here. Quick 5 tap, making the most of this away from the pack. Fortunately, digs a little rail there. Would also like to thank Mamala Surf Wetsuits, Maple Holistics, Uba Tuba Acai, who's giving out free samples in that big purple tent. We love her so much. We have Orange taking a look, and she's up and riding. Little stall to set up at the top of that for her nose ride. Coming across and holds that 5, is still there. Scooches back to complete that maneuver, and she's back up there again, coming into the steeper section right here, and cuts out before the rest of the break. Very nice wave from Orange.
Wow, yeah, that was Rebecca showing a lot of grace and control on that last wave and even kicking out. Something that I mentioned to the last age division, showing the judges you have control from start to finish.
That's right. We'd also like to thank Sister Betsy's Surf Wax. They've been a huge supporter of the longboard revolution, Lady Longboard Revolution, for a long time now. We'd also like to thank California Coastal Alliance, Feather 4 Arrow, Adventure California, Santa Monica Helping Hub, and Marmalade Cafe. Also our media team, Good Surf California, Andreas Ranella, Saltwater Solutions, Purple Whale Photography, With It Girl. Thank you for capturing all the awesome moments going out here at the beach at Malibu for Queen of the Point 2025. Much love to them. Also, make sure you catch our award ceremony where we crown the queens tonight at Aviator Nation Dreamland. And back to the action. Ming Wei, what's going on out there?
Well, we got Red up and riding. That's Ellie Sutton. She's been sitting on the inside, which I think is a really smart move. And I think she's been watching these ladies all morning and seeing what is working and what is not working. I think she's doing great. I mean, all these ladies are really doing a good job putting on a great show. There's a lot of pressure on the line because this is an elimination round. 14 to 16-year-olds, top three move forward. And unfortunately, bottom three, it ends their ride here at the 2025 Malibu Queen of the Point.
The best day of the year.
This is pretty great. I mean,
Yes.
this is pretty, can't ask for anything more than this. With 9 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. 9 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. All right, if you are in the next heat, that means 17 to 19-year-olds elimination round. Please check in. Please check in with the beautiful Joanne. Green up and riding. That is Gelsey. This will be her second ride for this heat. Kicking out. Yellow up and riding. As time dwindles, these girls get more desperate. And they're going for whatever they can get. I mean, if either some points, I guess, are better than no points.
Red is up on the inside.
So since we just have a moment here, I just want to remind all the ladies, there are a lot of small waves coming through. You do want to remember, you want 2 10s. You want 2 higher scoring waves. So maybe, if you have no points on the board, maybe go for these little ones. But if you already have some points on the board, think about this wave that I'm paddling for, is it going to improve my last wave? If not, I don't really get the point of getting it. And there may or may not be some things coming in the horizon.
Orange with the first wave of the set.
Wow, she sticks with it. That was a roller coaster of emotions from Orange. I thought she was going to lose it, but she stuck with it really nice right onto the inside. Green up and riding in the back. This will be her third wave. Really pretty tip time for Green. Orange keeps going and kicks out on the inside. Nice maneuvering, Green. Or Orange, my bad. That's Rebecca.
Out the back. Here goes Red. Ellie unfortunately goes down. And Orange on the inside. White out the back. critically trimming. Unfortunately goes unstuck. It's a tricky section. It's the classic Malibu midsection. Just over 5 minutes.
All right, that's 5 minutes. Boop, boop. Next heat, girls, go ahead and paddle out. I hope I don't have to say this, but I'm going to anyways. Make sure you stay out of the contest area. Don't enter till I tell you. And most likely we'll be on hold at the right beginning of your heat, so just wait for us to tell you to start surfing. Okay, don't forget, you guys have a 10 wave max, so some of you guys are going to hit that max, which you absolutely should not be doing in a contest. If you're hitting a 10 wave max, unless you're catching 10 amazing waves, then go for it. But if you're catching 1 good wave and 8 not good waves, you got to rethink your strategy there, because we are only taking your top 2. All right, that is blue, Anastasia, or Anastasia. What is it? Anastasia. Anastasia patiently waiting for that wave. Nice job. Anastasia, there are waves coming. Get back out there, girl. Go. Blue, paddle faster. Come on. Ellie, I believe that was your 8th wave. Ellie, 8th wave. You only got 2 more waves, and you got 1 minute and 50 seconds. And remember, we're only taking your top 2 waves. We don't add the waves together.
Okay, I'm going to take a quick break here. I'm Vince Felix, the co-head judge of the Queen of the Point here, 2025, and I want to take this moment to wish my son a happy 18th birthday. Being a junior. I've been hitchhiking down to this point from Ventura since I was 15 years old, and this young man's passing on the torch, riding the longboard. Proud dad moment. So I want to take this moment, have the whole beach sing happy birthday to him real quick. Start this. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Vince. Happy birthday to you.
10 seconds remaining in this heat. 10 seconds remaining.
Now get a job.
3, 2, 1. Boop. It's the end of that heat. Next heat, paddle into the contest area because there are some waves coming, but do not catch them until I tell you. Go ahead and charge in. I'll rush these judges as fast as I can, ladies, but please wait. 3, 2, 1. Dude, that's the start.
Oh, look at this one. Red. Addison on a very nice insider. Look at that wave. Just glistening. Addison on the inside.
All right, so that is the start of the 17 to 19-year-olds. This is the elimination round. Said this before, but I'm going to say it again. Top 3 advance, and bottom 3, unfortunately, they don't get to surf again. In the water, we have our surfer in red, that is Addison. In white, Bianca. In blue, that is Ella. In yellow, Phoenix. In red, Healy. And in orange, Shay.
You got green on the inside on another beautiful insider. On the inside, on an insider. Wow. Hang 5. Trimming. And then yellow out the back. These girls.
Really beautiful riding by Green. She rode that wave all the way onto the inside. I think this high tide's really helping these waves stay up and open for these ladies to make it makeable, and they are capitalizing on that. Yellow also making it all the way into the inside. A lot of grace and poise on this beautiful day here.
Out the back. All right, now Malibu's turning on. Here we go. Blue just scrapping into this. Oh, unfortunately misses it, but is red gonna go? But green decides to go. Healy and green, you got a 7.63 on your last wave. And a 2.77. So you're currently in first. Phoenix, you got a 5.97. In yellow.
All right, we got a time check, 16 minutes on the clock. This is the 17 to 19 elimination heat. Coming up next, the 20s elimination, followed by 30s, 40s, 50s, and then the pro semifinals. Coming up at about 12:40. So come stick around, hang out. There's so much excellent surfing going on, and as we get to these finals, the surfing is just going to get better and better. The waves are improving. The talent will be on full display. It's a lovely day out here at Malibu. Queen of the Point 2025.
Okay, non-competitor paddling out. You're number one.
We're talking about being ladylike. Was that? Anyways, 15 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock. Coming up in the 20s elimination heat, we're going to be looking at No Hemi, Katarina, Tessa, Megan, Rebecca, and Monse. A lot of these girls we saw earlier today. Kat in the pro division just barely missed out moving on, but she's still in the amateur division, so we get to see more surfing from her. We got our contest director, Carla Zamora, out there getting what she deserves. An empty lineup at Malibu taking up our offer of the leftovers from these girls in the 17 to 19 heat. So if you want to know what you would look like on that raffle board, looks pretty similar to Carla's new board now.
Carla.
So she might be put on the spot here, but
Carla is going on this one.
there we go. Up and riding. Carla, switch dance queen herself. Humping switch. Cruising in. Up to the nose. Oh, man. Oh. Right there onto the sand. It's effortless. And the claim. So if you want to know what you'd look like on a raffle board over here, it'd probably look something like that. You know, it wouldn't take years of dedication and experience. It'd just take a new board. So come on over and grab a few raffle tickets. $20 gets you 5 tickets. So you might as well, you know, they're $5 a ticket, or you can get them at a discounted rate. She's demonstrating. It's an advertisement. Yeah. Get on over here and get. Yeah, and if you're on the beach and you're wondering what proper longboard judging criteria looks like too, Carla's demonstrating that as well. Proper full use of the board, rail to rail, full and complete maneuvers from nose to tail in the critical section of the wave, right? Not doing gimmicky moves, but actually using switches and other things to improve. I don't know what these girls are seeing that I don't. Maybe a little bump here. A 6-girl heat with this kind of this quantity of waves. I guess any wave matters here, and red is up and riding. Trying to find a scoreable opportunity here, making her way up to the nose for a quick tap. Let's see. Green looks like she's going to take that and fade in. Very cruisy, relaxed style up to the nose. Chilling out Carla on the inside. Getting lots of love. Green on the outside. Carla's showing how you could score something off of Carlita's point. Board caddy. Orange is up and riding. Making her way. Next heat, the 20s elimination heat. I mean, Nohemi, Kat, Tessa, Megan, Rebecca, and Monse. Come on over and get your jerseys. And if you're feeling, you know, we're getting down to these elimination rounds, these finals, these semifinals. If you as a competitor, you're feeling a little overwhelmed, well, we have something for you. Over there, right of the judges' tent, we have Erin over there with Train Your Mind, Queen of Your Mind, performance sports training. She's a licensed sports therapist, or I don't know, she's got a lot of words for it. If she cares to correct me, she'll come over here. But you can ask her yourself what exactly she does. It's all sports training, but mentally, to get you in the right headspace before your contest. I mean, whatever you do, you know, I mean, we're at a surfing contest, so naturally, that's probably what you're going to be talking about. But anything, you can apply these theories to your life in any aspect. So go over there, check out her infographics, check out what she's got going on over there, say what's up. That's Erin over there. The tent right to the judges booth. 8 minutes and 20 seconds.
All right, some action out the back. The girls are pushing a little deeper now. Blue. Some fancy footwork.
Seven minutes, 30 seconds out there.
All right, we got yellow. Trimming. All right, we got yellow on the inside. Nice hang 5. Trimming. Let's see if she makes it. Ooh. That section, it's a tricky one. We have, oh, green with the kick out. And the one and only Carla on the inside. Get it, Carla, get it.
We got beep beep 5 minutes on the clock.
White on the inside.
Girls, you're getting a little high up there, up the point. Kind of losing sight of you up there, having a squint. I think that's blue up and riding all the way at the tippy top of First Point.
Yellow scrapping into this, which looks like a pretty decent one.
She looks like she's found herself on a nice face here. Yeah, a nice 10 tapper, getting herself in and hitting the lip. Unfortunately, comes a little unstuck there as the whitewash comes down. Red at the top redirects to keep her board in control. We have just shy of 3 minutes on the clock out there. And looks like Carla's going to make a pickup. 1 paddle. That's all she needs.
I kind of wish I was goofy sometimes so I could do that.
You are goofy.
Oh.
Two minutes on the clock out there, ladies. 2 minutes. Takes a certain level of goofiness to get into something like this, I think. You can't take yourself too seriously. That's what we love about longboarding. It's groovy, it's expressionist, it's flowy. That's what we love about it. Queen of the Point, Malibu, 2025. Got about a minute and 30 on the clock for these girls, hoping for a little bit more to come in, give some more scores on the board. Everybody's got 2 waves, so it hasn't been that bad, but it has been slow and lully. White up and riding. Blue up and riding. Gets stuck in the foam there. 45 seconds remaining. Look at this, another little inside gem.
There might be a little more to give as we count down to 30 seconds. We got green. Oh, kick out. But orange.
Ten seconds. We're counting down in 3, 2, 1. Toot! On hold for the next heat. You can move into position, but you are on hold. All right, that was the 17-19 elimination round. Great job out there, ladies. Sure, if you're on the beach, to give them your love. Coming up next is the 20s elimination heat. Back in blue, Tessa Darosa. In yellow, Megan Schlockler. In green, Rebecca Leventhal. And in orange, Monse Gurman. This is the 20s elimination. Top 3 will be moving on into the final. Bottom 3 will be going home. Very exciting out here. Coming up next, the 30s elimination. We'll be looking at Laura Banty, Leslie Cook, Madeline Brody, Jana Jayla, Rosalie Snyder, and Danielle Carpenter. That is the 30s up next. White at the top, cutting back nicely, staying in the power there. Plenty of speed and control. That's Kat making her way onto the inside. That's another thing that's great about the Queen of the Point we got here is, you know, if you're an amateur and you're looking to make your way into the pro division, this is a great place to start. Give aspiring amateurs a place to begin their pro career. Because we have big names that come over here to Queen of the Point, you know, some world champions, some WSL contenders. And if you, as an amateur, want to try your hand against surfing with the best of the best, this is the best place to start your pro career. And that's kind of the whole mission of Queen of the Point, is uplifting the sport of women's longboarding. And, yeah, nothing better than getting the amateurs up to the higher divisions. This is the 20s elimination. 17 minutes on the clock.
Hey, everybody on the beach. Attention on the beach. I was just walking up and down, checking out our sponsors on the beach here, and I came across Dos Gardenias. They make these really incredible swimsuits, and guess what? They're giving them away. If you want a free swimsuit, all you have to do is follow them on Instagram, go check out their tent, and get a free bathing suit. They're made in LA. It's sustainable. I believe they said it's recyclable. Like, there's so many reasons to go check out Dos Gardenias bathing suits. Go get one right there. Go get one. They have bins full of really cute bathing suits. Go get yourself a bathing suit. Go show your support. Carla, is that the everyday model that you were talking about? So if you heard Carla earlier talking about this Ian Zamora board, the everyday model, she was talking about how she's really enjoyed pintails her whole life and is very stubborn about it, but now is riding more of this squash, not a square tail, but it's more of an in-between tail. And that board is actually being raffled off right now. If you want a chance to win a beautiful board by Ian Zamora, get a raffle ticket for $5. One raffle ticket's $5. Or you could be smart and you can get 5 raffle tickets for $20.
Yeah, we have the board on full display over here at the tent. So if you're curious about this tail we're talking about or any curves on this board, come on over, give it a little look, give it a little fondle, check it out. Up and riding is Red Nohemi. Nice little backside 5. She's going back up to the nose again for a tap. Holding rail, ducking in. Looks like she's getting barreled at pipeline right now with that stance. That's so rad. 14 minutes on the clock.
It's a beautiful sunny day. You should also come check out our announcing and check-in booth. We have Dune's sunscreen. I've been wearing it all weekend. Skin cancer is no joke and no fun. Go put some sunscreen on. And you know what? Also, go say hi to the rest of our vendors here. Our sponsors are here supporting us. And another way you can support us is by going and supporting the people who support us. They're here. Everything that you need for surfing is here. And they're here supporting women's longboarding. So support them, and you're supporting us by supporting them. There is 12 minutes and 10 seconds remaining in these 20 elimination round. Coming up next is the 30-year-olds, then the 40-year-olds. And it sounds like we need the 30-year-olds to check in. So if you're in the 30s elimination round, go check in, please. Say hello to my friend Joanne.
non-competitor. Hey, Wavestorm. Oh, we got ya. Thank you, man. Appreciate ya. Ten minutes on the clock. Yellow is up and riding. Quick little footsteps, trying to get up to the nose. Pretty small wave. She's trying to lock in there. A little backwards dismount there. Up next, the 30s elimination. Followed by, on deck, the 40s elimination round. Get stoked out, though, because after these elimination rounds, we're getting into the pro semifinals. It's on. It's really happening here at Queen of the Point, Malibu 2025. 9 minutes. 9 minutes on the clock out there. Blue up and riding. That's Tessa. And up at the tippy top of the point, that is White Cat. Blue cruising in. She's got a little 10 tap there at the end of that wave. And at the top, Orange doing a little butt boarding. Holds on to that thing. We got a lost board. If we got a board caddy on the beach, somebody go and grab that thing. Red scratching into this wave at the top of the point. Trying to run up to the nose before the break, and unfortunately breaks in front of her. 8 minutes on the clock. Still plenty of time for these ladies in the 20s elimination heat. Blue on the inside. Very nice little toe time there. Grabbing. Coming inside. Taking a different approach from the rest of the girls, like Orange, who's up at the top of the point. Blue bringing it all the way into the sand. Let her hear it. Green at the top.
Waiting
6 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. And we have got toot, toot, 5 minutes on the clock. Ladies in the next heat. I don't even think they needed the reminder, but you guys can go in.
Yeah, ladies, just remember, stay out of the contest area. I know everyone's pushed way up to the top right now, but still kind of stay away from the contest area. And then we'll give you the go ahead to paddle in, but just stay kind of in your zone. All right, so our sneaky social media guy, he just came and told me some fun and exciting news. Everyone on the beach, if you would like to try to win some free swag on our Instagram account, Queen of the Point Instagram account, on our stories, if you go through our stories and you look for a scavenger hunt, we have a scavenger hunt. You will find a very good clue on our Queen of the Point Instagram account in the stories. If you want to get some free swag, find that story, find the prize in that scavenger hunt clue in our stories.
While you're on the Queen of the Point Instagram, if you don't already, drop a follow. Got a great media team that puts up awesome content all the time. Especially during these contests, there's tons of good stuff on those accounts, or on that account. So make sure you are following the Queen of the Point Instagram.
Yeah, absolutely. We also have the link to the live stream. So if you are walking your car or you want to take a break from the beach and you want to keep watching, find the live stream on the Instagram account.
All right, up there at second point, you non-competitors, you're getting a little close to the contest area. If you look over your left shoulder, you'll see a bunch of girls in jerseys. Give them a little bit more distance. We greatly appreciate that. This is the Queen of the Point, Malibu 2025. And we have about 2 minutes remaining. 2 minutes.
Yeah, like I said, there's a little scavenger hunt on our Instagram account. If you want to win some free stuff, we might have somebody who is just about to be the sneaky little scavenger. And we have a winner.
Star.
When you follow Queen of the Point, you win. Star is the winner.
Star. Red up the top. 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining. Blue on the inside.
So we do have a winner of the scavenger hunt. Shows that following Queen of the Point pays off. Or also listening to me. I'm not just babbling to babble. I'm saying important things.
Exactly. You have to listen to us this entire time.
I am important.
We have these mics and these big old speakers for a reason. We're bumping them so that you listen to us all day long. 45 seconds remaining. 45 seconds. And we don't have any ego about it or anything. $30 seconds. So if you're bummed you missed out on the scavenger hunt, you can still come over and buy a t-shirt and a bag, which was part of the scavenger hunt. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. red with a buzzer beater at the top. Next heat, you can move into position, but you'll be on hold because we still have a surfer going on from the previous heat. She is cruising up to the nose, a little tappy tap, making her way onto the inside here and bringing it in. That was the 17 to 19, the 20s elimination heat. Thank you for bringing it in on your knees, ladies, in the 20s heat. Next heat, you are on hold. We will count you in when we are ready for you, 30s. Now look at these waves. Be fun to kneeboard for our previous heat to bring it on in. Or not. Next heat, you are on hold. All right, in 3, 2, 1. That begins the 30s elimination heat. In the red jersey, Laura Banty. In white, Leslie Marie Cook. In blue, Madeline Brody. In yellow, Jenna Jala. In green, Rosalie Snyder. And in orange, Danielle Carpenter. Is the 30s elimination heat. 20 minutes of Malibu goodness. The 30s battling it out to see who's going on to the final and who will be going home. And we have 18 minutes on the clock. Kind of sleepy start, but as we've seen in previous heats, they pick up. There's waves. There's waves to be surfed. It's just a matter of when. Coming up next, the 40s elimination. We're going to be seeing Sarah, Camille, Amy, and Helen. Get ready, ladies. If I called your name, you're up next.
Yeah, the tide is getting higher, which means it's going to get a little slower. However, when the waves do come, they're going to have better shape.
That's what we've been seeing all day as the tide has been rising. These waves are looking better and better. It's just kind of slow and lully, which is the only issue. But besides that, it's a beautiful day. Minimal wind, sunny conditions. Just another day in paradise, you know, here in Malibu. Queen of the Point 2025. So the 40s elimination up next. On deck, the 50s. That'll be Stephanie Jamgoshian, Steph Phillips, Vicky Winkler, and Carol Quetzal. after the 50s elimination heat will be the pro semifinals. That'll be Frankie Seeley, Malia Ilagan, Lulu Urkanoff, Star Delia, Kira Bush, and Kyra Wallace. Going to see who makes it into the finals for the pro division. But currently, the 30s are in the water. 15 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. And if you're just coming down, this is the Queen of the Point 2025 First Point Malibu. Welcome out. This is the Lady Longboard Revolution. We are just seeing the best in women's longboarding all weekend long. Grace and style, poise and class, and beautiful longboard surfing. 15 minutes on the clock.
All right, we have Red up and riding with a cute little hang five.
Hands up, hang five with the claim.
She's got her cheering squad.
I think it's just Mayu. She's the loudest one here. You guys all need to be like Mayu. Please. She's bringing the heat. She's bringing the energy. We love her so much. 14 minutes and 20 seconds. Hey, Malia Ilagan and Lulu Urkanoff. Oh, first of all, Lulu, when you come on over, I need you to tell me how to pronounce your last name. But Malia and Lulu, we need you over at the media tent. Thank you very much. Next heat, the 40s elimination. So Sarah, Camille, Amy, and Helen, come on over and get your jerseys.
Here we have Maddie Brody on a nice looking wave. Trim, arms down.
The butt board. Yellow up and riding out the back as well. Trying to navigate this section here. Green is going to see if she's going to make it or not. It's up and riding. Green claims the leftovers onto the inside. Found herself on a very nice inside face of the bowl here. So Helen Grace, we need you over here.
Helen.
We need you to grab your jersey.
All right, Laura in red, you got a 3.77 on your first wave.
White up and riding. Red out at the top. That's Leslie, super surfing mama down here in Malibu.
Helen.
11 minutes. 11 minutes on the clock. We got the 40s elimination heat checked in on deck. 50s elimination. Make sure you guys are ready to go shreddy. Stephanie Jamgoshen, Steph Phillips, Vicky Winkler, and Carol Quetzal. Gonna take this lull to thank our sponsors, Mad Hippie Skincare, Surf Aid, and Dos Gardenias. Thank you so much for being a presenting sponsor of Queen of the Point 2025 Malibu. We have Orange up and riding. She's trimming, trying to do a little pumpage, get into the inside here. Fortunately, the wave will break out in front of her. It's a difficult section right there at the start. At the top of the bowl here. Also like to thank Desea. She's got her tent up right by the entrance of the wall. Go and check out all of her awesome jewelry. We love her so much. And we thank her for being a huge supporter of the Queen of the Point movement. Also like to thank Vibes, Gummies, Betty Belts, Chasing Summer, Happy Faced, and the Salty Grom. I'd also like to thank Mamala Surf Wetsuits, Maple Holistics, Uba Tuba Acai, and Sister Betsy Surf Wax. We have tons of cool. Oh, blue is up and riding. Relaxed, trimmy. Yellow out the back as well. Make sure you're checking out our awesome sponsor tents, though. These are the brands that support the Lady Longboard Revolution, so you, in turn, should support them so they continue to support us. It's a big circular thing with how these advertisements and brand things work. So come on over and check out what we have here. They are great products, like fully. Many have endorsed them who have used them, and so make sure you're going and checking their stuff out. 8 minutes and 10 seconds on the board. Cool. We got Peekaboo over here. His place is just up the street. He's got a summer special. He's handing out flyers. They're $20 for a falafel pita wrap with french fries and a drink. So hit him up. It's a handsome-looking guy on the beach with a bunch of flyers. You can't miss him. Thank you so much.
And this is such good food, actually.
Everything is fine.
6 minutes. 6 minutes out there for our ladies in the 30s elimination. We are setting the stage for our finals coming up. Our first division final will be the 10 and under, the little itty bitty Groms. One of my favorite divisions, the future of lady longboard surfing in the 10 and under, the up and comers. We have 2 heats of that, and then we'll start at the 60s and work our way down. And then our final heats of the day will be the pro final. That pro final will be today at 5 p.m. Beautiful. For those of you counting, doing about 11 hours of contest today. I'm not counting. I'm just here, man. I'm cruising. And we have got 5 minutes on the clock. 5 minutes. Three minutes on the clock. 3 minutes.
On the inside is White. Leslie.
Two minutes out there, a little sleepy. Hey, kid on the boogie board, we'd really appreciate it if you guys brought that in, moved down the beach to the swimming area. Thank you so much.
One minute and 23 seconds left.
1 minute on the clock.
Maddie just cruising on the inside. She's going to ride this one in.
30 seconds on the clock. And we are counting it down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Doot. Blue, Amy Tomasello, and in yellow, Helen Henning. Helen! ジャナジャラ。ブス。Psst. Uy. 18 minutes on the clock. See a little bit of bumps forming. Red up and riding on the inside. That's Sarah. Yellow up and riding. Helen. Getting trimmy, making her way to the inside here. Quick little redirects and grabs her board before the end of that wave. Mark.
We got a little lull in the action. I just want to give a shout out to Daddy Danny. Daddy Danny Erico. He's deep in conversation right now. He has no idea I'm giving him props. But thank you, Daddy Danny. Daddy Danny. Daddy Danny, thank you for lunch. Danny Erico. Thanks for supporting Queen of the Point. We love you, Daddy Danny.
Thank you, Daddy. 14 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock.
Summertime is near. Skies are getting clear. You see, everything just seems alright, but still I'm here.
Time check, 13 minutes, 10 seconds on the clock. This is the 40s elimination. I had a fun little surf on the inside. We were talking about that everyday model. Super fun board. I actually put a different fin, and it wasn't the fin. Yeah, it didn't work quite as well as I wanted with that particular fin. The fin I had in it was like kind of a big fatty. I like it in my pintail. But I think a nice Greeno 4A works better in that everyday model. It's a little more whippier. So I know I'm still shredding, but I could have shredded harder. Up and riding yellow. I also was kind of trying to demonstrate the various areas of the point here and how there's lots of scoring potential over here on the inside and Carlita's corner. It's okay to go there. You don't have to... Yeah. I mean, you can do your own thing. It is a big point. So, but it is pretty lowly out there. It's kind of hard to determine where you want to sit and go. I am a true believer of the inside. I love it. You never see me paddle out further on Soleil. I always watch Soleil go by me. It's never the other way around.
But then I watch you coming back out.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
Time check, 11 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock. It looks like we got 2 riders with waves. The other 2 are waiting for something to come in. It's kind of slim pickings out there. But, you know what I always do? How many times, if you surf Malibu enough, that you can paddle out and actually get some peace? You can sit out there and you can really enjoy the ocean and the sea breeze and, you know, the whole the real nature part of why we love surfing it, and you can really connect when normally there's like 800 people out there and everyone's talking something, saying something. We got a little flurry hopefully for Red here. She's taking a peek. Coming up next, we're going to be in the 50s elimination, and then we'll be in our first semifinal for the pro. 50s, I need you to check in. Stephanie Jamgochian, Stephanie Phillips, Vicky Winkler, and Carol Keats out. Big shout out to our sponsors, especially Vibes, the Vibes fruit snacks. Take lots of them. Do you want a whole box? Because we've got lots of Vibes.
Red up and riding.
Nine minutes remaining in this heat. 9 minutes remaining.
Here comes a pretty good looking wave out the back.
Yeah, that did look good, but then you look on the inside and it looks even better. Unfortunately, yellow wasn't in the right spot, blue wasn't in the right spot. I'm mind surfing it.
Let's mind surf.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm on the nose on it. I'm stalling a little bit. Right back on the nose. And then I'm gonna kick out.
I'm doing a cannonball into the sand.
Cannonball. Into the sand.
And praying not to hurt myself.
See some boards swinging around. And I think I see a non-competitor out the back that might be getting a little too close. Blue up and riding. That is Amy.
And Helen out the back on a good one.
Helen's is on a good one. Found herself a delicious little snack on the inside.
There she goes.
White also is like, I would like some fun, please. White is paddling into a wave. She's up and riding. And funny, they are on the inside. What are the odds of that? We've been telling them to go sit on the inside. They are in the inside now, and they're catching good waves. Interesting.
And we have blue. That looks like a fun one.
All right, we have a little lull in the action, so why don't I shout out our vendors, our sponsors on the beach. Go support them. We have, Mad Hippie isn't here today, but we do have some Mad Hippie samples if you want some Mad Hippie samples. But Dos Gardenias, they have wonderful bathing suits. If you're in the market for a bathing suit, go check out Dos Gardenias. And I do believe that they're giving away some bathing suits as well. Also on the beaches, Happy Faced, they make towels. And they don't make the kind of towel that stays soggy and gross and like holds sand. And no matter how much you shake out the towels, there's still sand in the towels. They make the kind of towels that are perfect for beach days and for surfers because they keep you dry and you don't have to exfoliate your body every single time you use them because there's always sand in it. Go check out Happy Face. And just like that, there are waves in the horizon. Red looks like she wants it. Will she get it? 5 minutes. Boop, boop. White.
But White is going to get it on a nice
Wow.
one.
That's Camille. She has a cheering section. How much do you pay your cheering section, Camille? Red up and writing. Wow. Okay, I want to hire that cheering section on my next event. Yeah, give me your cards. How do I hire that cheering section? That was great, ladies. All right, so I am looking at the 50s paddling out, the 50s division. These women are incredible. Ladies, just remember to stay out of the contest area. Thank you very much. People are starting to, or the competitors are starting to surf the inside, so you're just be aware. Thank you. And I know people at home can't hear the music, but people on the beach, you can. And everyone should be singing this song because this is iconic. People at home, it's don't go chasing waterfalls if you want to pretend you're here. Yellow whipping it around. I like that. Whipping that board around with some style. That's Helen. Come on, Helen. Come on, Helen. Yeah, and there's no favoritism here. Just because I'm cheering for Helen doesn't mean I'm not cheering for anyone else. We're a one big happy family here. I see this is what drives me. I'm not even competing. I'm just here talking on a mic and I'm enjoying myself because I get to see, I call it my ocean family. Every single time I come to an event like this, either the coalition contest or Queen of the Point contest, I get to see my ocean family. And it's like a family reunion every time. And it's okay to cheer on your family members. And Helen's one of my sisters. And from a way different mister. 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining. 1 minute.
Ellen. Up and riding in yellow. One minute remaining out there for our ladies in the 40s elimination heat. Up next, the 50s elimination. And on deck, the pro semifinal Heat 1. We'll be seeing Frankie Seeley, Malia Ilagan, and Lulu Urkanaf. Urkanaf? Lulu, if you don't want me to keep botching your last name, please come and correct me. Come on, we're getting into the semifinals. We need to get this stuff right.
Seconds remaining in this heat.
Oh.
Blue up and riding. That's Amy. And we're counting it down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Burp. That's the end of the 40s elimination Heat 1. And incoming is the 50s. Ladies, you're on hold until we let you know.
All right, in 3, 2, 1. Boop. That begins the 50s elimination. Ming, who do we have in this heat?
We have Stephanie in red and then another Stephanie in white. So this will be interesting for us, announcers. We might have to go last name. And in blue, we have Vicky. And in yellow, we have Carol.
Well, luckily, Stephanie Phillips in the white responds to Steph. So we'll go off of that. And then Stephanie Jamgoshian will just stay Stephanie.
That sounds perfect. Still have 20-minute heats here. It's been a little slow, but that's all right. That's contest surfing for you. You got to work with what you got. 20 minutes. I'm sure each heat has had at least one set wave. And you know, if that set wave isn't coming for you, you always got the inside. We got red up and riding. That's Stephanie. Making it a pretty good distance. Yellow up and riding. Carol.
So looking at the results here from the last heat, we have Camille taking it, and then Helen. They're making it their way into the final. Let's. I just noticed that Camille and Helen had the largest cheering squads. I think that has a direct correlation to how loud people cheer is how well you do in the contest. So if you want your girl to keep going in this contest, you got to get louder out there on the beach, I think. Seventeen minutes remaining.
Hey, there's a non-competitor. Hey, buddy, in the blue rash guard. You're doing so good, man, but you're in our contest area. Could you turn around and go? You have to go up the beach. Walk up the beach way far. You got to come back onto the beach and walk up there. So turn around. Thanks so much for listening. You got to turn around and walk, and don't paddle up there, but turn around, walk up the beach. I know you don't know what's going on. I'm not mad. I just would like you to correct yourself, which it looks like you are. Thanks for coming in. Walk up the beach. And when you see people who aren't wearing colored jerseys and that are not girls or women, paddle out there. Thank you. Blue up and riding. Vicky, this is her first ride. Got some speed on there. White up and riding. That is Steph. She's on a good looking wave here. She needs to stay in front of this wave though. This all day, this inside has been just eating people alive.
That's Steph all the way to the inside here. One of the few waves we've seen come all the way into the bowl.
All right, 13 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Non-competitors, you guys are getting a little too brave, making it a little too close to us. Make sure you guys paddle a little more north than you are, okay? Getting a little too brave.
Next heat, the pro semifinal. Oh, they're all here, ready to check in.
Hey, well, if you're here on the beach and you don't know what all this fuss is all about, you are lucky enough to be here in Malibu when we are having a women's only longboard competition. This is Queen of the Point. We actually stop here in Malibu, in Ventura, and we have a stop in the Philippines. We're hoping to expand. So hopefully by next year, maybe we'll have another stop on our tour here. But this is a women's only longboard event. If you want to support us or get a free, or not a free t-shirt, or a t-shirt, come buy one from us at one of our booths. Or if you would like to try to win a surfboard, a brand new surfboard, we have raffle tickets for $5. $5, or you can get 5 raffle tickets for $20. Thanks so much for being here supporting us, supporting our queens. We have 11 minutes left on the clock, 11 minutes on the clock. In this heat, in the water, we have the 50s elimination round. 2 are advancing, and 2 will be sent packing. well, they probably won't leave because they're awesome women. They stick around and cheer for their fellow surf friends. But it would be the end of the road in this competition for two of these amazing women in the water. And they're being very patient out there. There's not a lot coming through. I hope it turns on for them. I'm sending you ladies some good vibes out there. I know you guys like bigger waves, so I'm trying to get you some bigger waves. You're like me. I don't perform well on tiny waves. I need some power behind me. So I'm sending you some wave power, ladies. There might be some opportunities on their way here. We shall see. We have 7 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. Kira and Kyra. Kira and Kyra, if you can hear me, please make your way over to the booths over here, the judges' tent, or to me, the announcing tent. Kira and Kyra, both of yous. We need the both of yous. Don't be afraid. Just come here.
Hey, everybody up there at the second point, you just sitting on your board, paddling with your hands, lay down and paddle north. All non-competitors, all you guys in black wetsuits need to paddle north towards Ventura County. Thank you very much. I'm about to send some water patrol out there. Don't want to have to do it. So, appreciate it. All people sitting up there, paddle north to second point. There's no waves where you're sitting. that you can catch. All non-competitors up there. Don't care how long you've lived here. All right, kick out. Paddle north. Keep going. Don't catch any more waves right there. That's a competition area. I know there's nobody up there right this second, but that's still in the area. Paddle north.
Boop, boop. 5 minutes. Ladies, in the next heat, feel free to paddle out. That is going to be our ladies in the semifinal pro division. You can paddle out. And Kyra Bush, Kyra Wallace, please come down, find us. We have some questions for you. Questions? All right. 2 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Ladies in the water, I know how you feel. I've been there. Frankie. Yeah. Yes, Frankie. Yes. Okay, I have one of the Kyras. The Kyras of the Kyras. All right, we got some waves for these ladies. I wish that we had more for them, but beggars can't be choosy. They got some waves. With 1 minute and 30 seconds on the clock. Ladies in the next heat, chill for a second, yeah? Please.
All right, this heat is starting to round its way down. This is the 50s elimination. Top two will go on to the final. Bottom two, unfortunately, will be the end of the road for them, but what a spectacular weekend it was and has been. Beautiful sunshine, pretty waves. A little bit slower this Sunday, but still plenty of rides and plenty of good surfing to be had. All right, we got about 30 seconds remaining. Our semifinal for the pro is out there waiting. Counting it down shortly. All right. Counting this heat down shortly. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boop. That's the end of the 50s elimination. Next heat, you're on hold. And counting this down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Beep. All right, this is the pro semifinal. Top two will move on into the final. This is white up and riding Malia Ilagan, recently making it into the WSL Tour. We'll see her battle it out on the world stage. And we're blessed to have her grace us here at the Little Queen of the Point. Watched her grow up. Steph, be a window, not a door. All right, and in the red jersey out there is Frankie Seeley, and wearing blue, Lulu Urkaneff. Coming out on the inside here, this is white, Malia Ilagan, getting her 2 scores out of the way. Gets some quick tip time, nice long 5, had the 10 into the 5 again, and then a nice finish off the top. Alrighty, we got some action out the back. Looks like we've got red taking a peek here. That's Miss Frankie Seeley, local First Point lady. She's on the tip right away. She did well in the last C Street event, made it to the finals, and she was helping me out with social media, so that was pretty cool. And then behind her, we've got blue Lulu. Lulu making it all the way to the semifinals here with some nice switch stance. Getting it back up to the tip. 2 goofy foots and a regular foot in this semifinal. Well-placed switch foot to get around the section there. That's what I call a functional switch foot. Really nice, smooth riding by Blue.
Next heat, next pro heat, please come check in. Come check in.
Well, thank goodness we got some waves for these pro heats. We want to see the talent. We want to see the show. Looks like White is left out here all by her lonesome. She's going to take this one. She's already got 2 waves under her belt. She's got a 4.7 and a 5.37. We'll see how she can better one of those scores. She gets a nice nose ride right off the bat. She's going to try to make this inside section. Gets a little bit of tip time right off the bat, back to the 10. Bring it back into the power source, but keep your eyes out the back because Red is up and going. And then a nice cutback by White in the inside. Red coming in with a little knock-knees nose ride.
Wow, that was a really great ride by White. Red is up and riding. That's Frankie Seeley. Like Carla said, she is a local here, really hanging out a lot of time on that nose there, wasting no time. Every second she gets an opportunity to do some maneuver, she does, and she kicks out.
Time check, ladies. 16 minutes, 26 seconds, 16:20 on the clock. Last of white coming in at a 6.73. Last of red coming in at a 6.03. First wave of blue comes in at a 7.23. So the situation is this. Sitting in third place right now with one single wave, that's blue, Lulu Urkanev with that 7.23. She needs another wave. She needs a 4.57 in order to move her into advancing position. In red is second place, Frankie Seeley. She opened up with a 5.77, and her second wave came in at a 6.03. In first place, Malia Alagin. She's got a 5.37 and a 6.73.
Kyra Wallace, please come to the check-in booth to check in, but also the media booth needs to see you too.
All righty. In priority is blue, white, then red.
Blue is looking at this wave right here. That's Lulu on another beautiful looking wave. She goes straight to the nose, swings it back around to the power of the wave there.
I just need to remind all of our audience and spectators that are sitting in front on the beach, you're right in front of the judges. Sir with the white hat. Sir, could you please, the Columbia shirt and the white hat and the blue shorts, I need you to sit down. Thank you.
We have white in the back on a beautiful wave as well, holding that 5 to 10 and walks it back just in time as the wave closes out in front of her and she kicks out. And it just because the wave closes out in front of her, that doesn't ding her any points. She shows the judges that she knows what's going to happen. She kicks out, staying in control, both blue and white doing that the same, kicking out and finishing their maneuvers and finishing these waves.
Yeah, it's often forgotten that kick out or that finishing maneuver matters. You've done all this beautiful work to just jump off or to just fall or just let go at the end really doesn't show the full completion. So I really impress upon our judges, and our judges are in the same wavelength of finishing it from start, going start to finish, making sure you're making that full completion.
Yeah, I think about it kind of like gymnasts. When they do their whole run, their last thing that they do is they stick the landing, they put their hand and do that little cutesy stance that they do. We're not asking you to do a cutesy stance by any means, but we're asking you to start the wave strong and finish it strong under control.
It might not be a cutesy stance, but I want to see a mean kick out.
That's right. Yeah, I want like a kick out.
As we call them, the flyaway kick outs,
Yeah.
right? Where you could kick the board out,
Yeah.
fly it out there.
Man,
yeah.
that feels good.
Yeah, we like that. Time check, ladies. 13 minutes. All right. Last wave of blue comes in at a 6.63, putting her into first place. In second place, Malia Alagin. Her last wave came in at a 5.97, so she sits with a 6.73 and a 5.97. She needs a 7.14 to win the heat. Currently in red, sitting with a 5.77 and a 6.03, is red. She's looking for a 6.68. We got waves on the horizon. Bless Jesus. Oh. So red choosing not to go on that wave, so the priority situation might change. White up and riding, gets a stylish 5 there, throws the nice tall 10. Almost gets a little hiccup there, right? But redirects it, gets back into control, but we're going to keep our eyes also on the back red. White showing us a little body English, moving it all the way in while we have red coming across that outer section there on the outer intersection.
Red still going, doing a lot of work on the nose there, still going and kicks out.
I need our water photographers to make sure you're not hindering the line of the wave of our surfers. Thank you.
All right. Carla, do you want to give the situation update or shall I?
All right, the situation is this. Last of Red came in at a 7.4, so she sits with a 6.03 and a 7.4. That is Red. Frankie Seeley, she's looking for a 6.46. Up and riding right now is Blue. She's got a 7.23 and a 6.63. Right now she's looking for a 7.71. That's not going to do it because she comes undone. And then now sitting in first place, that's White. She's got a 6.73, and her last wave comes in at an 8.2. Time check, ladies, 10 minutes on the clock. 10 on the clock. Coming up next, Pro Semifinal Heat 2, Star, Dalia, Kira Bush, and Kyra Wallace. Bit of some upsets, some new names making it into the semifinals and potentially the finals. I love seeing that. We love having the fresh, not necessarily fresh talent, but just fresh names.
Right. You said this was the fourth year in here at Malibu, and we've kind of seen the same names here and there, some upsets, but this is really cool to be able to see different girls making it further in this contest. And that's right, Carla, that's what this contest is about, is giving some light to girls who haven't had an ability to be in the spotlight.
Absolutely. You know, a lot of times throughout the history of surfing, we have something called the flavor of the month or the flavor of the season. And we only see that those certain people, and those certain people only get the attention and the pictures and the movie deals and the spotlight. So I think it's important to really showcase the underdog, if you will.
Absolutely. And Red is up and riding. That's Frankie Seeley. She is trying to improve her 6.03 score. She wants to ditch that for a higher score. This wave is a little smaller, but she was last in priority, and a wave came to her, and I think she made the decision, like, this is better than waiting and waiting and waiting, and possibly she's been watching these long lulls come through, and maybe taking these smaller waves would be a better opportunity. Time check is 8 minutes and 20 seconds. 8 minutes and 20 seconds. A lot of action so far in this heat.
Thank goodness, because some of those amateur heats leading up to here were kind of feeling slow. I'm sure those girls are feeling a little jealous that it's working a little bit more right now, but great for these ladies. They've got some money on the line, $3,000 purse to be split up amongst these four ladies. So, you know, at least two of these ladies are walking home with some money. Current situation, we got 7 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock. That last of Frankie in the red jersey, as you said, didn't quite meet the mark she needed. She's looking for a 6.46. Lulu looking for a 7.71. And Malia Logan, she's sitting pretty with that 6.73 and 8.2. Coming up next, we're going to have that Heat 2 of the Pro Semifinal. Star Dalia, Kira Bush, and Kyra Wallace. And then we will be in our first finals, and we will see the 10 and under. We've got two final heats for the 10 and under, because we've got, I think, 11 lovely ladies. So instead of putting them all crammed in one heat, we split them up, spread them out a bit. So we'll see all those lovely girls coming out soon, and we'll be in our finals, and we'll be wrapping things up as soon as you know it.
All right, and I see a non-competitor out there with no wetsuit on. You're not probably in the contest area now, but if you catch a wave and go right, you will end up in the contest area. So please lay down on your board and paddle north. Thank you so much for cooperating. We only get this wave to ourselves for 2 days, and our pros definitely need this room. We're getting pretty close to the 6-minute mark. 6 minutes. All right, and just like that, we have more waves on the horizon. Priority is going to our surfer in white. That's Malia. She takes that priority, and she fades left, swings it right with a beautiful bottom turn, and she brings it right to a 5 to 10 and a tight 10 to be honest there, with another 5, needing a little speed to get around this part, but she says, watch this, I'm going to stall with this 10. Gets a little stuck behind, but she's making it through. And I bet there's going to be another opportunity for her to do one of her iconic slashes, back turn or bottom turn slashes, and up to the nose for one more little nose ride. And almost spearing a random person walking on the beach. Carolyn Day, if you don't mind coming to the booth, please. Carolyn Day, if you can hear me. Carolyn. All right, 5 minutes. Boop, boop. That's 5 minutes left. In priority is blue, then red. No change in situation. Malia's last wave did improve her score just slightly. Right now she has an 8.2 and a 7.5 with a combination of 15.7. Lulu, you are still in the second place position with a combination of a 13.86. You need an 8.5. And Frankie, you're in the third place position with a combination score of 13.43, needing a 6.46. You have 3 minutes and 20 seconds remaining.
Just getting back, I didn't miss like an absolutely killer pro semifinal heat, did I? This looks insane. The scores these girls are putting up. Top 2 of this semifinal go on to the final today. That'll be around 5 p.m. tonight. You're not going to want to miss that. Come hang out, stick around for that, because, I mean, if it's anything like this, it's going to be incredible.
Just a reminder to the non-competitors, make sure you're staying out of our zone. And also a reminder to our beachgoers, if you are sitting in front of one of our tents, most likely you're sitting in front of the judges. And surprise, surprise, the judges need to be able to see the surfers. So please stay down low or move. Thank you. Two minutes remaining. 2 minutes remaining. So in the water, we do have our pros. This is a semifinal heat 1. 2 of these lucky ladies are going to be moving forward to the finals. Coming up next is another pro semifinal. That'll be heat 2, and in that heat will be Star in red and Kira Bush in white and Kyra in blue. And that is going to be a fun heat to watch as well. And then after that, we'll have our itty bitties with us. The 10 and unders. We'll have 2 heats of the 10 and unders. So that is really the next generation of surfing. Just the cutest girls, so stoked on surfing. and they usually have their parents with them, pushing them, cheering them on. So stick around for that. And hello to everyone online watching our live stream. Welcome to Queen of the Point. Thanks for tuning in and supporting us. Even though you're not here, thanks for tuning in and supporting us online. 40 seconds remaining on the clock here. Bummer. All right, we're counting it down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boop. That is the end of the pro semifinal heat. Ladies, in the next heat, I'll let you know when you're starting in 3, 2, 1. Boop. That is part of the next heat. Girls, go ahead and move on to the contest area. People, setting up your umbrellas right there. If you don't mind scooching a little, we need to be able to watch the surf. Thank you. All right, we are just starting the next heat 2 of the pro semifinals. It's a 19-minute heat. In the water, like I said, is our surfer Star Delia in red. And in white is Kira Bush. And in blue is Kyra Wallace.
All right, so results are in from the last heat. Unfortunately, not making it into the final, Frankie Seeley, but it was close. Only a few tenths of a point, it looks like. Coming into second place and into the final, first Queen of the Point final, Lulu Urkaneff, and winning that heat. No stranger to a final at the Queen of the Point, Malia Ilagan. As Mingwei said, this is our second heat of the pro semis. And in the water, Star Delia, Kira Bush, Kyra Wallace. Coming up next, it's pretty much the favorite division, I think, of everybody. Judges, spectators, our 10 and under is coming up next. We're going to be seeing Eden Orzog, Evely, I think it's Evelyn, maybe Evely Freeman, Lola Kemble, Bay Orzog, Sierra Rosati, and Sailor Udell. Sounds like Sierra's got some. Is it Sierra's got some people in the house here? Oh, it's Joe, of course. 3 feet over your head, you're good. Joe Rippenbaugh's here. Maybe we'll get him to grace us with his colorful commentary. I think that's a good word for it, colorful.
I think that word is spot on, especially to match his colorful nails that he always has.
All right, we got some flurries in here. Girls sitting pretty deep. Carlita's corner is calling me. Come to me. Come dance on my...
Yeah, this is the hard part of... What?
Ladies, you have started. I should know. 17 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock.
Finals Pro Heat 1? Yes. Oh, yeah. We're here with the winner, Malia Logan. How'd that heat feel for you?
It was super fun. My last 2 heats were quite slow, and my last heat, I'm pretty sure I waited 15 and a half minutes till I caught my first wave. And so it was nice in that heat that I was able to get started early and be able to actually catch 4 or 5 waves. So yeah, super fun.
Nice. And then that last one, for those of you guys watching, taking it all the way to the sand, jumping off into it. There was a couple oh, gasps, from the judges in the booth. They were freaking out. They thought you hurt yourself. How do you feel about that?
It wasn't my plan to fall off. I don't know. I wasn't definitely not expecting that, but it was fun. I mean,
It's the full send.
it's a cool thing.
So I'm a total board nerd, and I have to ask you about this freshie. What's going on here?
So this is the Wildcard 3B, I believe. I'm not exactly sure which Wildcard 3 it is, but it's one of his modifications. I usually ride the harmonic with Cole's modifications, so this is like a completely change of pace for me, but I really like it. It's really fun out here.
So Wayne Rich surfboards, and Cole Robbins, your fellow, well, yeah, of course, but your fellow competitor in the ISA, whatever, and then you just qualified for the WSL Championship Tour. Let's talk about that.
It's always been a dream of mine to compete at a professional level. Yeah, so I'm super stoked, and it's kind of unbelievable. I did not think it would ever happen, and I'm just super blessed, and I'm thankful to God for giving me all these opportunities.
Awesome. Yeah, so make sure you're tuning in to the WSL Longboard Tour. You're going to be seeing lots of Malia right there. And so any words going forward into the final?
I'm just super grateful. Obviously thankful to God, thankful there's waves, thankful we're all safe today, and then thankful for all my sponsors, my parents, and all my friends and family and loved ones watching at home or wherever you are. Wherever it may be. Yeah.
The Philippines. Awesome. Well, good luck, and thank you. Yeah, back to the surfing.
Out here and getting in the mindset to surf that must be tough. Going from, okay, I'm a mom now, and then boom, I'm a competitor.
No, I think though what's great about it though is showing, I think previous generations didn't think that was possible. The woman was to be the housewife, be the mother, and that's what you did, and you couldn't really exist in your own life anymore. And now it's common, and it's accepted, and it's almost encouraged to keep your identity. You are a mother, but you also are Ming Wei.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I think your kids would respect you for that too.
I think so too.
And they respect that you respect your own time as well. Well, there's 13 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. 13 minutes and 40 seconds remaining in this heat. Only one wave ridden. Kira, your first wave got you a 7.27. So you're in the lead. And we'll see what happens with the rest of this heat as these girls continue catching waves. All right, we have blue up and riding. That is Kyra Wallace. Beautifully poised on the nose, holding that 5, going for another 5. Looking for another opportunity to put some points on the board there. Holds the rail, gets around this section here.
As far as making the section through there from the top, really nice. Really nice read on the wave here, making it all the way to the inside. We talked earlier about how almost a wave doesn't feel complete unless you do make it kind of in the inside or able to kick out. So that's one of the few that we've kind of seen. These pro heats have been nice. They've been able to kind of ride them all the way in, not get closed out as easily.
Absolutely. It's hard to judge, what's actually happening out there because sometimes it's deceptive. You're like, oh, no one's making it through. It's a really fast wave. And then the pros go out and they're like, what do you mean? I can make it through. And that really shows their ability to know when to stall, know when to get speed. They're not outrunning the wave, but they're also not getting caught in behind the wave either. And that really shows their wave reading knowledge.
Yeah, high wave IQ. Really, there's There's talent and there's technique in being able to nose ride and stick your board. And a lot of these boards nowadays are kind of like almost cheater boards. We used to call some of them cheater boards because it wasn't actually you weren't really surfing. It surfed you and just put you in the pocket. But when you have a board that you actually have to surf and really work the various elements of your board, you know, that's one technique and one skill. But then their whole another skill set is the understanding of the ocean and the waves and the swell. And you know, my favorite thing is being able to read a good double up. Situation, we got Kyra coming in at a 6.93. So she's currently in second place with her single wave. And Star in the red jersey, she's waiting for her first wave. Time checks 10 minutes, 25 seconds. Still time for stuff to happen. Still time for some sets to roll in. Feels like it must because we did have that flurry in that last heat. So it's got to be working its way here. Now, please. Alrighty, and we're going to have our first 10 and under heat start to check in. We're going to see Eden in red, Evely in white. They're here. They're already at the booth frothing. They're choosing their colors. Lola's going to be in blue, Bay in yellow, a green Sierra, and orange Sailor. Up and riding
is Kyra. She takes advantage of, you know, she didn't have the first priority, and an inside wave comes straight to her, and she says, well, I'm going to try to get 2 waves under my belt. Non-competitor in the white hat, you need to make sure you come in right now, please. Non-competitor, all the way in. All right, there might be some waves coming. And Vinny, I know it's your birthday, but you're pushing it a little bit.
Oh, it's his birthday. Happy birthday, Vinny.
I know you turned 18, but you're pushing it a little bit. Go a little more north, please.
I'll be nice to you today, Vinny.
I won't.
Alrighty, on the inside, she's looking again. That's Blue. Blue sitting with a 6.93 and a 3.53. She's winning the heat because she's got 2 waves. This is her third one. She gets a little stuck behind the section, tries to grab the rail to save it, not able to do so.
Vinny, kick out and paddle north. Go up to second point. Junior, no more waves right there.
All right, we got Red up and riding. I have a few things to say to our 10 and unders, but we're going to watch Red right now. She's looking for her first rave. This is Star Delia. She's our rankings leader, the season leader right now. So she's hoping to get that big crown at the end at C Street. I know I kind of been screwing around with the the title and stuff, and we started all this stuff. Well, we're ending in C Street this year, okay? We're going to be title our queen, our main queen season, or our season title will be at C Street, September 26 to 28. Red is now going to be on the board. We'll let her know what her score is as soon as it drops. She's looking for a 7.28, but she opens up with a 5.73, so not a bad start. Now she's looking for a 1.55. That's Red. Red, you're in third place. You've got a 5.73, looking for a 1.55. Currently in second place with a 7.27, Kira, you need a 3.19. And currently sitting in first place with a 6.93 and a 3.53, that's blue, Kyra Wallace. Top 2 from this heat will be moving on into the final.
6 minutes remaining on the clock here. 6 minutes remaining.
All right, you guys are going to be able to paddle out in about 30 seconds for the 10 and under. 10 and under, I need to make sure that you stay out of... You're okay, honey. You'll be fine. No stress. You'll get there. You'll get there. We'll wait for you. But I want to make sure that you guys stay out of the contest. These are the pros. There could be a set. They could come wide, so just make sure you kind of keep it wide for a moment. A message to all those being pushed, to the dads and the helpers and the aunties.
5 minutes. Boop, boop.
I just want you guys to be conscious of each other. Yes, we want this to be fun. It's not super serious, but if somebody is already riding, don't push your kid into someone else's wave. Let's teach them the etiquette that we want them to move forward with. And so it starts here. It starts now in these moments. So they go, oh, I want this wave. Well, no. White already has it. We're going to let white go. But we're excited to see all these little tootsies show their tootsies on the nose, hopefully. I wonder if anyone's able to do that yet. We might have a couple.
I wouldn't be surprised.
I mean,
looking at the 11 to 13-year-olds, I was shocked. So if some of these girls can get to the nose, I wouldn't be surprised.
Totally. The talent level is just skyrocketing with each generation. Time check, ladies, 4 minutes. 4 minutes on the clock. Priority sits white, blue, red. White, blue, red.
Star makes a smart decision. She knows she's last priority. She doesn't want to wait. Goes for a wave. Unfortunately, I don't think that's going to plan out for her. But
she's not looking for a huge score at the
Right.
moment. It's only a 1.5. That is basically an up and down. I don't know if that's going to pose a 1.55 there, but she is adding something to her score. So now she sits with a 5.73 and a 1.4. You're still looking for that 1.55 star. You got 3 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. Kira, you're in the same position. You're looking for a 3.19.
And honestly, Star's decision, no harm, no foul, because she was at the end of priority, and she saw a wave coming her way, and she knows she needed a second wave. So even though that didn't give her what she needed, it really didn't hinder her in any way either.
Photographers, can we give some space?
And that's red. Star up and riding. Again, Carla said she only needs a 1.55. This could give it to her. Working this little wave to death pretty much. Holy guacamole, goes to 5 to 10 and hits the lip.
When we talk strategy, Mingwei, that's what we talk about, that wave strategy, that placement positioning, and kind of sometimes that sixth sense of the ocean, and just kind of, and maybe a little bit of luck too. But she sat herself. She was under priority. She knew she wasn't going. Time check is 1 minute 50 seconds. She knew she couldn't fight it out there. She was under priority, and she knows she only needed a 1.55. Well, she came in at a 3.77, so that put her into second place. Kira is in the white jersey. She opened up with a 7.27 and just needs a second ride, which she needs a 2.23. There's a minute and a half on the clock. White is in priority. There's a little bump on the horizon. Let's see what happens.
And that is Kira in white using her priority. Like Carla said, she doesn't need too much more to bump her up into a better position here. She goes to the nose. You know, this is competition surfing. You have to do what you can do with what you're given.
Yeah, it was unfortunate. I'm sure it started off as kind of a nice little lined up, and as it came in on the inside, it kind of petered out. She did get a nose ride on it, so I know that they'll help in that score line. I'm sure she's thinking, God, I wish it was a little bit better than that. But it did help her situation. Kira, you came in at a 2.97, so you are now in second place with 35 seconds on the clock. Star, you're looking for a 4.52. Star, you're looking for a 4.52. Blue is in priority, followed by red. Blue currently in first place with a 6.83 and a 3.53. If we could have spectators in front, please move. Thank you. Blue up and riding. Blue using her priority here, leaving red out there to chance. We'll be counting this down in 3, 2, 1. Boop. All right, so it looks like that's all she wrote for semifinal heat number 2. Looks like it will be, as it stands, unfortunately, our rankings leader, Star Dalia, not making it through that semifinal and moving through. First time Queen of the Point finalists, Kyra Wallace and Kira Bush. Let's give it up for these ladies. All right, counting this next heat in. 10 and under, ladies and gentlemen. Can I hear it on the beach? 3, 2, 1. Boop. Let's hear it on the beach for our 10 and under. This is the next generation of the Queens of the Point.
All right, my favorite heat, the 10 and under, the itty bitty Groms. We got in the red jersey, Eden Orzag. In white, Everly Freeman. In blue, Lola Kemble. In yellow, Bay Orzog. In green, Sierra Rossetti. Hey, spectators in front. You
Spectators
guys,
in front, can we guys either sit down or move north, please? Thank you so much.
In orange, Sailor Udell.
Excuse me, in the front, can you ask your sister to sit? Or your
Everybody,
siéntate or sit? I don't know any other languages.
Plots. Hit the dirt. For those of you watching the stream, we got a pretty lively beach going on here. Lots of spectators, lots of supporters of the Queen of the Point movement, which is what we like to see a lot, especially during the 10 and under, the future of women's longboarding heats. These girls are the up-and-comers in the competitive surfing world, and should remember some names because maybe they'll be on the tour someday. Green is the first to get up and riding. Look at that trimming, cruising. Look at all that control. Ducking down. She could get into a barrel like that. Look at that.
All right. right, since we just have a little lull in the waves here, I thought I would just remind everyone at home and on the beach, we have a raffle going on. We have a brand new Ian Zamora surfboard here. If you would like to potentially win a brand new board for potentially just $5, you can come support us and also put your name in the drawing for a brand new board. We are also, you can also buy some online. And where do they find that link, or how do they figure that out? There is on Queen of the Point, our website, which you can also find through our Instagram. There is a raffle tab that you will find. And if you want to purchase some raffles online because you couldn't make it out here, go check us out online. We also have t-shirts for sale. I've been saying this all weekend long. I really, really like the t-shirts. A lot of cool little Easter egg like things on there like that are a nod to Malibu. So it's a really cool t-shirt. Come get one.
Ready, shreddy. Look at that. Eden Orzog coming down the line. Look at that. Whipping around. Hey, that's a big-looking 10-year-old over there on the red board. I don't know. Orange up and riding. Ten and under next heat. Come on over and get your jersey. I know you guys are stoked out of your mind. So come on over and get your jerseys.
Wow, look at Green. Hey, some of the pros didn't even make it that long of a wave. Nice job, Green. Wow, that is Sierra. And Blue up and riding. That was Lola.
How do you feel after that win?
I don't know how good I feel about that win, just because it was like, you know, a lot of the girls, you know, didn't actually get a proper wave, and people were scrapping for like a 2 at the end. So it wasn't like we got to put on the show that we wanted to, but still feel super, super stoked to get the win regardless and make it to my first final at the Queen of the Point.
Yeah, we're stoked to have you. I know you're not a first-time Queen of the Point surfer, and so it's great that she's finally into the finals, right? Super stoked on that. How are you feeling going into the final?
Just super stoked. I feel like at this point I'm like, pressure's off. I've made it farther than I've ever made before, and I'm just happy to be here and get to surf in the final with the other just ripping ladies. So just gonna go, hopefully get a couple fun waves, and just really stoked to be in the final.
Nice. So whatever the outcome, stoked to be here. Let's just briefly take it back. How did you start surfing? How did you get into the sport?
I got into surfing because of my dad and my older brother. My dad's been surfing for a really long time, and then my older brother picked it up in middle school, and I didn't want to get left out. So, of course, I followed along and just wanted to hang out with them, and so kind of got sucked into it in middle school, and now it's just taken over my life.
It's kind of how it goes, isn't it? And how'd you get into the competitive scene?
Kind of same thing with my dad bringing me into it. He was the middle school surf team coach. And so I got, brought into that and just kind of followed along. So I started doing the middle school contest, and I did the high school surf team, and then I did the college surf team, and just kind of stuck with it, mostly because it's just a fun way to spend your weekend.
Totally. So you had no choice at first, and then you made it your choice. Very nice. Well, from all the way back then to now going into the Queen of the Point finals, congratulations. Do you have any thanks
Yeah, huge thanks to my family that are hopefully watching on the live stream back home in Half Moon Bay. Big shout out to my sponsor, Ocean Culture up in Marin. You guys are awesome. And yeah, all of my family and friends that are watching, I love you guys. Thanks for tuning in.
Awesome. Well, congratulations and good luck in the final. Yeah, back to the surfing.
All right, we have about 9 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. 9 minutes and 40 seconds. Ladies in the water, you are doing fabulously. Thanks to all your helpers out there. I wish I could have one with me when I'm surfing.
Yeah, everybody knows I need a pusher. It's ridiculous. 9 minutes and 24 seconds more of this 10-year-old surfing goodness. We are so stoked to have these ladies out here at Queen of the Point, the ones who will be progressing the sport of women's longboarding. Little smack the lip wapa from Red. Cruising up to the nose, scooching it up. There, I'll count it. Absolutely, Red. Orange up and riding now. That's Sailor. Kind of a fitting name for a surfer. Sailor. And the inside with a big push. Yellow is up and riding. Let's go. The wave to her adoring fans. Yes. Call that a claim. Absolutely. All the way to the sand and hop off. So cool. Let her hear it, Beach. Let's go. all finalists. If you are in a final, if you are surfing in a final, come up to the media tent. We have some special content planned or something. So if you're surfing in a final, whatever it may be, 11 to 13 to 60s to pros, whatever final you're surfing in, get on over there to the media tent, the big black tent left of the check-in. Thank you. That's right. We have another heat of 10 and unders directly after this, and then we're going into all finals. We're surfing the finals today. It is the best of the best. We have weeded through all the way to the end of the day today. We're seeing the very best of what the Queen of the Point surfers have to offer. So stick around. Check it out. You're not going to want to go anywhere. 2 minutes and 30 seconds remaining for our ladies out there on the water. And while you're hanging out, make sure you're stopping by our sponsor tents. We got Dos Gardenias. We got Desea. We got Happy Face Towels. I think they're still here. Oh, Marmalade Cafe. If you're a little hungry, it's about lunchtime. We just ate. Right across the street, there's the Marmalade Cafe. They fed us yesterday. It was absolutely delicious. If you go there, if you're listening to my voice, if you go over to Marmalade Cafe and just mention Queen of the Point, they'll give you 20% off. That's a pretty good meal. And then you can tip 20% because, you know, you can afford it. So go on over there, Marmalade Cafe. Tell them we sent you. One minute remaining. 1 minute out there, ladies. Thirty seconds remaining. We're counting it down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Toot! That is the end of Heat 1 for the 10 and unders. But don't worry, there's more. Start it up in 3, 2, 1. Toot! Heat 2 of the 10 and unders is underway. Yellow. She was in the original heat, but look at that. She's still shredding, having fun, making it all the way to the inside.
Yeah, I think.
So, in this heat, we got in the red jersey Aubrey Truesdale. In white, Joey Chadroff. In blue, Ariel? Somebody come correct me on that. I'm going to go with Ariel. In Aurelie. There we go. I wouldn't have guessed that. I didn't. Aurelie. In yellow, Maine, Orzog. Another Orzog. And in green, Chanel. Yeah, blue.
All right, look at blue on this screen. And that's a head-high wave for this little one.
Let's go.
Nice waves for white and blue. Nice job, Joey, looking right. Joey's been working on looking right, getting down the line. That was a pretty good job there, Joe. I like it.
You look where you go.
And what a wave for blue. That was like head high. That was a bomber. Charging.
Hey, if you're out there and you're like me and you're getting so much sun that you're regaining freckles that you haven't seen in years, come on over. We have some Dune sunblock at the check-in booth. It's free. It's a little pump bottle. Come on over and get some sunblock. Want to protect your skin, and the sun is absolutely beaten. So get over here and use some of our free sunblock, please. Green is up and riding. Ladies, for the next heat, that's the 60s final. We're looking for Jane McKenzie, Jeanette Prince, Mary Schwinn, Joan Bush, Sue Han, and Diane Thackeray. Come on over and get your jerseys. Thackeray. Fifteen minutes remaining. So, interesting little factoid. Aurelie in the blue, who's just on that screamer of a wave, is the great-granddaughter of Diane Thackeray, who's going to be surfing in the 60s and up heat. That's how many generations of women surfing? Talking about, well, you know, 4 generations of surfing. Her grandma's here. It's incredible. Yellow is up and riding. Hop off, dismount. Jump in, the water's fine. Oh, shoot. We got red up and riding, and blue looking at a set wave. Oh, no. Turn and burn. Green with a push. She's up and going. Get on there. Hopping. Backside carving. It's all good.
Man, I wish this contest was around when I was their age. This is so incredible. Wow.
Red is up and
Red.
riding. Joan Bush. Joan Bush to the check-in booth. She's always causing some kind of trouble. Joan can never be trusted. We got blue up and riding. Green. She's up. Chanel. Macintosh. Those are 2 brand names in one name. Chanel and Macintosh. Oh. That is a big 10-year-old coming into our contest area.
Happy birthday, Vinny.
10th birthday.
Dad says beat it. That was from Dad, not me this time. I was going to be nice. It's your birthday. Dad says forget it. Day you were born was the day that changed my life. For the good and the bad. Never the bad.
Welcome to double digits,
Just the
kid.
frustration part of it, maybe. Time check. 10 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock. This is the heat number 2 for our 10 and under finals. We had 11 young ladies. Yellow up front here doing a little switch action. She's been watching. She's been watching me. Been watching my videos, girl? Thanks, baby.
The Surf Institute.
Thanks, babe. All right, like you mentioned a minute ago, coming up next is that 60s final. We'll see Jane McKenzie, Jeanette Prince, Mary Schwinn, Joan Bush, Sue Hahn, and Diane Thackeray. And then we'll be going into our 50s and 40s, 30s. We'll be counting it all the way down until we hit our pro final this afternoon. Crowning champions and our queens tonight at Aviator Nation Dreamland. Come check it out. Also, there's a band playing. Cisco Adler's playing this evening. Go check that out. Up and riding right now, that's the one and only Joey Chadroff. Look at her looking right. She's looking right, going down the line. On the inside, yellow. And then green behind. No score for yellow. Green gets an up and down.
That's right. Aviator Nation, we're looking at about 7 o'clock. So after we're done here, we got to break down and head over there for the crowning of the queens. So plan on about 7. Aviator Nation, right across the street. Be there, be square.
Make sure 10 and under that you've gotten your goodie bags. If you didn't get it on Friday evening, make sure you get your goodie bag. Pretty cool. We've got such great conditions here at Malibu. Our first event of the year opened up in the Philippines on the island of Siargao at a famous break. Some of you may have heard of it. It's called Cloud 9. It's one of the first places that was put on the map for the Philippines back in the 90s. Pretty amazing area. Shout out to my boy Boo Boy Vin.
Boo boy, boy toy.
Vin Ricardo Palad. Miss you here, Vin.
Get out of here, man.
Can't believe I just called you Vin.
7 minutes. 7 minutes on the clock.
All right, we still got our 10 and unders out here right now. We got 6 minutes on the clock. Coming up next, we're going to have that 60s final. They're going to get 25 minutes. 25. I know. What am I doing to ourselves? Come on, Joni. You better make it happen. Come on, Schwinny. Better see some tip time. Alrighty, 5 minutes remaining. 5 minutes. Sorry, 4:20 on the clock, actually. 4:20. Next heat, you can paddle out. 60. Sorry, I was looking at the times. I was fussing with some things. I was checking the heats, making sure everything was squared out. 4 minutes on the clock. 60s, ladies, you are paddling out. 60s, you can paddle out. Go ahead and paddle out. 60s. Yes, thank you.
We got about 3 minutes. 3 minutes on the clock. Blue down the line. Yellow. Blue. White. Oh, holds off for red, and she dives in face first. 1 minute. 1 minute remaining. White and yellow. Thirty seconds remaining.
30 seconds, less than 30 seconds on the clock. 20 seconds on the clock. Let's give it for our 10 and under. These ladies are about to wrap it up.
Yeah.
This is the next generation of the Lady Longboard Revolution, and we are here for it. Counting it down in 3, 2, 1. Boop! All right, next heat, you're on hold. That's the 60s division. 60s. We've gone from the next generation to the previous generation. Counting it down in 3, 2, 1. Beep.
Don't tell them that, though. Don't say anything. 24-minute heat?
I got some hecklers up here. You always know when it's getting towards the end of the day because everyone gets a little loose-lipped.
Well, we kind of run out of English up here. We've been talking for about 2 days straight. So you want to say something new and fresh, and sometimes it's weird. All right, in the red jersey, Jane McKenzie. In the white, Jeanette Prince. In the blue, Mary Schwinn. In yellow, Joan Bush. In the green, Sue Han. And in the orange, Diane Thackeray.
And up and riding right there. OG board rider. Used to run the event for all of those years. Mary Schwinn, inspiration of the event visor. You always see her, and you see me in a ball cap, and you always see her in a visor. Yellow up and riding. That's our one and only Joni Bush from up north, Pacifica. Ladies are sitting way up top. Super deep. Remember these ladies. These are the ladies I looked up to. When I first started competing, I had to compete with these ladies. There was one women's division. 1995 was the first women's division in a longboard contest at the MSA Club Classic. And I surfed it against actually Jeanette's daughter, Corey Schumacher. And I beat her in her first heat, and I was really stoked.
But who's keeping score, right?
No, but I was a new surfer. It was my first contest, and Corey was a champ. And to have beat her in my first heat was big things for me. That was a big deal. She was somebody I looked up to. But I lost. I ended up losing. I didn't make it to the final. She ended up, I think, winning. But I won one heat. Mary Schwinn's hoping to win her heat. These ladies are our well-seasoned legends. You'd think maybe they only wanted to surf one heat, and I initially gave them one long heat, and I got a lot of hate mail. They wanted to surf twice, 2 days. So we made that happen. They surfed yesterday. They're surfing again today. Taking a look out front in this little peeler. She's trying to scratch into it. She got it. Yellow up and riding. Joan is no stranger to our final, even winning. I think she won one of our C Street events. And I think she's even won one of the Malibu events before.
She's forever my champion. Joan Bush. Jones scoping out the inside. Look at that. And she's on. Down the line. Head dip. Getting in the shampoo there.
That was a dedicated head dip. At this stage of the game, Mingwei, no, I don't think you're bending over that far. We'll ask you in a few months. I think you'll be bending over a lot better. It was good.
Coming up on 20 minutes remaining. 20 minutes out there, ladies. I wish we had a mic for the entire judges booth. There's so much energy going on in here. So much stoke.
I believe it's the movie Five Summer Stories where they mic up Corky Carroll as he goes out at Huntington and he's like, off the top, that's the way I like it. I want to hear Joni. What's going through Joni's mind during that wave? Push the bush! Push the bush!
Hey, it's only 2. We're going to 5:30. We're going to have to reel it in here a little bit. We're getting a little wild in here.
Joan Bush is pushing the bush. It's not derogatory. It's just literal. She's Mrs. Bush. Can we have our spectators just kind of move to the right there? Thank you so much.
"16 minutes and green is up and riding." White up and riding now.
Alrighty, so we'll be having our awards ceremony this evening at Aviator Nation, where we'll crown our queens. We do hold the results for the finals online, just to make it a little bit of a surprise. Going to build up some, not tension per se, but a little bit of mystery, I guess.
50s final. We're looking for Shona Keating, Carolyn Day, Stephanie Jamgoshen, and Steph Phillips. Come on over and get your jersey. Get stoked. Richie. So, coming up, the 50s final. Then, the 40s final. And then, the 30s final. And then, guess what? The 20s final. And then, the 17 to 19, 14 to 16, 11 to 13. And then, the pro final. We got all the finals tonight. So, stick around. Enjoy the very best of the Queen of the Point surfing we have to offer. Lady longboard ripping all the way till about 5:30 tonight here on the beach. And then directly following this will be our award ceremony over at Aviator Nation. Joan Bush up and riding once again in the yellow jersey. Also, 10 and unders, you little Groms, if you didn't get a goodie bag, come on over. We have stuff for you. We got tons of stuff for you. So come on over. If you're 10 and under and you didn't get your swag bag yet, come on over to the check-in tent and talk to lovely Miss Drew. Blue is up and riding. Miss Mary Schwinn. What a Malibu screamer wave right there. Trying to beat the section. She's got so much trim going on there. She's making it into the inside. Look at that. Now that's years of experience here at the Boo. That's no simple feat to make it all the way inside like we've been seeing. She's stepping up all the way to the shore break. Insane for Mary Schwinn. Beach, let her hear you.
Woo!
And we're coming up on 10 minutes remaining in this 60s final. Orange is up and riding. White up the back. Yeah! Claim it! Red, she's up and riding.
Red making her way inside.
Smacks the lip. Whoop-ah. And cuts out. Very nice, clean kick out to finish that wave for Red. Green up and riding. Yellow. She's working for it. All right.
I am here with the 50s finalists, the queens here. So great to have these ladies participate in Queen of the Point. Stephanie, you're a previous champion. What are you hoping for in this next heat?
Hoping for waves, fun, and hopefully good scores.
And Shona's also a previous champion. She actually won last year at the Malibu event, coming all the way from Pacifica. What does it mean for you to come here with your daughters and your niece, your sister? It's a pretty special thing, right?
It's incredibly special to come with them, and then I've met people that I hope I can call friends for the rest of my life here. You know, this is such a community building, supportive group, and it's amazing to be a part of it.
Thanks so much, Shona. And Carolyn. Carolyn is one of our local gals and ripping all weekend. Even before she went in her heat, right? It was you got 2 barrels on the way and then you won it. I loved that. Carolyn, you've got 2 boys. And so being able to participate in an all-female event, how does that feel for you?
I mean, usually when we surf the ratio, the bigger the waves get, the less amount of women are there. So sometimes I've surfed and there's 60 men to 1 woman. And being out here on the beach, just in the parking lot, I look around and it's all ladies. I look on the beach and it's all ladies. So it changes really the energy. And just for me, it's seeing the multi-generations interacting, I think, is the most powerful feeling here.
100%. I'm really glad that you see that and you feel that. Steph, you've been participating in these longboard events for a really long time. We've known each other for a long time. But this is not the coalition. It's an all-girls event. What kind of vibes does it help you, what does it bring for you and the difference that you kind of find in surfing in this all-female event versus having maybe the dudes around and whatnot?
I feel empowered. I feel being able to have a sense of community that I can be vulnerable with and yet still go out there and take my presence and take my waves, which I've been trying to do this weekend, which I don't always do, I feel like this is giving me that power to do that.
I love it. Well, straight from the mouths of these legends here, this is what it's all about, empowering women and the next generation and the generation that's helped set the way and set the foundation. So keep supporting Queen of the Point. Stay tuned. More finals are coming. These ladies are about to go out and shred. See you soon.
Six minutes remaining. Reminder, all those 10 and under, the teeny weeny wahinis, if you didn't get your goodie bag, come on over to the check-in tent. We'll get you sorted out. All right. We got beep, beep, 5 minutes remaining in this 60s final. Ladies in the 50s, you're welcome to get on out there. Get loose. Get ready. Too shreddy. 3 minutes, 30 seconds. Two minutes remaining. One minute left in this 60s final. Thirty seconds remaining. Five, four, three, two, one. Doot. Joan with a buzzer beater. Up past the beeper. Tons of action from the 60s ladies in the finals. Next heat, you can move into position. You're on hold. We will move you in when we'll count you in when we're ready for you. Oh, sorry. 3, 2, 1. Doot. And that begins the 50s final. All right. In the red jersey, Shona Keating. In the white, Carolyn Day. In the blue, Stephanie Jamgoshian. And in the yellow, Steph Phillips. As our ladies from the 60s make their way up the beach, give them your love. Make sure they hear ya. Put on a great show for us for the final. Blue is up and riding. Stephanie Jamgoshin, no stranger to the 50s final. I think she's won once or twice. A little 10 tap there at the top of the wave. Very critical. White is up and riding out the back. She's back to her feet. White with a tight 5. Maybe a 10. I couldn't tell from here. That's why I'm not a judge. Stephanie all the way down into the sand. Nuts. Rebecca's losing her mind. So this is the 50s final. Bunch of smooth operators out there. Up next, we have the 40s final. That'll be Tawny Saffron, Maya Caldwell, Camille Keating, and Helen Grace Henning. Hey, I know you want a new, fresh longboard. I know you do. I read your mind just now. Well, have I got the offer for you? We have a brand new Ian Zamora longboard. It's called the Everyday Model because you can surf it every day. It's Carla approved, which is wild. And it's a 9.4, which is perfect for most of you girls out there. So, come on over here. $5 a ticket. 5 tickets for $20. Come on over here and buy a raffle ticket, please. You're supporting the Lady Longboard Revolution and entering into for a chance to win a brand new Ian Zamora longboard. I know how expensive those things are. If you know how expensive those things are, getting a board for even $20, Blue is up and riding. Stephanie, getting a brand new board for $20 is a pretty freaking good deal. So come on over here and get a raffle ticket. Or if you're not feeling a board, you just got a fresh one, you can come on over here and support us by buying a t-shirt or a bag. There's a very nice design on it. You're going to love it. I know you do. So come on over here, $15 for a t-shirt. I think probably less for a bag. So come support the Lady Longboard Revolution. Thank you.
Blue is up and riding.
Yellow. $18 minutes. 18 minutes remaining. Steph in the yellow having a look on the inside here. Not going to slide into this. Not a lot of scoring potential there. It's a kind of a smaller wave on the inside. White up and oh no, sorry, I spoke too soon. Yellow having a look as well. I call it the announcer's jinx. If I bring attention to something, it usually doesn't happen. So I'm sorry for that, ladies. But you know what? There's always more waves. That's kind of an inevitability. And that's a red. Shona. She's trimming that high line. Tons of speed coming across. Backs up. Tries to take more control of the board. Doesn't make it all the way in, but she stays in control that entire time. Great wave from red. White is up. She makes it all the way up to the nose there. Cruising along with plenty of control. Comes down the foam nice and easy. Next heat, if you're not here already, 40s final. That'd be Tawny Saffron, Mayu Caldwell, Camille Keating, and Helen. Helen, get on over here and get your jersey.
Helen.
Blue is up and riding. Stephanie Jamgoshian towards the top. She's trying to stretch that 5 to get more speed. Unfortunately, the wave is pretty pitchy and fast. Now we're dealing with high tide pitchy Malibu. The mid tide earlier today was really nice for the shape. We were seeing a lot of really good stuff coming in earlier. You know what? It's not all too bad. At least there's waves, right? There's White. She's on the inside. Kind of a sliding takeoff. Carves the top of that and comes in down to the sand. Walks it off and lets the board run all the way up the beach. 14 minutes and 15 seconds. 14-15. I know there's a lot of great surfing action going on, but our vendors, our sponsors are still around. We have Dos Gardenias and Desea for sure. I'm stuck in my little cave, but from what I can see here, we also have happy-faced towels. Come and check out their towels. I always love a good beach towel. That's kind of like my little collection is all different kinds of beach towels, so I got to go say what's up to them. And we even have little freebies over here in the the check-in tent. So if you want some sunblock, if you want some Maple Holistics essential oils and massage oils and stuff, they sent us a bunch of free stuff for you to check out. So come on over and ask about it. They also have some Vibes gummies. They've been a great support to us, and they are pretty yummy gummy. 12 minutes and 30 seconds. Would also like to send a shout out to our excellent media team, Good Surf California, Andreas Ranella, Saltwater Solutions, Purple Whale Photography, With It Girl, Blue is up and riding. Huge thank you to those guys for doing the live stream, doing the content, documenting this awesome event, this beautiful day of women's longboard surfing. Gotta love our media team. We'd be nowhere without them. Helen Henning to the check-in tent. You need your jersey if you want to surf in the next heat. So come on over, Helen. Come get your jersey. Looking about 9:30 on the clock out there for our ladies. 9:30. Just shy of 8 minutes left on the clock. Just waiting on some waves. It's getting a little lully. It's been a little lully. Let's be real here. But it's all right. These ladies have the patience. Coming up on 6 minutes out here. Where are the waves? Trying to figure that out. Yellow. She just found a little something. Maybe she just got bored and wanted to paddle. There's my boat. I'll see you guys later. My ride's just off the coast. I think their caviar bar is ready for me as well. You suckers wish. And we have beep, beep, 5 minutes. 5 minutes on the clock. Red dropping in, fading nicely. Blue has made it in there. White up and riding. Do the head dip. Almost. But she's into the inside. Little switchness and a walk up. Falling in. Full commitment. That's what we love to see. Three minutes remaining. 2 minutes as Red drops in. She's up and riding, taking the high line across this, working her way up to the nose, stretching that 5. All the way. She made the section. She's coming into the inside here. And there's Red's wave all the way down inside here. Just shy of 1 minute left on the clock. "30 seconds remaining." White up and riding. Five, four, three, two, one, toot! And that ends our 50s final. Moving into position. You're still on hold, but the 40s. Good. All right. 3, 2, 1. Boop. That starts the 40s final. Minnie, Carolyn, can you guys down in front, please? Move out of the judge's way. You guys taking the... Carolyn. All right, good deal. Red starting us off. That's Miss Tawny Saffron. And out the back, yellow, Helen. Also in the white jersey, Mayu Caldwell. And in blue, Camille Keating. An up and riding. Right now, it's Helen.
Hey, let's hear it for the lifeguards, ladies and gentlemen. Come on, put your hands together for the lifeguards.
Saving lives and breaking up fights. We appreciate them greatly out here.
That's all we got for the lifeguards, you guys, on the beach? Holy guacamole.
22 minutes remaining out there. This is the 40s final. In the red jersey, Miss Tawny Saffron. She's up and riding. I call her Miss Tawny Saffron because, well, the first time I met her, I was 15 in her AP European History class. And, yeah, she was my teacher. And then I met her surfing, and she's like, please call me Tawny. And I'm like, that feels weird. So you're Miss Tawny Saffron. Then in the white, we have Mayu Caldwell. In the blue, Camille Keating. And in yellow, Helen Henning. This is the 40s final with Helen up and riding. Coming up next, the 30s final. Oh, you guys already. All right. Ladies, in the 30s final coming up next, we're ready for you to come check in. So Noelle, Teresa, Jesse, Lent, Madeline Brody, Laura Banty, and Rosalie Snyder, come on over and get your jersey. If you're in the 30s final, you can come check in. Up after the 30s will be the 20s division final, where we'll be seeing Mason Gray, Rebecca Jamgoshian, Tessa, Noemi, Kat, and Aaliyah. Red up and riding, a little bit of toe tappage there coming into the inside. A long stretch cross stall. I love that little stall action. A duck on the 5 to get closer into the shore break there. That's Miss Tawny Saffron. Blue out the back. Camille Keating. It's kind of a shame that Camille and Shona Keating are in different age divisions, because I kind of wanted to see the battle of the Keatings. Maybe we can stick around a little longer and put them in a head-to-head heat. I don't know. Looking at just shy of 17 minutes out there for our ladies. 17 minutes. Hey, non-competitors, you guys are getting a little close into our contest area. If you could paddle due north up to the second point, greatly appreciated. Thanks for the immediate action. Love you. Hopefully that boat going by is going to bring us some surfable wake. Break up this slow lulls we've been having here in the later half of the day. I don't know, or you guys could start doing wave dances. Oh, I saw one, thank you. $15 minutes. Yellow's up. Nice little trimmy, cruisy. Fortunately, the wave breaks out in front of her, but nice little cruisy wave for Yella. $14 minutes out there for our 40s final. Coming up next, our 30s final. And on deck, we are going to be looking at the 20s final. Then the 17 to 19. Then the 14 to 16. And then the 11 to 13. Finishing it all up at the end of the day with the pro final. So you guys have been hanging out with us this long. Stick around to the end. See who wins this dang thing. Come all the way to Aviator Nation, Dreamland, right across the street. You can see the sign from the beach here, so it's not a far walk. Come on over, see the queens get crowned later at Aviator Nation, probably about 6:30, 7-ish. Be there, be square. You're not going to want to miss it. It's going to be live music. They sell drinks there and food. Make it a whole thing. Bring the whole family. I don't know. 13 minutes on the clock. So, if you're like me, and you've been watching these girls rip all day, and you're thinking to yourself, man, I wish I could surf like that. I just need a brand new board. Well, look no further than our check-in tent over here. We have a brand new Ian Zamora longboard. It's 9.4. It's called the Everyday model. It's got a rad little squash tail, so it's super forgiving. Still plenty of hold in the nose rides, but a trimmed rail that gives you great maneuverability on your turns. Come check it out. I'm a fan. And yeah, it's $5 a raffle ticket over here, or you get 5 raffle tickets for 20. So you might as well just do the 20, because like, let's be real here, that's the best offer. And come on over here, give us give us some of your money, because you're supporting the Lady Longboard Revolution, as well as entering for a chance to win a brand new longboard. It's a win-win, and maybe you will win. Nine minutes and 30 seconds remaining. You know what's making me crazy is how long these lulls are. This is getting ridiculous. Holy, how bizarre. Why don't you guys look around and check out our awesome vendor sponsor tents. So yesterday, the Santa Monica Helping Hub, they put a beach cleanup on, and we just got the results from that. They collected about 36 pounds of trash off the beach, which, who's leaving 36 pounds of trash, first of all? You guys be nice and clean up after yourselves out here on the beach, please. But also, thank you to Helping Hub for helping clean up this whole deal, keeping our beaches clean and beautiful. Yeah, I'm sure a lot of our queens helped and volunteered with that. So, huge thank you, mucho mahalos, to all of those helpful hubbing people. 7 minutes remaining. This is the 40s final. Kind of a long way, lull. Still got some scores in. Luckily, these ladies had a long heat. And we have got beep, beep, 5 minutes left on the clock. 30s, ladies. The 30s finals. You guys are welcome to make your way into the water. Come on, paddle out, get stoked. 30s.
Hey, ladies, in the next heat, hold off. You guys are getting a little too excited there. Hold off. Back up a little bit, please.
2 minutes, 25 seconds on the clock. 2 minutes, 25. This is the 40s final. You want to know how people went in this heat? Well, you're going to have to come to Aviator Nation Dreamland later this evening. We'll be going on around 6:37. But if you want to go check it out there earlier, maybe grab a bite to eat. There's also some live music. Cisco Adler is playing. He's actually an amazing musician from Malibu here. So you can go check out. It's a free show. This heat is beginning to wind down into the final moments. Got a minute 45 on the clock. Coming up next, we're going to have the 30s final, Heat 1. Of course it's Heat 1. It's the final. It's you know, it's the end of the day when you just read what the prompter. I'm feeling like Ron Burgundy. I just read what the prompter tells me. Alrighty, we've got 1 minute remaining. A little flurry of waves. Looks like yellow's going to take something on the inside. Looks like red is going to be in position for the one behind. Yellow's still waiting to get their feet. She's up and riding red. Little grab rail drag hand. Gets to the open face.
10 seconds remaining, counting it down momentarily. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Beep. Ladies, in the next heat, you're on hold until we'll let you know.
Trentham in blue. Did you hear my Tagalog? Kind of. I'm in the wrong side of the world right now. Noelle with her flavorful name start me into my Tagalog accent. In blue, Miss Jessica Lent. In yellow, Madeline Brody. Green, Laura Banty. And wearing the orange jersey, Rosalie Snyder. Coming up next, 20s final, we'll be seeing Mason, Rebecca, Alea, Katrina, Noemi, and Tessa. How cute is daughter carrying mom's board up the beach? Can we give it up for Delilah? You scoring big daughter points right now. Big daughter points. I like it.
It's also pretty cool that they're a dynamic duo, not only in surfing, but in water polo. Tawny coaches Delilah's water polo, and Delilah's a beast.
Fierce.
In the pool and in the ocean.
Yeah, it's pretty cool to see just that generational, passing along of joys, passions, interests, and Tawny's so involved, and she's, been quoted as kind of saying not really always wanting to do contests and stuff like that, but sees the importance and the value and embraces being able to share this moment with her daughter.
Absolutely, and that's what it's all about, this generational. That's what I love about surfing. I say this every contest. I love that I can hang out with 30s, 40s, 20s, teens, 11, the 10-year-olds, all these age divisions. It's amazing.
Yeah, I was talking to Joe Rickaba, who, we've all grown up surfing together and surfing the Club Coalition events. And there was always the 10-year age bracket for the men's. And I remember, as I said earlier, 1995 was the first women's bracket. And then slowly as we grew, there was the junior women and a senior women. And then you'd have more divisions, but never did we get the decade breakdown, right? And so this was an opportunity to show the clubs and show everyone else we can fill the bracket, we can fill a whole bracket, and here we are.
That's a great point. I don't think I've ever thought about that, but yeah, it is a great point. I do remember being like maybe 13 years old surfing against 20-year-olds, and you're just like, ugh, what's going on here? So it's nice.
Jeanette Prince was one of, somebody I competed against and looked up to, but also was intimidated by. Jane McKenzie was one of the, Jane the Lane, man, you pulled a heat with Jane, and you better be on your toes, because she was there to win and didn't really care how you did. All right, we've got 21 minutes in this 30s final. These ladies are making the most out of these somewhat lully conditions. I think all of us were looking at the forecast thinking it was going to be a little bit better today, but Mother Nature will do as it pleases. And it's, still got some waves, but a little slow here and there. Trying to give as much time to these ladies as we can while still finishing in an appropriate time. Coming up next, we're going to have the 20s. We're going to see red, Mason Gray, and white, Rebecca Jamgochian. In blue, Alea Armani. In yellow, Tessa DeRosa. In green, Noemi Kawasaki. Sorry, am I reading that right? Kawasaki. And in orange, Katarina Nowak. Up and riding right now, 30s, that's Blue. She goes for a little butt ride. Gets back up, yellow up behind her. Blue trying to work it into the inside there. Got a little flurry of waves. Yellow's hoping to make it into the open face. White out the back. Yellow coming undone. White still making some moves, and it looks like we might even have another little bump out the back. White getting some tip time. That's Teresa. Tess has been spending a little bit of time here at the Boo. She's gaining her lot lizard scales. Hanging out with Charnia in Sandy Van. Gotta be careful when you go into Charnia, Tess. I can give you some tips how to make sure you get out of Charnia.
20-year-olds, if you are around and you can hear me, please come check in. If you're in the 20s division, please check in.
Mason, Tessa, Rebecca, Noemi, Alea, and Katrina, please check in.
Yellow is looking at a wave. She's up and riding.
Alrighty, Blue up and riding with 16 minutes on the clock. She's getting a little tip time. That's Minnie. That's our Minnie. We love our Minnie. And out the back, looks like Yellow's going to be taking a look. That's White. That's Tess again. Tess gets some tip time. Ooh, she's sneaking up on the 10 there, I think. Some nice riding from White. She's going to try to get around there. Not going to happen. Ooh, almost gets clipped. So you can see these ladies, not a ton of waves, but you can see these ladies really, the 30s is probably the nicest division. They all really get along. They all treat each other with respect and courtesy. There's not like this aggressive back paddling if you will, or where you're trying to kind of out maneuver and out position constantly or out jockey. There's this unspoken respect that, okay, I had the last wave, you're in line next, just like you would in a lineup.
Yeah, just like a normal lineup. Yeah, I definitely feel that.
And so I think that's kind of the interesting thing about surf competition, especially in amateurs. Obviously, it's a little bit easier for the pros because they're given that priority situation, but the amateurs are kind of left on this kind of free-for-all, if you will. It's a Wild West kind of situation. And some people, their compass points a different direction than others.
Right,
And
you can use the rules for good or for evil, you know, like you can use those closest to the peak gets the right of way. Like you can take that in a different context. You can either use that as a respect way, or you could use that rule and be really disrespectful with it.
Absolutely, and I've come up across, that was always the hard thing for me in competition, is that I didn't have a compass that pointed in that direction where I was willing to forsake my personal ethics. I wanted to win an event because I surfed the best, not because I out-jockeyed anyone.
Right.
And I wanted the other girls to get their waves too and surf their best, and I wanted to win it that way. But that being said, there are rules in place, and if you want to say loopholes, that are available to be taken, and it's really up to the person to where they stand in that kind of value, you know, in their values, in their belief system. And some people believe one way, some people believe another.
And for me, mine has changed. When I was younger and deep in competition, winning was the number one priority for me. And as I got older, and I think actually what it was is I was starting to be looked at as a model figure for the younger generation. It's not like I was maturing. I noticed that the younger kids were watching me more. And I started realizing that I'm not setting a very good example. And I started feeling a little icky about the paddling around people, about paddle jockeying and owning the point. Even though I just got one, I'm going to paddle around you because guess what? I want another wave. I started feeling kind of icky about that. So my compass, what you're talking about, has throughout my surfing career has kind of started moving.
Well, I think that's important, right? We should evolve. We can start and be moving in one direction and maybe be one. A lot of people know me in the beginning as being a pretty sour individual out here. I said my fair share. I've had my fair share of arguments and like you said, feeling icky about my own behavior. And the thing that's unique and cool about life is that we don't have to always be in the same place or in the same position or be the same person. We can change, we can learn, we can evolve, we can be better. And, I think that's another one of those foundational themes about Queen of the Point, is being the best queen we can be, learning from our mistakes when they happen, and teaching others how to have grace at all times. And we're going to fail. I'm going to fail. Tomorrow, today, yesterday, I'm sure I had my moments. I know I had my moments. So we pick ourselves up, we move forward, we do better. Time check. 11 minutes, 40 seconds. You like that bit of spiritualness? And then boom, back into the contest.
So I think it's gonna catch on.
It's my one-hit wonder.
I wonder how many people on the beach would be willing to chime in with that boom shakalaka laka boom shakalaka waves. Can we get everyone on the beach to do at least one round with us?
Boom shakalaka laka, boom shakalaka laka, waves. Boom shakalaka laka, boom shakalaka laka, waves.
And look, it's working. There's
There's a
waves.
set. I told you. Dudes. Dudettes. All right. My chant worked. Green up and writing. I think that's Miss Laura Banty. She's got a new little queen that'll probably be a part of us one day. Getting a little tuck down there. Into the inside in front of the judges. Time check, 9 minutes, 30 seconds. Trying to get those steps in there. Nice little steps. Comes unglued on the inside, but she's going to make her way back out there with plenty of time on the clock. We'll be giving the results tonight at Aviator Nation Dreamland. Come check us out.
Just to highlight the beauty of this sport, you know, if you surf at a location long enough, you become a quote-unquote local there, you know, as long as you're showing everyone respect. And this is what you get in return. You get people watching you on the beach, cheering for you, grabbing your board for you when you lose it. This is the surf culture that we want everyone to know and love.
If I'm not mistaken, I see a big smile on Tessa's face here. She is stoked. Takes one in.
She saw something at the bottom of the ocean there. She wanted to pick up. What'd you find?
We got 8 minutes, 20 seconds. Take this time. Give a shout out to our sponsors, Mad Hippie, Dos Gardenias, Surf Aid, Desea, Vibes, Betty Belts, Chasing Summer, Happy Face Towels, Mamala Surf, Maple Holistics, Ubatuba Acai, Sister Betsy's, California Coastal Alliance, Feather for Arrow, Aventer, California, Santa Monica Helping Hub, Marmalade Cafe. Don't forget, you can still get 20% off. Just mention Queen of the Point. Good Surf California, Andres Ranella, Saltwater Solutions, Purple Whale Photography, With It Girl, Traveler Surf Club, Aviator Nation Dreamland, and Aquatech Imaging Solutions. And of course, our sound guys, Colin Mayring and Oh What a Night, Billy Ruick. Thanks for always providing. Billy's been providing sound for this event for 30-something years before it was Queen of the Point. This permit has been sounded by Oh What a Night. So thanks, Billy Ruick, if you're out there.
Hey,
Oh, we got some.
If you're standing up in front of the judges, please make your way past or sit down. We have some waves coming in. That is blue Jessica Minnie Lent.
Minnie, she's no stranger to this wave. Oh no, Minnie. Alrighty, Rosalie up and riding. She is coming all the way from Hawaii. I think she's 8 months pregnant. 34 weeks, I think it is.
I know she's at least like 20-something, 26, almost 30 days ahead of me, and I'm 7 months. So she's either at the end of 7 months or right at the beginning of 8 months pregnant.
So let's give it up for the mamas out here today, whether they're carrying or have carried. Shout out to them. And, of course, to all the aunties and the sisters. Not all of us have babies. Some of us didn't choose that route, but we've got plenty of god babies and nieces and nephews that we love and try to mentor.
We're getting close to the 5-minute mark here.
That's right, and that means we're getting closer to the 20s final. After that, we'll see the 17 to 19, 14 to 16, 11 to 13, and right around 5 p.m. we should be hitting our pro final. That's going to be exciting. We have 3 new finalists for Queen of the Point, which is super exciting. I love having the fresh names on the roster there and winning some money this weekend. In the red jersey, we'll be seeing Malia Ilagan. We'll be seeing Kyra Wallace in white. And in blue, we'll be seeing Lulu Urkanev. And wearing the yellow jersey will be Kira Bush. So you definitely want to stick around for that, whether you're on the beach or watching us online. Make sure you tune in for that heat.
5 minutes. Doo doo.
Time check, 2 minutes, 50 seconds on the clock. On the inside, red taking a peek. May or may not have a flurry on the outside.
Green up and riding. That's Laura. And red right in front of us, front and center. That's Noelle. Green still going, making her way to the nose.
2 minutes. 2 minutes on the clock. White up.
All right, we're approaching the 1 minute mark. Almost 1 minute. Ladies in the next heat, hold off a little bit, please. All righty, with 30 seconds on the clock, white up on the inside.
Looks like yellow up on the outside, trying to get around the whitewater, does not able to do so. Orange up inside of us here, and it looks like someone looking on the outside. I think it's blue. All right, so we got orange up in front, blue up behind. Time check, 15 minutes on the clock. Blue's trying to make it in all the way to the inside. Looks like red may be taking a look. All right, we're going to count this heat down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boop! All righty, that is the end. On hold, next heat, on hold. Shout out to Zach Grom. What's up, Grom? Thanks for coming and supporting the Queens. Alrighty, we counting this in yet? Not yet. Judges need to hash over these scores. The 30s are putting it on, laying it down. Alrighty, we're going to count this one down in 3, 2, 1. Beep. All right, swimmers on the inside, guys. If I could have you come on in. But boogie boards are actually not allowed out here, believe it or not. Swimmers. That is not a swim zone. Even if this was a free day, that is a non-swim zone. This is a surfboard-only area. If you want to go swim, head towards the pier. Thank you so much. Thanks, guys. Up and riding. White. Rebecca Jamgochian. Great start for white, and then orange out the back. Both of them on the tip. Judges having to split eyeballs. Blue up and riding, showing a little bit of switchy switch. Alea, she's getting her campaign started on this smaller wave. She's going to try to work it into the inside. She got a little tip time there. Now she's going to try to reset again and get some more tip. Gets it up there, switches it back. And a nice functional finish. We like those finishes, huh, Mingwei?
I love those finishes.
I think my biggest pet peeve in the pro events is seeing professional level surfers jump off their board at the end of their wave. I'm like, you've gotten this far. Can't we not see?
The only jump that I will accept is the step off into the sand here at Malibu.
100%.
That's the only time I'm going to let that go.
Yeah, as Aaron mentioned, you got to stick the dismount, right? Like, or was that you was saying the gymnastics?
I think Aaron stole it from me, but we'll let Aaron take the credit.
You guys don't have the visual. I think she was demonstrating it visually, right? As you're, we got to do the dismount. You got to finish it.
I will share credit with Aaron. Well, when people ask me, how do you, they have no idea anything about surfing and about surf competition, how do you judge it? And I said, I usually say it's pretty similar to gymnastics, where you have you're judged on your maneuvers on this one wave. Usually it's out of 10. That's the same with gymnastics. It's out of 10. And they judge you on your grace, the technicality. And I sound like I know a lot about gymnastics. I don't, but I'm assuming that's what I'm like when I watch the Olympics, that's what they're saying. So I think it's really similar.
I think you're right. And I was going to say, she must have done gymnastics in her youth.
I think one summer camp for like 2 weeks when I was like 8.
You're totally same. Time check, ladies. We're looking at 21 minutes, 30 seconds. Yes, this was a 25-minute final. Fortunately, sorry, 17 and 19-year-old, you're getting 20 minutes. I know, hate me for life. I'll take the hate, I don't care. And some with the younger ones.
No, there's sometimes where I wish you would end the heat early when I'm winning and I have the highest score. I'm like, end it. End it. Let's go. Don't let them have another opportunity. So maybe that'll be the case for the 17 to 19-year-olds.
Right now, it's a scheduling thing. I'm playing numbers with the time. I don't want us to end too early. I don't want to end too late. I don't want to give some of you too much time to get tired and not want to come to Aviator Nation and celebrate the queens for the awarding. It will for some. Well, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, you know, I do have to give a shout out to those of you who've been here since the crack of dawn and they stayed till the very end. And you, no matter if you got knocked out or not, you're here supporting your friends. So thank you to those friends who stick around. I might not because I'm tired.
Well, and you're 7 months pregnant. I think you have a good excuse.
I do, and then tomorrow I've been working a junior lifeguard program, and tomorrow morning early I have to go sell uniforms and go yell at children on the beach. So I would like some sleep.
Good times. That sounds fun. Sign me up.
It actually is. You get your aggression out on 10-year-olds, and you don't bring the anger home.
Cole must be so thankful.
He is. He is.
Not a lot happening right now for this heat. We've got just a couple waves on the board. This is the final for the 20s division. Looks like just white, blue, and orange all have a wave. Red, yellow, green still waiting. We'll be announcing and crowning our queens tonight at Aviator Nation. You can go check it out there. Go get some food there if you want. Get dinner beforehand. Some live music playing, Cisco Adler. It's free show. Or maybe you're feeling like going to Marmalade on the other side. Walk the other direction on the other side of the bridge there in Malibu Village Shopping Center. They're offering a 20% discount if you mention Queen of the Point. And they serve food all day. Breakfast, lunch, dinner. Super yummy. Various things on the menu. Go check them out. Scratch their back because they scratched ours. Feeding our staff. Speaking of which, big thanks to our staff and our judges for all their hard work. Give it up. Let's give it up for our judges. I know you all are listening to me, right? You're listening. You're so intent on every word hanging. Thanks to them for the hard work. Early hours. Long hours with the eyes on the ocean. It's a lot. Gets tiring. Sounds like a glamorous job, but it's kind of not. It's a tough one. It is. When I started working contests, actually being a judge was my least favorite job. I like all the other jobs. You don't have to be so on.
They have fun conversations over there, though. At least you have that. And we got John Welch here. He's our little entertainment that we hire.
He was talking about giving us a wet T-shirt contest there, but we told him that wasn't the kind of event. Got young girls here, John. Up and riding green, getting her first wave, getting her campaign started. Gets a little tip time up there. She's on her backside. She's got a good approach, though, to this right-hand wave, kind of keeping her chest open. White out behind her. Higher tide, smaller waves, forcing the ladies bit up the point. Sometimes when those sets come through, they do swing in. If you're lucky, you're sitting on the inside, but for the most part, they've been sitting pretty deep.
All right, with just under 16 minutes, 15:50, we have some beautiful waves in the horizon. And White is the lucky lady who gets to ride this first wave. That's Rebecca. She's been putting on quite a show this weekend. Really impressed with her surfing this weekend. Oh, and then
you jinxed her.
I did. Whoops, my bad.
Sorry, Rebecca. But you were looking great right until then. You know, I like to say you were ripping until then. You were ripping until that cutback was really smooth. Well, she says, like, well, hey, maybe I can pick up where I left off, get this little inside here. Not a bad choice if she can make something out of it. Not quite able to happen. It's okay. She's got plenty of time. She'll go reset.
Yeah, plenty of time. Like I've been saying all weekend, 15 minutes is usually what they give in a normal contest because they have to allot for age divisions for men and women in a contest. And so Carla was nice enough to give you guys 25 minutes. You guys have plenty of time. This is like a pro heat almost.
It's kind of painful sometimes. It can be too long because...
Yeah, you got to adjust your approach.
Mm-hmm.
You can't be so fast.
That's that energy management.
Yes.
Right? That Aaron, I think, has been talking about. The arousal, kind of knowing how to check your arousal. All right, Blue on the inside here, making the most of this little wave, working that switch. That style looks kind of familiar. And Andrew Dice Clay kick out.
Ladies in the next heat, 17 to 19-year-olds, come check in for
looks
your
like
final.
Orange out the back there getting some tip time. She's going to try to make the most of this, stay in that open face. She brings a cut back. That was kind of a really good example. I think, there's strategic moments in this wave to do a cutback in order to continue to make it or to get most length, and you have to be really careful where you put those.
8 minutes and 20 seconds remaining in this heat. 8 minutes and 20 seconds.
Six minutes remaining. Red with a little bit of tip time there. Quick footwork, very clean and organized all the way up to the nose and back. That's Miss Mason Gray. Nice clean kick out to end that wave. Good surfing over there. On the clock. Next heat, get on out there, girls. That's the 17 to 19-year-old final coming up. On deck, the 14 to 16-year-old final. And then the 11 to 13. And then the grand finale, the pro final. Yellow coming across on her backside. Unfortunately, the wave breaks right in front of her. Blue out the back. Green all the way up at the tippy top of the point there. White up at the top as well. Quick feet, nice big cutback redirect. Still getting nice maneuvers done. Top and the bottom of this wave, even though it's pretty small. Very nice wave utilization from Rebecca over there. 3 minutes. 3 minutes on the clock as Orange is coming from downtown, making her way, trimming fast, trying to make her way around the foam. Doing a pretty good job of it so far as well. Look at that. Plenty from Kat. Red up and riding as well. I feel like we've seen more surfing from Kat than any other competitor today, this whole contest, because she's been in the pro and the amateur. She did pretty well in the pro as well.
She did. I don't know how she's staying upright. I wouldn't be able to. She surfed a bunch of rounds yesterday, a bunch of rounds today, and she still smiles the whole time. I don't know how she does it. I would be so grumpy and tired by now.
Two minutes and Blue's going. Saleya up and riding. Loving the switch stance. I love the transition from a switch 5 to a regular stance back walk. That's a really cool maneuver that she's got there. Green up and riding. Kind of Blue will pivot on one foot, have one over the nose, and then pivot that foot back to start her walk back down the board. Pretty crazy stuff. That's kind of what I love about longboard surfing is there's so many different ways to express yourself, right? Shortboarding, it's kind of just turning and throwing airs and doing crazy stuff like that. But in longboarding, there's a lot more room. I mean, you obviously have a longer board, but a lot more room for expression. You know, the way you walk, your style when you're cutting back, or you know, like Rebecca just did. You do a little spin move right at the end before you fall. Plenty of things to do.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I don't know if you can tell. I don't know too much about shortboarding, but I can tell who is who just from their paddle and also from the style of just like standing there too. Some people kind of, I call it like the hunchback stance. Some people have really good posture when they're longboarding. So you're absolutely right. There's a lot of style variation in longboarding, and I love it.
About 25 seconds. Yeah, no. Me and Ian definitely have the hunchback. I feel like I'm looking, like trying to get closer to my read for the wave. Ian, you have it too, baby. I know you do.
I was joking a little bit yesterday, but I was watching you surf yesterday, Colin. And I said, you've been watching too many women surfers because you're starting to look like one. In a good way.
3, 2, 1.
In a good way, meaning very graceful. The curly, long blonde hair doesn't help, but
well,
it was very
I am
interesting.
flattered, even though it's a little emasculating. But you know what? That's kind of, I mean, I've always said it. I would rather watch female longboarding than male longboarding. It's just the truth. They look better in this sport. Like, you see guys trying 3, 2, 1. Next heat you are on. That's the 17 to 19-year-olds. You see guys on longboards trying to like high pro it and slash it around. They look kind of weird. It looks out of place. You see girls with a very graceful, soothing style. Like, it looks better.
I still like a little high pro in my longboarding. The orange up already. That looks like that's Addison. Starting off her heat. Getting her feet under her board? No, getting her board under her feet. I've been talking on this mic for too long for too many days.
She didn't bail hard enough to get her board under her
You're right.
feet under her board.
My brain cells are dwindling. Yes.
Yellow up and riding. Getting a nice little hold on the 5. White on the inside here. Fortunately gets a little caught in the steepness. Green is up and riding. It's Phoenix all the way from Santa Cruz. Quick, concise footwork. Nice little 10 tap. Fortunately, falls over the front into the foam. But before that, you were ripping. I liked it. Red, up and riding. That's Zoe. Zoe's got a great style as well. Very clean cutbacks I've noticed from her. Look at that. Nice hold of the 5. Getting speed. Smacks the lip to end her wave. Good stuff. Ladies, in the 14 to 16 final, we're talking to Delilah Saffron, Capri Jolie, Aaliyah Keating Anderson, Gelsey Rico, Rebecca Panat, and Ellie Sutton. Come on over and grab your jerseys, please. It's time for you to check in, ladies, in the next heat, 14 to 16-year-olds. Orange, and a little up and down there. That's Addison. Yellow. Healy's up. Nice little 5 hold for her. See if she's trying to pump some speed into that board there, try to get her across, and unfortunately has to kick out before that wide section there. Green up and riding. Who's that? Referee is refereeing right now. He's holding down the law. God. Orange is up. White's having a look at the top there. And she's off. Nice 5 hold for White there. Blue up at the top. Peyton's making it all the way to the inside. Hopefully here. Unfortunately, I spoke too soon. Blue is up and riding. Green out the back. Kind of got the wave of that set there. Stalling, trying to get into position. Digging a rail. There she is on the 5. That's Phoenix. Long time queen of the point surfer. I've seen her in the fam every year. Just shy of 12 minutes up there. Yellow up and riding, red out the back.
Blue looks like she's looking at a wave. Blue is up and riding. That's Madeline. Surfing this wave well. She's trying to set up for a nose right here, but she's really getting some nice turns in. Goes to the nose, walks it back, hits the lip, finishes the wave. Red up behind her. That's Zoe. She's been surfing really good this weekend. Finishes that wave as well. Non-competitor on the wave that just fell. Hey, non-competitor, move north, please. Red is looking at a nice inside wave here. To the nose, she goes straight there in a really critical spot. Making it past this section here. Trying to get another opportunity to get to the nose. She cuts back. Bottom turns. Yellow is up and riding as well. Red to the nose. Yellow on the nose. Red finishes. Yellow finishes too. 2 solid rides. Just under 8 minutes, 7 minutes and 45 seconds left in this heat. 7 minutes and 40 seconds. Non-competitor, please keep moving. I know you are going north, but please keep moving north. You're nowhere near out of the contest zone. Do not surf into the contest zone again, please. All right, we have 3 minutes remaining in this 17 to 19-year-old final. 3 minutes remain. We have our 14 to 16-year-olds final. We have a 6-man heat coming up with Delilah, Gisele. Wait, not Gisele. Capri, Rebecca. Ladies in the next heat, move north. And we're at 1 minute remaining in this heat. 1 minute remaining. You might have enough time to get another wave. Looks like there might be opportunities out there. 1 minute remaining. $30 on the clock. Girls are making their last chance effort to get as many points on the board, finalizing their scores. Be counting it down pretty soon here. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boop. You're going to be on hold. Next heat, girls, you are on hold. You're on hold, and please wait for me to give you the you're ready to go. We're on hold right now, but we are still on hold. Hold, hold, hold. This is a little ankle biter, but she's sure doing a lot on this ankle biter. This is a little ankle biter, but she's sure doing a lot on this ankle biter. Behind her is our surfer in yellow. That's Gelsey. She's trimming down this line, getting some speed, working her way to the nose. She'll get there. Let's see that tip time, Gelsey. Almost there. And nonstop action now. We got some waves. Green is up and riding. Rebecca. I'm always impressed with the goofy footas, the backsidas that have to surf right hand point breaks. I'm so lucky that I'm a regular footer in the land of rights. But it also is a crutch because I hate going left. So all you backsiders out on the backside, I'm really impressed with you. I don't know how you guys do it. All right, we have a few scoring potentials here. Looks like red is going to take this opportunity to go on this wave here. That's Delilah. She goes straight to the nose with a quick 5. Brings it back down. Ooh, gets a little wibbly wobbly, but stays on. And it looks like white is looking at. Because look at Blue's coming down the line. I don't want you getting in her way. Thank you. All right, ladies, in the next heat, you can paddle out. Just really make sure you're out.
Two minutes on the clock out there as White's coming down the line. Nice cruisy cutback for White to regain her positioning on the top of that wave.
Remaining. That's yellow up and riding. Goes to the nose, walks it back. Nice bottom turn, setting herself up for success for another nose ride, but she needs to really get up speed. A lot of girls are getting stuck behind that section right there. 20 seconds remaining, 20 seconds. Hey, Cece. You're floating out to sea, Cece. Go ahead and start. You can start paddling in it if you'd like. I give you permission. I don't want you to get lost at sea, Cece. Boop. That is the end of that heat. End of that heat. Other girls in the next heat, hang on until I give you guys permission. Paddle into the contest area, but hold. Go ahead and paddle in, girls, if you'd like. Paddle in, but your heat has not started yet. In 3, 2, 1, beep. That is the start of the 11 to 13-year-old final. Pros in the next heat, all the finalists in the pro division. We are asking you to check in a little earlier if you can, a little earlier than normal, but please make your way to the check-in booth. Pros, I'm looking for Malia, Kyra, Lulu, and Kira. Please make your way to the check-in booth, please. And ladies, in this current heat, just a quick observation that I made from last heat. Those girls really pushed themselves up and I think the theme was they kept getting stuck behind a certain kind of section there and didn't make it very far. So let's try not to do that again. Wow, great ride by our surfer in white. That is Story. All right, red. Quick wave with red. That was London. Blue up and riding.
update those scores ASAP.
Yeah, the judges are putting in scores. Once we have those scores put in, we'll give you guys a situation. I believe we're giving you guys situation updates up until the 5-minute mark, and then we're going to leave it to kind of a surprise at the crowning at Aviator Nation. And with that, Red gets a quick wave. She kicks out. Yellow taking a look at this wave here. That's Kira on a beautiful wave. Gonna have to get some speed on this one. She just brings it to a 5 to a 10. Really wrapping it around to get in another position for another nose ride. Wow, for another really tight 5. Holding it beautifully, putting her board in a great spot. Red out the back behind her, but Yellow is still going, screaming down the line with a nice cutback. Goes to the nose again, just ever so casually, really showing off here at First Point Malibu on the beach. Let's hear it for Kira. Malia's not done yet. She's our surfer in red, and she's trying to get to the nose as much as she can as well. And she finishes off with a quick kick out right onto the sand. The beach, come on, beach. Let me hear you cheer for these ladies. They are being so strategic, and they're being so patient waiting for these waves. The nerves, they are not letting their nerves get to them. They're letting their surfing do the talking.
Also, it's hard to read the waves right now. Like, knowing when to nose ride, knowing when to turn, and those girls were navigating it really well. All right, so situation. And first is Kira with a 6.47, and her last wave was a 9.47. And second is Malia with a 5.93, and her last wave was a 7.57. Third is Lulu with a 1.13. Last wave was a 5.47. And in fourth is Kyra with a 3.17. First priority is white, then blue, then red, then yellow.
It's fine. I don't think we have any more. Oh. Yeah. I can't hear. It's not a big deal, but I can't hear what she was there like at first. It's on the screen. I wonder why.
Wow, Kira scoring that 9.47. That is pretty incredible, and that was an incredible wave. I think that might have been the best wave of this whole contest. And with 15 minutes and 30 seconds remaining, we could have another flurry of waves like that, and we could see some more of that high caliber surfing again. As the girls are patiently waiting, women or girls, depending on how they prefer to be called, because we have a variety of age groups in the pros. It is a pro event, so any age is, allowed. This isn't an age division. strategy wise, correct me if I'm wrong, Soleil. If I was these girls, I'm trying to dump my smaller point wave, and I'm waiting for a wave that will give me an opportunity to better my score. So I probably won't be paddling for a wave that is going to give me a lower scoring just to put scores on the board, right?
Yeah, I'd say if you need a score, you got to wait for it. And if it doesn't come, then it's not meant to be. And that's just what it is. But that's the, wild thing about competitive surfing is you're literally relying on an uncontrollable source to determine your fate. But
Absolutely.
that's also the beautiful thing
Right.
about it. And it's so exciting. That's why we love it so
Yeah,
much.
and it makes winning sweet because you're like, wow, with all these variables that I had to deal with, other women that I'm working around, I still figured it out and shined when the opportunity gave me to shine.
Totally.
Seems like you got this whole mental competitive headspace thing down.
It's taken a long time for that to happen, but yeah.
Some people will come up to me and they go, I still get nervous. And I was like, I still get nervous.
Oh my God, I get so nervous. Are you kidding me?
And I've been doing this for a very long time, and it's something that I think we all battle, and sometimes it gets the best of us, and sometimes it pushes us to be better.
Well, these girls are killing it. That's all I got to say. They're handling these lulls
I
gracefully.
agree. Yeah, a great group of ladies out in the water right now. If you're just tuning in, we have in a red jersey, that is Malia Ilagan, and in white, we have Kyra, and in blue, we have Lulu, and in yellow, who is currently in the lead, we have Kira. With some waves coming in the horizon, white looks like she might be using her priority. Great thing about priority is you don't have to stay too far up on the point. You can really work on your positioning, and I saw white paddling kind of down the point a little bit to make sure she doesn't get too far behind there. And blue is also paddling and using her priority on a beautiful wave. Wow, blue really showing off with her cross-step abilities, crouching down, getting speed in that pocket. White also doing some great footwork, holding that 5 to 10 and kicking out. Blue getting there to a 5, digs her nose just a little bit but recovers well, brings it back around and kicks out.
The beach is loving it. Both those girls are going to get some strong scores, but we shall see if they will be strong enough.
So we have 2 regular footers and we have 2 goofy footers.
Paddle battle.
That is a paddle battle.
Paddle battle.
Just watching them makes me tired. In priority, we have red, then yellow. And once we get an update on those scores from white and blue, we'll update you guys. Time check, 10 minutes. 10 minutes.
But look at this insider, though. Lulu's like, I'm down. She's down.
Blue with a late takeoff, dropping in.
Switch takeoff.
Oh.
She's like,
wow. Oh. Lulu, that was incredible up until that last little bit. The beach liked it. I liked it. You'll give us more. I know you will.
That's kind of crazy. Taking off, switch. Wow. It's kind of risky move, but she killed that.
not much has changed with the situation for blue and white. For Kyra and Lulu, but they did, for Lulu, you dumped your 1.3 and your 2.67, and now you have a combo of 10.9, or
Here we have red Malia looking for an 8.38.
trying to make it past this section here. She might do it. I think oh, bummer. And she dug her rail in right at the end there, right as she was about to make it around this section. White up and riding, doing a little butt board and head dipping, stands back up, slows down with a little bottom turn there, trying to get herself into position for some tip time.
She's having fun.
You know, there are waves coming. The pros have blessed us, I think. It's been a little lully throughout the day. This is pretty consistent for considering how the rest of the day has looked. Blue already on another wave here. That is Lulu holding that 5 to 10. Hitting that lip and bringing it down. She's hoping to better her score. I don't know if that will do it for her, but we will update you when and if it does. With Malia's last wave, that's not going to improve her score yet. That was a 4.4. And Kyra, also, her last wave did not improve her score either. She's still at a combo of 9.1, still in the 4th place position. Lulu and our surfer in blue, you're in the 3rd place position as of right now with a combo of 10.9. Malia, you're in 2nd place position with a combo score of 13.5. And Kira, you're still holding the lead with a combo score of 15.9. We're getting close to the 5-minute mark. Typically, we will not be announcing situation updates after the 5-minute mark. So the last thing I've said is 4th place is Kyra Wallace. 3rd place is Lulu. In 2nd place is Malia. And in 1st place is Kyra. Kira, my bad, Kira. Okay, 5 minutes, boop, boop. This will be your last update on the situation. So,
All right, both comboed, white and blue. Kyra and Lulu needing a 15.95 combination score in order to take that 1st place prize. In 2nd place with an 8.3, needs an 8.38 in order to take the win. That's Malia Logan, and currently your heat leader. She's got a 6.47 and a 9.47. That's Kira Bush. That'll be the last for our situation updates. We will give you the final call tonight at Aviator Nation. See you there.
Malia on the inside. Stand up tall, 10, soul arch. With Beth O'Rourke on the inside getting the shot.
Really good wave by Malia in red.
Three minutes left. With about 2 minutes left, Kira in yellow is in a pretty good situation, holding first priority. But you never know, because this is Malibu.
About 1 minute remaining. 1 minute remaining. I don't think it's going to change.
We got Lulu
with 40 seconds remaining. Blue up and riding. That's Lulu. She doesn't want to wait for that priority. She doesn't need to. She goes to the nose. White using her priority. With 30 seconds remaining. White up and riding to the nose. Holds a long 5. 19 seconds remaining. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boop. That is the end of Queen of the Point 2025. Kira taking her lap in here. I would have done the same thing. Thank you so much to all of you who came down to support. Kira, here she goes. Holding that 5. I'm still going to commentate, even though the contest is over. Wow, excellent job. Let's hear it on the beach for these ladies. Woo! Way to go. Thank you to the judges. Thanks to me as well. I want to thank myself.
Thank you, Ming.
And thanks to our media team. Thanks to all our guest announcers like Soleil here.
Thank you for having me.
Thanks to Carla for believing in women's surfing and women's longboarding enough to put herself through so much stress to put these contests on for us. Thanks to her husband, Ian Zamora, for dealing with me stressing him out and Carla stressing him out and Colin stressing him out. So thanks, everybody, for coming to the beach. Have a great time. We'll see you at Aviator Nation. Around 6:30-ish, we'll be heading over there. If you want to see all the ladies crowned and